Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back to the Open Chest Anime Podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight, Reese2753.
I have no segue. Go on.
Okay, and Greenline743.
Just because I felt like it.
All right. Well, yes, I was quite panicked earlier because we're supposed to go live at 3, and Reese is like, yeah, I'm going to be about 45 minutes late. And then FDM said, yeah, me too. And Dan's like, I won't join until a couple hours. No, I just panicked and sent the link out to the to the Discord. So if anybody else wants to join, you're welcome to. But it's going to be a pretty busy week. So, couple things I want to jump through real quick. So first of all, if you would like to support the Open Chest Anime Podcast, wow, I'm going to slur my speech already. You can do so through the OCA Podcast Patreon. If you would like to support the Anime Collector channel, which would, get me to make more tip videos and stuff, which, by the way, well, I'll circle back to this. You could do so with the Anime Collector Patreon. You can also support me via StealthWeeb, which God knows when I'll have time to get back to making stuff for it, but I'd like to. I got an email today. Somebody wanted this shirt. Unfortunately, long sleeve yellow shirts have been discontinued. So I can't make this particular shirt anymore, which is a dang shame because I wanted one. But anyway, as soon as I have an option for a different long sleeve yellow shirt, I will jump on that.
I'm still torn up about not being able to get it 100. I realized that I've had that hat for 2 years now.
Yeah.
And it's my favorite hat. I wear it every single fucking day.
R.I.P. I'll have to make you another one using the Dos Equis logo instead. I wonder if they would get me for that one. Anyway, so I want to share something with you guys. After many years, we now have a Right Stuf affiliate link. Okay? So.
Not that it took many years to get it. We just never tried.
Just never tried. Yeah. So I've got this new code. If you would like to use this code, this is what I've done. I deleted my browsing history. Then I went to this link to try to make it so that when you type in Right Stuf, it autocorrects to that. Didn't work effectively like I wanted. But then when I bookmarked it, now it goes there every time. So that's probably the secret. I don't know. But by shopping through the Right Stuf affiliate link, literally it takes you to Right Stuf. You buy literally anything here, and it's doing it, I believe. Actually, maybe not. Maybe I'm dead wrong. It might work. I'm not sure now. Anyway, I'll get that worked out. Oh, look, the deal's going down. Anyway, that's kind of neat that they are actually tracking that. I'll have to get back to you on this one. I'm not sure if let me see what happens if I copy this. Do I add this to the end, do you think?
I still have the one that gave us in the first place in a bookmark. Or on my
no, that didn't work.
Bookmarks tab.
So I think what it does is it recognizes that you were brought to Right Stuf through our code. And then any shopping you do during that session counts towards sending us, I think it's 2% or something like that. Some things are up to 8%. Anyway, it costs you nothing to do this other than, using that link, and it'll help the show. So that's a thing we've done. Now, if you're looking for that code, here are places where you can get it. On my Twitter, right here, on the profile, Right Stuf affiliate link. You can click on it. So it's a URL shortener. Boom. Click on it. It'll redirect. There you go. That's the code, right? I don't know why it's taking forever to load. There it is. Anyway, other places. Top of the Facebook group. In the About section. Boom. Right there. That's it. You got it.
At the
on
very
literally
bottom
any
of the
video,
description of this
including
video.
this wonderful one. That was great. Hit show more. Scroll all the way to the bottom, just above the hashtags, Right Stuf affiliate link. All right. So there it is. If anybody is interested in doing that, you are welcome to make our day.
Cool.
Now,
I'll remember that for next time I spend hundreds of dollars on
hey, even if it's
that would have been
$8.
one hell of a thing to have when I bought all of March Comes Like a Lion and
or when you bought Promise Neverland for everybody. So here's the thing. We're suffering from a big issue here. In the groups on Facebook. Currently, we cannot. Oh my God, why is this so slow?
Might be the 50,000.
Any second now. Yeah. Shut up. Okay. So they've updated Facebook. Now.
You mean downgraded Facebook?
Well, they've changed it, and they've accidentally, it seems, removed the ability to create a doc. Normally, when you go upload a file, you could not do the upload portion and instead just create a doc. But it seems to be missing. So, that sucks. I don't have a solution to this other than commandeering an old doc and reusing it, which as soon as we run out of docs that are like reusable, we're going to be shit out of luck. So I have noticed something on, not that, on Minds. I have created an Open Chest Anime Podcast Minds group. I'm not thrilled with the layout of Minds, but there may be ways to change it. I don't see a way to make a doc in the group. But in my private whatever profile, I did it. Oh God, I don't even fucking know how I did it now. Create blog. Was this there before? When you create a blog, it creates a window that is identical to the style of the Facebook ones. Okay, so if we have to, we will migrate to Minds. Probably, honestly, in the long run, a good idea. Because what's great about Minds is that you can join it as an anonymous account. You don't need
your real world name.
You don't need to use your real name, right? So anybody who watches the show, you can join using your username. We'll know who you are without doxing yourself. And it also allows us to put tags, which will allow people to find the posts based on the tags, which could help us to grow. We can also monetize our posts on Minds, so we can actually earn cryptocurrency and whatnot by hosting the show. I don't know that that's going to be a good financial, quest in the future. I don't know, but it's something we can do. And it's going to be the minimalist change compared to switching to something else. The reason I don't want to jump to Google Docs, even though that would be a great option, is because they don't have a banner option to put the
header image.
Yeah, let me just throw one in here real quick. They don't have the... God, see how fast that happened compared to on Facebook, Reese? God, it's such a pain on Facebook. It's like if it loads, it'll take 1,000 years. So anyway, I like this. I like being able to theme everything we do for the podcast. It keeps it nice and neat and easy to follow. So I'm considering taking every document that we currently have on Facebook and migrating it over to Minds, and then perhaps updating the group, updating the description in the different podcasts to have the Minds link and the Facebook link. And then from now on, if we switch over just using the Minds link, I don't know. I'm curious what you guys think. Does anybody use Minds? Is anybody interested in this idea? And the other thing that, this is great and all, except that I have to do it through my own account, right? I can't do it through the group so far as I can tell. I'm going to double check again since I saw that the button was in a different spot than I was expecting it to be. Yeah, I don't see. No, there's no create blog button that I can see here. Now, that's fine. I can do it through my account. That's fine. But what's the point of having the group? You know what I mean?
Right.
So anyway, it'll get used or it won't get used. If we have to switch over, we'll just switch over to using the docs here. If Facebook ever brings them back, we can just transfer them back over. I don't know. We'll just try it out. If it comes to that, we might do a week or two with mines, and we'll see how it goes. Anyway, Random 11 says, "Rip RIP." First of all, Greenline, thank you for your $10 super chat.
Oh yeah, no problem.
And no worries on the Patreon thing. That's totally cool. I fully understand. I know what it's like to be when your bank's like, hey, that thing you bought from Japan, that was clearly an unregistered purchase that you definitely didn't make. So we're sending you a new card. You're like, damn it, bank. Anyway. Also, Random Lemon said, get an Amazon.ca affiliate code. I'm pretty sure, just a heads up, that I did do that already, and it is the same code. I didn't have time to kind of go through all the detail there, but there you go. It's the code should be the same. You would literally just change the URL to .ca. I am almost certain I did set that up. That I vaguely remember that being something I was concerned about when I created it. So use Reddit. This is another option we could do. We do have an OCA podcast Reddit. It's in the description of the videos for the podcast at least. You also went on to say Honey might actually affect your affiliate since they also operate on affiliate link. That's possible. But at the end of the day, even if we're splitting with Honey, it's still money that we otherwise wouldn't have gotten, So I would prefer the audience, the people supporting us, to get the best deal that they can. If they manage to get, a code or whatever that brings down the price or whatever, I'd be cool with that. I'm totally cool with you guys doing that. I want you guys to get the best thing, the best price you can. I don't want you to have, like, the great thing about the Right Stuf affiliate link, or technically all the affiliate links, is that you don't have to spend extra money. The person who pays us is just saying, hey, thanks for getting us this sale. Here's a bonus, Anyway, all right. So I feel like I should address a couple things. So last podcast was June 30th. Grandma did not make it. So
yeah, I heard. Sorry about that.
So she passed away on the 3rd, the day before my anniversary. So thanks for that. No, she died, and right now we're in kind of a weird place. Okay. As of right this moment, things are just kind of frozen. So obviously we still have a place to be, a place to live. We have plans to take on this house, which is something that I would like to do, because the way the world is kind of moving right now, by design, I think this might be my only shot at home ownership. Right. I don't think things are going to get easier down the line. I think there will be a continued effort to make things harder and harder for people to own a home, especially because you got like that Blackwater group or whatever that is paying way over value, because the whole UN Agenda 2030 planned unit developments, everybody owns nothing and is happy, so to speak. I just don't see it. I don't see it a good move to not try to take this on. It's going to bring some challenges with it for sure. It can only work if my brother-in-law is on board. These are all things that are they're in sort of the hypothetical realm right now. So I don't even know. But we're here today, and we're going to make this show count. And hopefully we'll be here next week,
where the fuck are you?
or the week after, right? I've considered, I'm trying to adjust the show to be more manageable due to the fact that if I have to pay for this house, I am going to have to work a lot more, like get a third job, or I'm going to have to eat far less, which is the option I'm going for. And that's going to be a struggle either way, right? And in order for me to have time to do the show, we're going to have to change up how the show is structured. So I've already started to try to, if I have to even ask myself, do I want to cover this? The answer is no, most of the time. Okay.
Right.
So that's one thing. Unfortunately, I've noticed when I start to get through like the 7th hour of compiling articles and I start to get tired, that I start to throw in stuff I probably don't want to cover because I'm tricking myself into thinking I do. So it's something to work on. Now, the alternative that I was trying to do was go back to every other week. Actually, hold on. My phone is charging, which means my computer is not. So give me a second to make sure that I don't screw us up because my battery symbol is getting quite low. So I was also thinking we could do every other week, but I don't know. I think we might do every other week. We might skip a week occasionally. Let me put it that way, because depending on my work schedule, like I have work tomorrow, so that's why we're doing it in the day. And I don't think that my family is going to appreciate, me having to do this. Although once my son is out of school in August, things are going to get way easier in that regard, and I won't be stuck in this room forever. I am planning to. This is going back. I'm circling back to the Anime Collector Patreon here. I'm planning to get my stuff out of storage, because getting my stuff out of storage once this house is cleared of all the, previous occupants' belongings that are mostly hoarded anyway, we're going to be able to get the stuff out of storage, which is going to cause us to pay that much less a month for storage, which means we got that much more for taking on the mortgage for this house and all that, right?
Hey,
right.
Here. So,
Late gay. Oh,
sorry,
I clicked it first. I know I did.
Yes. Okay. Okay, there you go. Okay, so with that said,
My audio's not working.
I can hear you.
Barely.
Anyway, so with that said, I do not have any bookcases anymore. So when the time comes, I'm going to probably start a GoFundMe, and we'll just do it like, I'll bring it up every week when we do the show until it reaches its goal. And then I will go out and buy the bookcases and start getting my setup back. I would like, what's up?
From IKEA.
From IKEA, yeah. Luckily, there's one not down the street, but there's one pretty close here compared to when I was in Arizona. It's a much easier trip here. And I've got the vehicle that can take it. So I could probably do maybe all of them in one trip, which would be nice. But the thing is that I would like to produce videos again for the Anime Collector channel. Particularly, I would like to do like a room tour, which is something that's been on the back burner for God knows how long. And I'd like to do the bootleg series. That is something I would very much love to get out of the way. The production value on it is going to drop dramatically, but it's better to get it out than not do it at all. So these are all things that are hopefully on the horizon. Hey, Christopher Barker, how's it going? Everyone else says hi too. These are all things that are kind of on the horizon. I just wanted to kind of bring them to your guys' attention and let you know that we are. I'm optimistic things are going to stabilize, but it's actually outside of my control. So I'll just keep you guys posted. Anyway, now that we're 20 minutes in, how you doing, Foodnum? Sounds great. Actually, I've got pickups I forgot, but maybe I'll save them for another day, just because we got too much to go through. So, jumping in. Oh, yeah. Well, here's... I forgot we were going to cover this. So, at Ron Toye 3. So, on Kiwi Farms, they found a bunch of Ron's old social media accounts. So this is the face of a remote abuser. Just throwing that out there. If you ever wondered if Ron was a Backstreet Boy, the answer is yes. So anyway, moving on. Wasn't that really funny? Anyway, okay, all right.
That's why they're called the Backstreet Boys. Now.
Hoarder calls the kettle black. Yes. Yes. So, Ufotable and its founder, Hikaru Kondo, were formally indicted on tax evasion charges and forced to pay back 137 million yen. So, Ufotable said in a statement that the money has already been paid. So after being charged last year, you guys remember we've covered this for quite a few years now, anime studio Ufotable, who is best known for producing the Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba the movie Mugen Train anime film, the highest grossing anime film of all time. World, I know, like it's like Fate Stay Night is just like,
yeah,
fuck,
yeah,
doesn't matter anymore.
The Fate series, yeah, it doesn't matter.
I just love the. I'm proud of you, Crunchyroll, for not putting a link to a Fate show that you have on Crunchyroll. You know.
Yeah. For this Crunchyroll, what do you expect?
So anyway, so Ufotable and Hikaru Kondo were formally indicted for violating the Corporate Tax Act and the Consumption Tax Act, respectively. Today, the Tokyo Public Prosecutor's Office formally indicted both the company and person, forcing them to jointly pay back 137 million yen, or 1.24 million US dollars, in back taxes. In a statement on the Ufotable website, the studio reiterated that an amended tax return has already been completed and the tax owed has already been paid back.
I take it that someone already made the comment that this is why Ufotable animations look so good, because they had all that extra budget?
No, actually, if you recall, the place where they were laundering the money from was their cafes.
Huh.
They claimed that the cafes were not profitable, but they were secretly hiding the money in a safe. So, yeah, and the money wasn't going back in. It's weird that Ufotable and Hikaru Kondo were the ones indicted, because it sounds like Hikaru Kondo was the entirety of the operation. He just shell game moved around some of the funds through Ufotable and his own private safe. So it says here he stepped down from Ufotable in May of 2019. Kondo was found to have moved income from the Tokyo-based cafes run by Ufotable to a safe in his home, with him falsely reporting income statements in 2015, 2017, and 2018, concealing around 441 million yen, US $4 million, from the Tokyo Regional Taxation Bureau, and claiming that the cafes were low-income endeavors. Okay, so first of all, 2015, 2017, 2018. I'll tell you exactly what happened here. All right. I'm going to steal this money, put it in a safe.
We got a super chat
lie.
from Green Line 743 for $10.
Thank you.
This is what you're letting get.
The latest and gas with them.
Thank you to Green Line for that super
He sent
chat.
it to us before the stream even started.
Yeah, you're welcome, Goodness. Anyways, back to Brad.
FDM is so delayed that the stream hasn't even started for him yet.
Yes, exactly.
So anyway, like this is what I think happened. In 2015, he steals the money and doesn't report it on the taxes. Pardon me while I deal with this screaming child.
He'll get his story out at some point. Don't worry.
So,
It'll just take 20 years.
So how have you guys been this week?
Decent.
I don't remember.
I do feel bad about the affiliate link, because I did just spend a pretty penny on their birthday sale. So I'm like,
Ooh.
Crap.
Yeah. Better unmute Daddy.
I promise this will get better as my daughter grows to adulthood.
Yeah, we just have to wait 20 years. That's fine.
Anyway, so what I was trying to say is I imagine what happened is in 2015, he makes the commitment, okay, I'm going to cheat on my taxes. Then he waits through 2016. They're going to audit me? Oh, they're not? All right, 2017, 2018, let's do it again. That's kind of how I see it. Now, the thing is that he says here that he concealed around 441 million yen. So why did they only have to pay back 137 million? Kind of sounds like you should cheat on your taxes.
Right.
In Japan.
Pretty goddamn
Right?
good deal.
Yeah. I mean, if you pay back $1.24 million, but you get to keep 66 million, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's probably
I don't know.
more
I
like
feel like the Japanese
3.6
court
now.
shows a bit favoritism towards certain parties, but that's
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if he also had to serve jail time or something. I don't know. So the Tokyo Regional Taxation Bureau filed a complaint against Kondo and Ufotable in April 2019. This let Kondo evade paying 109 million yen in corporate tax and 28 million yen in consumption tax over those years. The amounts listed in the formal indictment are lower than the charges that were laid against Ufotable and Kondo last year by around 1 million yen for each charge. Ufotable apologized to fans and other concerned parties and stated that they, quote, will continue to comply with laws and regulations and strive for proper management in order to improve the production environment for sustainable and better quality productions. So there you have it. They're going to do that. That's their thing. It probably isn't going to happen again since it seems like the president / founder guy, Hikaru Kondo, was the one causing it. Anyway, it is kind of interesting, though, like when you create, like, I don't know, I just kind of picture maybe Gonzo would do it, not Ufotable. Anyway, all right. Yeah, so effing Anime Addict said, so it's going to get better, yeah.
I like to think that's going to be in like a year when he says this.
30 seconds. Can you come outside?
Stall for 30 seconds. I'll be right back.
Alright. We are stalling for 30 seconds. You will be right back.
Yeah, just because I exclusively
be in the countdown.
know Brad's daughter in her current form, I like to picture that like, oh, it'll be better when she has her own place.
Yeah, she'll have her own place in a year.
Yeah, she's just like, where's my parents?
Going from 6 years old to 21 in like 3 months.
She's already 6 years old. I
I don't know how old she is.
feel like she'd be
Definitely
3
not.
to 4 at best.
Okay.
Anyways, but yeah, no, I felt kind of bad because I wasn't able to use the affiliate link with their birthday sale. I feel like I betrayed the podcast a little bit there. It was like, crap.
Well, hey, if it makes you feel any better, I don't buy anything on Right Stuf, so I don't have a chance to even support the podcast.
I think the next time I've been buying a bunch of stuff off Amazon lately, but like the next when the next bill, like the next card cycle goes around, which is like the 16th or something, I'm probably gonna order Interspecies Reviewers finally.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I'm gonna wait till when it comes out in December and pre-order it like a week beforehand.
I don't, because it's a limited edition steelbook, and because of like the kind of release, like it's gonna be so like, fuck you if Funimation, I'm just gonna buy it anyway, even though I don't care about the show, that kind of thing. Like I'm thinking it's gonna be selling like hotcakes, so I'm gonna try. I wanted to buy it like a month ago, but
Right.
Just in case. It might not be an issue whatsoever, but just because it's a limited edition steelbook, I don't want to.
I'm gonna do the same.
And with your
I don't want
purchase,
to be able to get it.
And with your purchase on the inside, they include a "fuck you" in front of it.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be funny. Like an actual card that says fuck Funimation. Don't tell them we said that.
That'd be
Yeah.
great. Now, speaking in Funimation news, we have had yet another tragedy in the dubbing world, and by that I mean Funimation has officially made their first dub that includes the word "simp."
Really?
Technically,
Yes.
Funimation isn't the one doing the dubbing. They're not the studio. It's a California studio. But,
For Full Dive.
Bangzone.
Actually, I guess that would make sense because Johnny Young Bosch
Right.
is the lead.
Is he the
What's the show?
Was his character the one who says "son of a slut"?
Yeah.
I didn't
What's the show?
recognize it. Was him.
He also says "son of a whore," which I have to grab that clip.
Can someone fill me in on what the show is? I'm very
It's
lost.
basically it's not an isekai, but it's a VR like Sword Art Online style thing. But he can leave the game, so it's more like .hack. But the tagline is that like this game is like it's
Even
so
even
realistic that it's like really
Shittier than
terrible.
Gorilla.
Yeah. But yeah, so he's in this VR world and everything is miserable. So yeah.
He best friend killer and what
See,
was
you're trying to like make me, be turned off by this dub, but all I am is intrigued now. I'm just like, I have to hear these things. from
Well,
Johnny Bosch.
literally everything outside of that, like of the show. I mean, I don't know if I'd go as far to say it's good, but it's at least entertaining. Like the what's her face? So what happens is basically he's like, I'm done with this game because he's like out of it. And he's like, I'm gonna return it because he's basically being pressured into playing it by the chick who sold it to him because he wanted to get the new Final Fantasy clone, but she refused and she's like, play a better game. So anyway, he wants to return the game in like episode 4 or whatever, and then she's like, I don't know, trying to flirt with him or something, like to bribe him, being like, if someone were to ever like actually beat that game, I'd like them so much that I'd want to marry them or whatever.
Oh geez.
Now in the sub, it's like I'd like to marry them or whatever. It's really simple, but because there's like 500 lip flaps to say that phrase instead of I'd like to marry them, the English dub says I'm a sucker for winners or whatever. I simp hard for winners or something like that, and I'm just like no. And then JT Master on Twitter was simping for Funimation by saying,
FDM. What's the name?
What?
The anime.
Frick. Full Dive. In Another World with My Smartphone.
Thank you.
Isekai.
Yeah, just thank you. Because I was trying to ask for them earlier, but all he was doing was describing the show, not actually giving me a title.
God damn it. Full Dive. It's a freaking
Light novel of a title.
Yeah.
I see.
It's the one
The
with the
AC is
girl
back
that
from the
looks like,
doghouse.
A more adult version of Edna from Disgaea, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Isn't that
The
the
ultimate
show where
next-
people
okay.
get beat until they piss
Full Dive. The
themselves?
ultimate next gen Full Dive RPG is
Yeah,
even
that's
studios
the one
in real
about the
life.
RPG where the most mundane tasks are built into the game. So, like, you take a step, you tripped and broke your ankle on the rock or whatever.
Well, he literally had healing herbs, and he's like, wait, no, the better one was he threw a smoke grenade, and it didn't explode because he didn't light it.
I wouldn't want to. Okay, so let me. It's been 2 weeks. I haven't talked to you guys about some stuff going on. So, fucker, my father-in-law just pulled.
Screw you, Random 11. Full
So-
Dive is the easiest way to say that light novel of a title.
So,
what's been going on?
to make matters more difficult in the past 2 weeks with compiling articles, normally when I'm on my routes with the other guy, he's driving, so I'm able to, like, between city to city that we go to, I'll pull out my phone and I'll start going to the different websites that we use, and I'll grab stuff and throw it into the Facebook comments, and then I'll have a chance to have already gone through, a full week's worth of articles that have been put up and vetted them at least by title alone. And then I do the more thorough vetting where I read them and say, that one sucks, get it out of here, whatever, right? So normally that's what I do. But the week of work after the last podcast, the guy was in Hawaii because his wife's birthday. So I ran every single route from the last time you guys saw me, including doing 2-person routes solo and getting back to the yard after the storage place was already closed. And thank goodness the people there know us well enough that they left it unlocked and the hose open so I could wash out the truck and everything and refill it with water. I'm going to get a fat check because I got double time pay for many of those days working more than 12 hours straight.
Thick.
Nice.
But it's been difficult, right, with that. And so the last day that I worked, last Saturday, the guy came back he was back from Hawaii, and we had 2 trucks that week, though, right, that day. So I did my route and he did his route. And then he tossed the bag of wet, dirty, disgusting rags into my car without tying the top. You have to tie, you have to do it the old, not where you pull the strings and tie them, but literally you tie it, like that, so to speak, so it leaves it completely sealed. He didn't do that, and he stuck them in the back of my car, and my car reeks right now, and my wife is out there trying to clean it, and of course now my father-in-law is out there probably bad-mouthing me for not helping her, because for some reason my wife just has to choose today of all days to do it. It's not like I couldn't do it tomorrow. Anyway, so back to what we're talking about here, unless you guys want to keep talking about Full Dive, and I've got to talk about some of these scathing comments.
No, we were just
yeah. The suspense is killing me. What happened outside? Well, there you go. My wife was trying to show me the progress she made on cleaning the odor out of the car, even though I use industrial level deodorant at work and am literally just going to go back there and spray it down when I get to work tomorrow. Yeah, I'm in deep shit. The wife is calling. Yep. The daughter is going to start a business with investments, then get a place while being the boss of a multi-million-dollar corporation.
Well, actually, no. She's going to evade taxes and have 137 million yen to pay out, despite earning, 3 mil more.
Yeah, $4 million. By the way, saw Black Widow twice. It ain't the worst movie ever. Kind of paint by number MCU flick.
Why would you watch it twice?
Warlock agrees with. I heard the CGI was ass, but I didn't see it, and I don't care to. Yeah, and then of course 30 seconds BS. Yeah, that's what my wife says after she's done. She's like, anyway, your 30 seconds is up, and I'm like, yeah, you mean like my 4 minutes? Anyway, then what was the thing? Yeah, the Full Dive. What were you talking about with JT Master? What was he defending about it with Funimation?
Oh yeah, I was saying that JT Master basically simped for Funimation, saying, actually, in the word has been used since the 1900s or whatever.
Which
and
word?
I'm like, that's great and all, but no one actually used that word until popularly until the last couple
of
years.
Footnote. What's the word?
Simp, I believe.
Right. That's right. Simple. I remember it now. It's all coming back to me. I saw the thread on Twitter. Okay. Leave your car open in the sun for a few hours. Works for stinky hockey. Okay.
And make sure the keys are in there too.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out.
I considered leaving it open at the yard while I'm taking the trucks out, but I hear that the brother of the guy who owns the business left his windows down in his really nice car one time, and when he came back, there were about a bajillion ants inside of his car.
Yeah.
No.
So I'm not sure I want to do this. My grandmother-in-law passed away, R.I.P. Yeah, well, he was in Hawaii before it occurred. But yes. your daughter is going to be in the Japanese mafia. Are we talking about my daughter?
Yes.
Because maybe.
Yakuza?
I saw it by myself and then saw it with a friend of mine. Well, I'm glad you enjoy it, man. I'm glad that you can get enjoyment out of it. But from what I have heard, it was not great. Yep. And yeah, crap time rants. All right, here we go. So let's, boy, we are off to a tremendously great start. Oh, and then all of these stop loading. That's fucking fantastic. I'm telling you, you can look back at the comments in the live stream. Me trying to just getting all the tabs loaded before we go live at 2:55 p.m. Then at 3:16 p.m. ran into an issue with Sankaku Complex tabs. Mature content filter was off. Then at 3:26 p.m. embedded tweets don't want to load. So yeah, this has been fun. Anyway, they're loaded now. All right, so animation director Ippei Ichi claims MAPPA offered low rates for Netflix-made anime. So, have you guys heard about this yet?
I have.
Yeah, everybody and their
passing.
brother won't shut up about it on my end.
So, animation director Ippei Ichi, who recently worked on Zombieland Saga Revenge Episode 8 at MAPPA, expressed disappointment on his Twitter account today, which was July 2nd, at the rates he was offered to work on a show at MAPPA produced by Netflix. He claimed that he was offered just 38,000 yen, or US $34 per cut, for a short scene for the unnamed series. Now,
For scene for $34?
okay, it says $34 per cut for a short scene. Now, perhaps terminology is different in Japan, but I'm going to show you guys what a cut
is.
looks like, since I just happen to have this open. Okay.
Are we gonna get the copyright flag?
No, it has to be in motion playing.
I mean, I'm going frame by frame. See this right here? See the amount of animation here?
Yes.
So, like,
Yeah, maybe I should do this as
So how many frames are in a cut? If you don't mind me asking.
here's the thing. A cut is not a designated length of frames. Hold on, let me do it this way.
is it basically like saying a shot before it changes to the other shot?
Yes, that's what a cut is, right? So let me do it like this, so it's a little bit less likely that we get
MAPPA decided they
podcast
wanted
94.
us to have a seamless one angle
Okay.
entire scene.
See that cut right there?
Yeah.
That jump? Okay, this is the start of this cut.
Ah.
This is all the animation. Head move, talking, turning around, flipping the finger. That's the end of the cut. This is a second cut.
$34?
When
Third
the,
cut.
When
Fourth
the
cut.
when the full thing changes.
Yeah, when the camera angle jumps to a new sequence. This is another cut.
$34.
Okay. This is another cut. $34 for turning the head around.
Dude, I'd pay that.
This is another cut. That's that right there. That's another cut. That's another cut.
Whoever
That's another
did the
cut.
barrels
Okay?
coming out of there really
Yeah.
lucked out.
So the point I'm making here is that, let me go ahead and stop screen sharing and start with just the point I'm making here is that a cut is not a specific, like, it's not it depends on the show you're doing, number one.
Knowing MAPPA, though, they're going to have a lot
Yes,
of...
knowing
different-
MAPPA, that's the caveat here. Knowing MAPPA, currently the show that they seem to be working on is Chainsaw Man or whatever.
Mhm.
And that's probably a little bit more detailed and, more dynamic movement.
They've got Chainsaw Man. They're working on the Jujutsu Kaisen movie.
Yes,
they're working on
Jujutsu
Attack
Kaisen
on
is
Titan.
another one. They're doing the final
Attack
season
on Titan,
for
final
Attack on Titan.
season.
Yes. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, if you got paid $34 per cut. Some cuts are going to take you less than an hour to do. Others might take you 6 hours or more to do.
Mhm.
Okay?
It would take me like days to do some of those cuts.
Yeah, but you're also not a trained veteran animator. Right? So
Maybe I am. No.
So some of this is like, you know, because most of these aren't a new drawing every 2 to 3 frames. They're camera pans that are done in post, you know, in the computer and stuff. Like those things are all making the production of the shot that much easier. Now, is $34 low?
Yeah.
It's not
Yes.
high. Okay, if you do the average cut, now again, think about this is MAPPA. Don't forget that this is MAPPA. But if you think about any generic ass show, slice of life or whatever, that's not KyoAni, you're gonna have shots where it's just the character blinks, the character mouth flaps, slight pan. You know, you're gonna have shots like that, and if you're getting paid per cut, those stupidly easy shots are going to make the shots that take you 10 hours, they're going to even out, right? Now, as far as this goes, damn it. As far as this goes, again, it is MAPPA. You should probably expect more, but here's what he goes on to say. In the above tweet, Ichi says a producer for a Netflix production at MAPPA offered the animator $34 per cut of animation. Usually, for a TV anime series, Ichi says the going rate is between 38,000 and 7,000 yen, or $63 for that higher range, right?
Yeah.
So basically, he's saying that they're giving you the low end of the spectrum rather than the middle or high end. Okay? Ichi was worried that accepting this rate would mean that rates across the board would go down further for animators. His advice is to ask for 15,000 yen, more than double the going high end rate per cut, $135. Now, with that said, again, MAPPA, okay? Yes. That is probably not an unreasonable range. But the thing that I'm thinking about is like, if you paid any of the animators, now MAPPA did not work on this, but I'm just saying for Netflix's sake, if you paid any of the animators on Way of the House Husband, $34 per cut, boy, you got ripped off. That was a bad move, Netflix, right? So anyway, in a second tweet on the subject, Ichi says the problem is with Netflix offering such low rates for cuts of anime when they have so much capital. They don't. They're about $100 billion in debt or whatever. He claimed that the rates are possibly cheaper than TV anime. Ichi also followed up by saying that he would be asked to remove the tweets by the company just a minute after posting. So some people are claiming, so I can't tell if he's saying I'm gonna be asked to remove the tweet or if he actually was asked to remove the tweet. Because I've heard from other people that they're saying that he was asked to remove it, and I'm not sure that that's the case or not. Another animator, Thomas Romain, responded, saying that he believes that what Ichi said is, quote, pretty standard rate used by most of the companies, and that's why he, quote, never worked in Japan as an animator, but as pre-production designer because of the cheap rates for Genga, which is the key animation. It literally means original work. So here's the thing. If you're getting paid $34 per cut, and that animation is just keyframing, that's a good deal. But if the $34 per cut is keyframing, pre-production design, in between, and basically start to finish all of it, then yeah, that's worse than slave wages almost, you know. Anyway, veteran animator Hiroyuki Yamada, the key animator on Mobile Suit Gundam ZZ, Yu Yu Hakusho, and Dropkick on My Devil, also chimed in, saying 3,800 yen was the price per cut I was getting when I entered the anime industry 40 years ago. Ramen was only 300 yen back then. Okay. But does anybody think that the animation in Yu Yu Hakusho is on par with the stuff coming out today?
Some of it.
I think most of it is far superior than most of the stuff coming out today. And there's also a smaller pool of animators, right? They were doing more work and everything. Now, look, I am all for animators getting paid more in the industry, for sure. I have a degree in animation. I'm totally on board with the idea that animators are being taken advantage of. I know that. I agree. I've been in those situations. But the problem people don't take into consideration is the reason why animators are getting taken advantage of. And the reason for that is that there are too many of them. There is not enough work to go around, and the vast majority of them aren't that good. So when Netflix is offering to pay $34 per cut, what Netflix is doing is they're saying, hey, we have the rights to this show, and we're Netflix, we kind of suck. We don't take care of properties at all. We are literally just trying to pump shit out so we can have things to show just the best parts of to get more people to join Netflix and buy a subscription. Even if the show they joined for sucks, there's plenty of other stuff that we didn't touch that they won't think sucks that we happen to have on our platform. That's what Netflix is doing, in my opinion. They are specifically trying to give an opportunity to newbies in the industry, people fresh out of college, people still in college even, who...
They're like McDonald's.
Yeah, they're literally giving you the low rate. I don't want to pay more than this. The show's going to suck. I don't care. I'm Netflix. Suck my dick. That's what they're doing. Okay? And I'll tell you, there are a million companies in the United States that do the exact same thing. When I freshly graduated out of college, I got hired on by a place that was doing the same thing. They claimed I was an exempt employee, meaning they didn't have to pay me overtime or double time pay, because the definition of an exempt employee is a job position for which you could literally step outside and grab anybody off the street and they could replace you immediately because your job requires no skill. Obviously not what somebody in my position who's using advanced, multi-$1,000 3D programs on a daily basis to produce the computer-generated images that we used for the company. Definitely not, right? That's obviously not the definition of something like that, right? But that's how these companies work. And I'll tell you, the things that I learned at that company with a wage that wasn't fantastic, but was honestly really freaking good. And I'll be real, probably still the most I've ever made, simply because even though I didn't get paid overtime and double time, I still got paid hourly. And there were a couple days when I came in at 9 and left at 5 p.m. the following day and worked that entire time, because that's sometimes what it takes to get projects out on time. I made more money there than I do now if you account for inflation by a long shot. Now, anyway, tangents aside, the only anime produced at MAPPA that Netflix has been directly involved in and publicly announced is the recently released Yasuke from LaShawn Thomas. See, The slave wages all make sense. No, I was kidding. Who recently appeared at the MAPPA 10th anniversary.
Ouch.
Unlike most other Netflix original anime, such as the MAPPA-produced Dorohedoro, Yasuke has was made outside the production committee system, making Netflix the sole contributor to the series. So that would mean that in the case of Yasuke, Netflix was footing the full bill. Which, I mean, I watched some of it, and it looks like how do you describe this? So you know when you watch a J.J. Abrams movie and it has all the lens flare?
Mm-hmm.
Take a shot of, like, you filmed it on an old flip phone, but you put on the lens flare. It looks like ass, but there's lens flare, right? That's what Yasuke looked like to me. It looked like ass, but with so many post effects to pretend it was pretty that they kind of skirted under the radar. But again, I didn't watch more than one episode. I watched maybe 10 minutes, if at tops, right? Anyway, so projects such as the Animator Dormitory project have... What's up?
Oh, that's more than I watched because I didn't feel like watching it.
Well, you know, it's like I want to sit down and watch stuff, but I'll put on something, and then one of my children will walk in, and it's like, oh, well,
this isn't Pokemon, so they're going to be decapitated, so I got to turn it off.
Yeah.
Which is why you only watch 1.5 episodes of Hellsing Ultimate.
Well, no, I mean, that's part of it for sure, but it's more like with Hellsing. So yes, I'm behind on Hellsing Ultimate. The problem with that, and it's a good thing though, we cannot do the watch club with 2 weeks worth of articles to go over. But it's a good thing though, because of that reason. But the reason I'm behind on is because, like, I get home and it's like, all right, I got the kids in bed, got an hour before I have to be asleep. I got time to watch one episode, so I pop a couple melatonin and I start watching it, and then I'm like, oh God, I don't know if I'm even awake anymore, you know. And then it's like it's a show I don't want to miss, you know. Like, I actually want to consume it fully. So I don't know. It's been less than easy. Anyway, back to the article. So projects such as the Animator Dormitory Project have sprung up to help animators with housing costs while they start out in the industry, helping animators that have since gone on to work on Attack on Titan, Black Clover, and many other anime projects. So I will argue, I think the Animator Dormitory Project is a bad move because you create a situation where animators are taking work that pays them less than they need to be able to survive in the real world because you're giving them a crutch. And then it's actually going to be so hard for them to work their way out of that crutch that they'll ever be able to move on to actually renting an apartment or whatever. I think that this is actually a means of it's almost like a trap to keep animators working for low wages because they can afford to live on your low wages because they're not paying for rent. So you're literally just giving them a shitty place to live. That's worse than if they were able to, you know, actually get a small apartment. And you're actually saving on the back end with how much you have to pay them because you've given them a place to live. What do you want? Why are you asking for more money? You know, that's how I see it. Anyway, so Anime Studio MAPPA responds to the claims of low pay from animators.
They're like, yeah.
Oh my God, I gotta fucking these stupid tweets. God damn it. Okay. Earlier this week, animation director Ippei Ichi. So this is all the stuff we already talked about, right? So the tweets and the responses from the anime industry at large went viral. Today, MAPPA responded to those claims, saying that the information was misleadingly disclosed, which made some of the facts be, quote, taken out of context and enforced, quote, misunderstandings and speculations that promoted, quote, unjustified distortion of the truth. That's a mouthful. So here's what they had to say. Quote, we have recently noticed that some internal information about an unpublished work was misleadingly disclosed on social media. As a result, some of the facts were taken out of context and other information was added based on misunderstandings and speculations, resulting in unjustified distortions of the truth and causing a great deal of inconvenience to our clients and other people involved in the work. As a matter of fact, the work in question, which has not yet been released, is not a project that we were commissioned to produce by a major platform. The work in question is a new installment of a TV series that was produced in the past and for which both we and the production committee had been eagerly awaiting approval. And finally, the production order was realized when the production committee's managing company confirmed the sale of the work to a major platform, Netflix. The production cost is determined by the sales amount. In the past, as well as in the case of this work, we have never forced creators to accept commissions at unreasonably low prices that were not in proportion with production costs. Since many companies and creators are involved in the production of animation works, conditions are agreed upon between the parties involved, and information management is also under strict control. Especially for works that have not yet been published, there is a risk that the parties involved may be accused of violating the contract and the work itself may be abandoned. We strongly object to such unauthorized disclosures of information and will take appropriate action.
Yeah, they object to it because it makes us look bad.
Right. So our company aims to produce the best work possible within the scope of the production costs set for each project, and we will continue to make every possible effort to do so. We will strive to continue to improve the working environment and conditions for each project every day. Thank you very much for your continued support. So it was not 100% confirmed in the above statement if the project MAPPA is discussing is the one they have worked on in the past or taking over an anime project from a previous studio. So, again, I think this is a situation where we have to wait and see what show it ends up being. Because like I said, if it's something like with the animation level of Way of the House Husband, then $34 is more money than you will ever make on any other project in the history of your company.
Yeah, that's a steal.
Yeah, that is such a high rate for a show like that. Is it a show like that? Probably not. But is it Attack on Titan final season? No, doesn't seem to be. Obviously not literally, but is it a show of comparable animation level? Probably not, right? So anyway, we're just going to have to wait and see. I think that I'm very wary of artists who speak out and try to change the industry by like guilting the companies and going viral like that, because usually they don't usually come from a sincere place. Like, yes, everybody in the industry wants things to get better for artists. You know, every artist, I should say, in the industry wants things to get better. But I don't think that disproportionately, looking at the job. Let me rephrase this. I think it is disingenuous to misread something that says like, hey, would you like to work on a new project? We're paying $34 per cut for a short scene. And you go, holy shit, no way. That's so unbelievably low. And then it turns out to be freaking Way of the House Husband. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know that I agree with it. I'm wary to lend all my support behind it. However, Sakugaboru person here, I don't know, or maybe this might just be an animator who has posts on Sakugaboru. I don't know who this is. Anyway, they said the one amusing thing about the deluge of industry folks complaining about MAPPA after the studio's event is how people with less experience and more precarious jobs will find the most convoluted ways to point fingers without saying their name. Then veterans go, fuck MAPPA, LOL. But really, just over the last few days, we've had veterans like Iguchi reminding everyone that MAPPA scammed him out of half the binding fee that the studio themselves had pitched to him, because when it came to pay, they claimed it was unreasonable. Today, we I don't know if you guys can hear my children yelling, but I'm going to try to ignore it for now. Today we've got a warning about MAPPA pitching, if anything, below TV anime rates for Netflix titles, explaining why they must negotiate for better. The response, MAPPA management asking the person to delete the tweet. Again, I don't know that they did, or if he was saying that they will. Like, obviously, like, well, I'm going to say this, but they're going to ask me to take it down. I don't know. Even though he laid the blame more on Netflix. And there have also been public conversations about how even in cases where MAPPA pays ace animators higher fees, they're doing so at the cost of jobs like in-betweening and painting, which they systematically underpay and look down upon even by anime standards. The effects show, like you can tell when they do that. These aren't even the most damning accusations of the week, but the fact that they're public and coming one after the other is extraordinary in an industry where all this happens backdoors. Jerking off your brand when many people have reasons to be upset has consequences, I guess. So, yeah, that's nice. I don't know what to tell you. I think that obviously the animators speaking out in Japan have much more history with this industry than I do. But I do think that Netflix has provided some unbelievably underwhelming shows. And I wonder if that has something to do with this. This part here about the studio pitching the binding fee and then backing out because they claimed it was unreasonable. I hope the guy took him to court if it's true. I really think that, I'll tell you, my very first job I did not get paid for, and they used the shot in the movie. It happens. It does. So I don't know. I mean, I could have taken them to court, but in that situation, I was only looking at like $100, and it would have cost me more to try to track them down and take them to court than I would have gotten back, So anyway, moving on. Anime studio MAPPA opens a branch office to produce Chainsaw Man and help improve animators' working conditions. So once again, this is the wages are very low. How many pizza parties a month do we have to do to trick people into not thinking about it, kind of thing? So the new office is close to shops, a train station, and has a lounge to relax. Thank God. It looks like ass though. To hell, like, look at how few fucking windows there are on this thing. Like, this must be the elevator. Is that what that is? That makes sense, I guess. All right. So to help with the massive increase in projects, anime studio MAPPA has opened up a new branch studio to be more accommodating to animators, especially for the upcoming TV anime of Chainsaw Man, which will be produced at the new studio. Architecture Photo previewed the new studio with a vast collection of photos, with Chainsaw Man director Ryu Nakayama commenting on the stylish digs. So here's where the animators get to work. Here's the lounge areas. The new studio, which was set up in what was laid out for a doctor's clinic. Okay, that's fitting for this career. Sees two large-scale animation studios on floors 1 and 2. So this is interesting that these are seemingly. What do you think, FDM? Do you think these are tablets, or do you think these are light tables?
Light tables?
Yeah, do you think these are for cell animation?
I mean, looking at it closer, it barely helps. I don't think it's a tablet.
Well, they do have there's a hole in the desk here, so maybe.
Yeah, but they just make desks with holes.
But I'm thinking it's possible. See, because the thing is that they've got the lights here. This has got to be an animation, I think
that's
this is for
the
animation.
Genga or whatever.
Yeah, maybe they might do the key animation on paper still. Anyway. So the first 2 floors have minimal sunlight due to the preferences of animators working in less sunlight to help concentration. Yes, okay. While the manager's floor has some sunlight coming in through smaller windows. The second and third floors have lounges to help foster relaxation, and so staff could refresh between work. Meeting rooms separate between the lounges and workspaces to create separate spaces. Wood was used for the work desks and as accents in the lounge areas to give a relaxing feeling. If you say so. Wood, that thing you can't lay down on easily. So here's the manager's workspaces. Oh yeah, they worked on Banana Fish. MAPPA did. The director of Chainsaw Man, I don't know what's happening here. I don't even care anymore. This is where they'll be producing Chainsaw Man. I don't think anybody cares about this. We're going to move on from this topic. Here's the blueprints. There you go. Anyway, moving on. We're way too far behind for this. Okay, Tokyo is going into a fourth state of emergency that is going to last through the Olympics. Without opening up more articles, I also noticed that 2 people in the Olympic Village have been diagnosed with COVID already. They have decided that there will be 0 spectators, foreign or domestic, in the Olympics going forward now. And people who, because the Olympics are taking place in an open air arena, people walking by have heard the theme to Dragon Quest playing. So seemingly they're preparing for the event, and they're going to have some Dragon Quest, and also a song that the article claimed was from Evangelion, but actually isn't from Evangelion. It's a 70s song that the Megumi Hayashibara sings in one of the Rebuild films. So effectively it's linked in people's minds to Eva. All right, moving on from this.
Can we just skip the Olympics to 2024 or whatever? Like, yeah, we're just not going to do the Olympics.
Well, I don't think we should skip them. I think we should have had them in 2020, but I think it should be like what they've decided to do, where it's like no spectators and all that stuff. Because I feel like first of all, Japan is like fucked. Like this is such a huge expense putting on the Olympics. I mean, it is an enormous expense for the economy, but when that many people come to your country for the Olympics, the tourism, the local economies, everything makes that money back. Right? Like, and then some. That's why places want to host the Olympics. And if I recall, the last time Japan hosted the Olympics was during World War II, right? It was so Hitler went to the Olympics when they were in Germany, right? And then 4 years later, during the actual war, wasn't supposed to be in Japan, but obviously that didn't quite pan out. I don't remember. I'm not an Olympics expert. I just remember watching a video about it. Anyway,
right.
Also, the entire reason I'm bringing up the Olympics and not just skipping it entirely is to segue into this post by Lashansky about the German soccer team who, for their promotion about going to the Olympics in Japan, decided to make like an anime themed thing, which is kind of crazy because I don't know why.
Did you see the name of the first guy?
This guy?
Yeah, read
Stefan Kuntz. So the thing that I think is funny about this German thing is, now I don't know about you, but when I look at this design, I kind of see a swastika.
Oh no! I see it.
You've just been watching too much Hellsing. Oh, actually,
Anyway.
It's the little tail end of the black. Like, it's not a perfectly straight line. It just like has this.
It's
I don't know, shark
obviously
fin.
not, but it's just like you couldn't have picked a not angular design. Anyway, so there you go, Lishansky. I'm sharing that for you, buddy. If you guys want to check it out, it's in the description. It's in the it's in the link doc, which will take you back to the podcast group here where it's posted. It's not as good as when Finland went anime for votes. Definitely not that good, but it's close. Actually, no, it's not even close. It's not that good at all compared to that. It was way better when Finland did it. Anyway, moving on. But thank you for sharing. All right. Pour one out. Philece Sampler, Digimon and Legend of Korra star, dies at 67. She passed away. Jesus, none of these. God, Twitter, I hate you.
Who was she in Digimon?
She was Mimi.
Oh
What?
no! Oh.
So she passed away from a heart attack just before she turned 68 years old. She was
She was like 67.
Yeah, right before she turned 68, she passed away. She was most notable for providing the voice of Mimi Tachikawa in the English dubbed version of Digimon Adventure franchise.
Well, I guess she's
and
not
provided
coming
her
back
voice.
for the reboot if they ever
Yep,
dub
all
that.
the way through Mimi's most recently English dubbed appearance in Digimon Adventure Tribe. She also voiced Cody Hida in the series. She was also older Toph in Avatar: The Last Airbender's sequel, Legend of Korra. Hiyori Tamura in Lucky Star, Lori in Zatch Bell, Tsuruko Aoyama in Love Hina, Beauty in Bobo 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 Bo, Mead in The Seven Deadly Sins, and more. Philece was convinced she was the reincarnation of Anne Askew, an English writer and poet who had been put to death during the reign of Henry VIII. I just thought I'd share it.
I did not need to know that about her.
Yeah.
But all right.
I'm telling you though, like the cast of Digimon is just cursed because like the opening vocalist, like the original opening vocalist, died, and then the English opening vocalist died, and then what is it?
Curse, yeah,
Wizardmon died in real life as well as the show, and Joe died, and like. They can't catch a break, Digimon. I'm just sitting here holding my breath for like Ty's voice actor and stuff.
Yeah. In other news, apparently Avatar: The Last Airbender is going to become a Paramount Plus exclusive.
I
All
mean,
right, so
it's exclusive to my shelf right now.
Also-
Yeah, mine too.
right, Japan's number 2, Taro Aso, raises possibility of joining the U.S. in defending Taiwan. So this is the part of the podcast I call the drums of war. Can you hear them? I don't want to cover it more than just to say that basically they're acknowledging that if Beijing attacks Taiwan, that they're going to see that as, well, we're next. Right? Like if we don't stop China from attacking Taiwan, then we're standing by as they are growing their might and, taking over. Therefore, we very well could be next. So they're saying, all right, well, we're going to draw that line in the sand, which China definitely isn't going to cross that. Don't be ridiculous. They don't have any complexes over Taiwan. They've never had any issues like that. Insert 30 billion articles I didn't cover this week. Gonzo launches Samurai Cryptos project featuring original samurai characters. So remember when I said you'd think it would be someone like Gonzo who was tax evading? Well, apparently they're just grifting a different way. So Gonzo, god damn it, Twitter, why? I got all of them. So look, I went through the tabs one by one, and I got all of them to work. So about maybe like here. And then, actually, no, when I got to the Sankaku Complex articles, that's when I realized that the safe search was turned off or whatever, or mature filter or whatever. So then I had to put them back in strategically with it turned on, which was tricky. Then I started back here. And as I got to about, I don't know, here, all of the Twitter tabs decided to crap the bed. So apparently all the ones I had previously gone through, they cracked the bed inside the embedded tweets too. That's wonderful. Anyway, so Gonzo, a Tokyo-based animation production company that worked on Last Exile and Afro Samurai, announced the launch of its new project, Samurai Cryptos, for the new world scene of the blockchain NFT era, or non-fungible token. The company's producer, Shinichiro Ishikawa, says, quote, the concept of NFT opens a new era of anime. Does it now? Does it have to?
Can we just buy anime licenses with NFTs?
We would own them forever, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
The only problem is that every non-fungible token sells for like fucking millions of dollars. So I'm pretty sure that's what Gonzo's doing. They're like, oh, we got to get in on this. Sell the likeness to Afro Samurai to Samuel L. Jackson. Just cuz. So the product is based on 3 keywords: cipher, decentral, and solidarity. From these words, creators will... Okay, so they don't understand what crypto is or NFTs, because they created this project based on these 3 keywords. And from these words, creators will create original samurai characters and stories from zero. Ishikawa adds, I want to reach out to the passion of people who resonate with the soul of samurai cryptos. And together, we ascend the concept into the next dimension. What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah, they definitely don't know what the hell they're talking about. Like, even if they did, they're doing it the wrong way, because it's like, yeah, make your own original samurai and stuff, and it will be a NFT that people will totally want, instead of taking Samurai Champloo and selling him or whatever it is.
Yes, him. Him. Sorry, I'm pouring my alcohol into my can. Okay. Now I only have to hold 1 drink. Okay, so 3 creators have announced their participation in this project at this time. Makoto Kobayashi of Last Exile Mobile Suit Gundam ZZ, or as you call it, ZZ. Michinori Chiba from Basilisk and Skate the Infinity. Can't wait to hear his Solidarity Cipher Decentral Samurai. Hiroya Ijima of Afro Samurai, Mazinger Z, and Infinity. I think it's Mazinger Z Infinity, the movie. Anyway, further details on the project will be revealed soon. Samurai Crypto's Twitter account says, our voyage into the NFT era has begun, which means cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. That's all they're seeing right now, right? The new project Samurai Crypto is launched. Ishikawa, the CEO of Gonzo and producer of this project, approached up-and-coming creators to join it. What will the new samurais of the NFT era created by them do? The world isn't ready. You're not ready. You don't even know what this is. Anyway, so one more thing in our opening discussions that have now gone on for an hour and a half. Let's talk about, come on, there we go, AnimeTube. So, I don't want to read more than I have to, so I'm just going to say, AnimeTube was a Kickstarter that started, they had a goal to create a streaming platform with a library deeper than Crunchyroll and Funimation combined. Now, I have an archive.
Good luck.
I have an archive of the Kickstarter because the Kickstarter has been canceled.
Oh.
And
I'm
it has
shocked.
been canceled because AnimeTube, the future of anime apps, canceled, is the subject of an intellectual property dispute and is currently unavailable. Oh, let's view the notification. Remove your media, LLC. That's the one that Viz uses. In fact, yeah, copyrighted Japanese anime owned by Viz. The anime is Naruto. So yes, they've been kicked down. Now, people say that it was an obvious scam with many red flags.
Oh yeah, but right away, if you look at their goal, 285,000 USD.
Yeah,
good luck
so-
getting a catalog, licensing a catalog larger than Crunchyroll with that. When you know how we were talking about.
You're jumping into some stuff here. So let me say a couple things. First of all, they said it was an obvious scam. Now look, I didn't look at the Kickstarter when it went up. I'm looking at the archive. I can't play any of the videos in the archive, and I will say there are like 1 or 2 red flags. The rest of it actually sounds pretty reasonable if you are just reading the About Us. It is written very well to
Oh yeah, they got to try and
Grift.
sell the scam.
it's a damn good grift if all you know about it is what they wrote here. Okay, now if you look here, you can see a bunch of anime that that is owned by, Funimation, Viz. There's Nintendo down
Actually,
here, right?
Mrs. Aniplex.
And Aniplex as well. Now, on this one, let's see. So regarding the red flags, this place said, the first comes from the titles they aspire to license and the use of anime content not yet signed to the company in the Kickstarter pitch to backers. To license 5,000 shows, when even the current largest legal streaming services like Crunchyroll only have around 1,000 titles, is an ambitious undertaking. The list of titles they plan to license, which was featured in a 19-page document that has now been removed from their official website, does include the names of more than enough anime to meet this target. But the process of licensing these shows is far from simple. So you can actually, OdaQuest has a backup of this document. And I noticed a couple titles in here that were an immediate red flag to me. Dragon Ball Z, this is the plan to eradicate the Saiyans. Funimation's been trying to license that for like 20 years.
Really?
Yeah, I assume they would actually. Now I'm not so sure. I contacted them about it like 20 years ago and asked them about it, and they didn't have it back then. And they the exact quote they said was, "Sorry, we don't discuss our licensing practices with people outside of our employment," or something like that. So I jokingly replied, "Want to offer me a job?" And they said, we host our listings on monster.com. Anyway.
That's one way to get you.
Yeah, right.
I mean, that's one way to either get them to laugh and then say, "Fuck yeah, I'll do it." Like, fuck you, and go away.
I was really surprised. Yeah. So anyway, so there's a lot of titles here, as you can see.
Yeah.
19 pages of this. So anyway, they went on to say, a glance at the titles featured on the list includes several anime under exclusive licensing agreements with other streaming services, such as Sailor Moon Eternal movies, which were recently released by Netflix as original films, as well as Beastars. That was another one. Several Studio Ghibli films, which are currently under exclusive license agreements with HBO and outside of the US with Netflix, and Neon Genesis Evangelion, all shows that would be impossible to license under existing agreements. Many shows featured also seem to understate the difficulties that have prevented these shows from being accessible for many years, including beloved classics like Love Hina and shows such as Precure, which are only recently licensed in a limited capacity by Crunchyroll. The list even includes anime like Chibi Maruka-chan, already available in English via the Japan Foundation. So, let's see. I
don't know if I'm spoiling this from a later tweet, but literally there was something that was claiming that they were in discussions with Right Stuf or whatever.
Yeah, I will get to that in a moment. So the Kickstarter for the project asks for a surprisingly modest $50,000. Now look, it says here, in pounds, 36,276 pounds. That's roughly $50,000 US. But I don't know where they're getting that number, because the goal says $285,000 here, right? So I'm confused. I don't quite know what's going on. All right.
I think the goal is reached on one site and not on the other.
Well, there may have been more than one that went up like
there was an old Kickstarter like a month ago, and they took it down, and then they made a new one, which is the one that just went up.
Is that the 285 one, or?
I think
because this was written July 8th, and as far as I can tell, this was last updated July 6th, 2021. Funding for this project was canceled by the project creator on June 13th. So maybe this is the old one. I don't know. Anyway, continuing.
Hey, in Kickstarter news, do we know about like whatever happened to that like project that a bunch of AniTubers and a bunch of content creators were gonna do to change the work environments of animators? You know,
You talking about the stupid music video project?
yeah, that one.
Yeah,
do
I
we
don't
know
know.
what happened to that?
That's funny because I'm in my rewatch. I'm getting close, guys. I'm on podcast 124. In my rewatch, I just got through when we talked about that. Yep.
You're gonna want to pull this one up. Private chat. Streaming on private chat.
Private chat.
Reese, you should have said that the way that Joe Rogan tells Jamie or whatever to pull something up.
You talking about the thing I literally just showed? Reese.
Oh,
The one with Biz, whatever.
I literally just showed this exact thing.
no. Well, I was on another tab looking for it, just trying to pull up the current numbers, and then I didn't realize. I'm sorry. I'm slow.
Shame. Okay. All right.
Shame.
Anyway, so it says here on this article that they had a surprisingly modest goal of $50,000, which, by the way, the other article also uses the same image here with the euros and everything, and they also claim 50,000. I don't know.
I'm just saying, if they pretend that they have enough money to license all these shows, then why do they need our money to kickstart their app?
Oh, yeah, we're going to read all the... Look, as I said before, when you read just the About Us category thing, all the text on the Kickstarter, it actually sounds pretty reasonable. But when you hear the backpedaling, you're like, wow. So they said that meet that target in a matter of hours. The Kickstarter for AnimeTube was actually picked out as one of Kickstarter's, quote, projects we love, which helped it gain a considerable amount of traction. And a sponsored advertising campaign by popular internet comic studio Merryweather Comics certainly helped bring some attention to the project. However,
Merryweather, he was involved?
Yes. However, serious questions were raised over the legitimacy of this project early this morning when Sean Kleckner from Right Stuf Anime politely inquired as to why AnimeTube was listing titles that Right Stuf Anime held the licensing rights to when no negotiations had taken place between them. AnimeTube's Twitter account initially responded to Kleckner indicating they had, quote, contacted him on LinkedIn. But this tweet was
in discussions, even if it's one-sided.
Yeah, but this tweet has subsequently been deleted. Yeah, it says, hey, Sean, we've contacted you on LinkedIn to discuss directly with you. So I've got the full thing of what transpired after that, where he's like, yeah, fuck no. And he says, at Funimation, at Sentai Filmworks, at Ghibli USA, at Viz Media, at Toye Animation. Any of you familiar with AnimeTube? Seems to have a lot of our titles listed / representing in negotiations to acquire for their Kickstarter streaming project. I didn't license them or have any discussions. Anyone? Also, G-Kids, Discotech, Media Blasters, Netflix Japan.
They got the wrong Media Blasters.
Oh, yeah. This is the old one?
Yeah, I think so. It's Media Blasters 1 now.
Yeah, Media Blasters 1 is their new one.
Why'd you follow the old one?
Just because, in case they ever say anything again, they get their account back. Animego and Aniplex USA, right? And then here's where things start to really fall apart. From the founder, worldwide access, and we'll be avoiding the app stores. Who believes this shit is legit? Will the UK be able to access the whole anime library like if it was in the USA, or will some anime be region locked or hidden like it, blah, blah, blah. This hasn't been decided yet. We are working on a deal that could possibly get us worldwide access. Our app will be installed on iOS and Android devices without having to go through the App Store, which is another way of saying we were denied access to the App Store.
I mean, to be fair, they could be avoiding how, they're bending our ass backwards for these fees, because that's essentially what Fortnite did. But, I don't think they're...
I mean, they were kicked off the Xbox store once already, basically.
Oh, really?
Right. So here this tweet thread was saying, just going to leave this whole thing here for posterity. So this is AnimeTube saying, the industry is moving away from exclusive licenses. And they are not happy with Sony owning several of the largest anime streaming and distribution services in the USA. This is the reason they are moving 3,000
Neither are
shows
we,
to
to be fair.
Anime Log. What's up?
Neither are we, to be fair, but yeah, go on.
Yeah. This is the reason they are moving 3,000 shows to Anime Log, and frankly, YouTube is a horrible place to store anime. Also, combined Crunchyroll and Funimation only have around 7 and 9% of the total anime shows available. There's a ton of good content that is not licensed and is not dubbed. In addition, not all streaming rights are exclusive. Streaming rights are not the same as distribution and dubbing rights. But when we go after dubbing and distribution rights, it is likely going to require another Kickstarter campaign to fund it. After we get a few shows and enough subbed anime license, we will have the funds to bid on anime to dub and distribute based on our MVP surveys. Our users will get to choose which anime we go after. Personally, I've lived and worked in Japan for several years. I'm one of the few foreigners who lived and worked in Japan with the intent of becoming Japanese. Cringe.
What?
This is extremely important with developing
Sounds like
business.
a transracial thing.
This is extremely important with developing business relationships with Japanese. My business partner, Hironori, has extensive experience with startups and developing businesses in the USA and Japan. Finally, and most importantly, we've already met with the rep for the largest conglomerate of Japanese anime producers, and they have given us their approval and their promise to assist us with licensing anime. We are devoting our life savings to AnimeTube, which every single time they say it, they have the little, we're a registered trademark, right? And we would not do it if we did not have confidence we could bring this project to where it needs to be. Sincerely, George Weller, CEO of GameFace, LLC. Okay.
Sincerely,
there's more.
Get
I love this.
LLC.
As far as I can tell, please correct me if I'm wrong, the AnimeTube app simply scrapes shows from other sources, including illegal ones. There's not a lot of info on it out there, though, and it's now been removed from the Xbox store. So this is what they said in their thing. This is anything but fiction. Our original app had 1.8 million downloads on Xbox One/Windows 10, and we were number one for over 8 years. We will be number one on all platforms within time. I also saw Schmullis said, reading up more on the AnimeTube hilarity, it seems they had an app on the Microsoft Xbox storefronts at one point that was taken down. Feels very much like they are going, okay, we got caught streaming stuff we didn't have. Now we just have to become Crunchyroll 2.0 and we're all set.
Basically.
Yeah, right? So anyway, back to, yeah, and then when you see it, when you actually see it, yikes. 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 It's basically Kiss Anime rebranded, right?
Well, yeah. Especially if they scrape, they're probably scraping from Kiss Anime.
Right. Here's Manga Tube.
That looks like ass.
Asian Drama Unlimited.
This
right?
looks like, how do I put it? Like, you know how, like Reese might know this, on Cyberlink you can watch videos from your computer. It looks like that default whatever menu.
Yeah, the server access or whatever.
Yeah, basically.
When you rip all your Blu-rays and put them up on your home server, media server. Media
Basically.
server, that's the term. Okay. So apparently this is from their Discord. Quote, it would be nice if you added a blurb, if you can, about how licensing is a separate effort and none of the money going into this project is going towards paying for content. It would also be good if you indicated that you have licenses or will have soon negotiated. I have seen many people comment outside of Kickstarter that they think this isn't legit and you are stealing or offering content with simple links to questionably licensed YouTube streams. This is incorrect. So this is them answering it. This is incorrect. Some of the money is going towards licensing. people are under the false impression that it takes an enormous amount of money to license for streaming because streaming companies are under strict non-disclosure agreements. You won't find any information out there regarding streaming licenses, but there is information on distribution licensing, which includes taking a show that isn't dubbed and dubbing it. You then have the rights to box it up, sell it on Amazon, for instance. Yes, distribution requires large upfront fees. Streaming is different. The bottom line is that no one outside of the people doing the contracts knows what are in the contracts. There is a single lawsuit from like 15 years ago that has information on distribution licensing contracts. Yes, that's the lawsuit between Gynax and ADV, where you found out that it cost them $1 million to license Prowl Phantom Memory. The people who know will not talk about it. People on Reddit/forums do not know. But there is an interview with Kun Gao, previous CEO of Crunchyroll, where he hints at streaming license requirements. Our contracts may be very different from Crunchyroll's contracts. The industry is changing, and that is all we can say about this matter. Why on earth would the industry move in a direction of getting paid less for licenses if other companies that are already established and legit are willing to pay more? That's absurd. So they say, we clearly priced out the cost of travel, legal, and business development fees to cover the cost of licensing on our page. The rest we will not be able to talk about because of non-disclosure agreements. When we go for distribution and dubbing rights of shows, it may require 2 to 3 more Kickstarter campaigns. But after 2 to 3, we should have sufficient revenue to bid on our own, and they will fall like dominoes. Yeah, your Kickstarters, especially when people start coming to AnimeTube because it's a superior product and service for AnimeTube. AnimeTube, registered trademark, right? Anyway, okay. So, lastly, the Merryweather, this is an excerpt from the Merryweather comic. They backed out. Sea-Dog made a video about it and pointed out the bullshit. And yeah, everything else is history. Anybody else want to say anything more?
That's pretty AIDS.
Pretty AIDS it is.
Yeah, it looked like trash. But we all knew that.
In the $50,000 goal for the Kickstarter, no money is set aside for licensing. The company's goals note $40,000 for the vague category of development, with $10,000 being set aside for professional fees. So this is what it looked like, right? Now, the one that I had up just a second ago, they've got a whole different breakdown. Oh, by the way, if you're wondering about this character, it's an AI assistant they're also developing for the website. That was also a thing I neglected
so they're
to bring
copying
up.
Samsung.
And they go on to basically shit all over Hima-san or whatever. What are they calling her?
Crunchy Hime?
Crunchy Hime, yeah. Yeah, so anyway, where is it? Come on. Right here. Yeah, so this is the budget that's currently on the one that I'm looking at here. Again, it may be the second or third one that they did. I don't know. But it says the primary goal item, CMS fees, whatever the fuck that is, travel to Japan for licensing acquisition, $20,000 to travel to Japan. Professional fees, legal, translation, and finance, only $10,000. Progressive web application development, $100,000. Business development fee, $50,000. And Aimee-chan's in-app manga, $5,000. Where's the licensing? Just the $20,000? So the travel to Japan. So the licensing's free. It's the travel that's expensive. Okay. Anyway.
That's not how any of this works.
No, not at all.
They might be able to license that one 15-minute of OVA that nobody wants to buy.
Well,
Yeah.
exactly. The whole service is going to have just that, and they'll be like, see, guys, we've achieved our 5,000 anime goal, like we told you.
5,000 frames.
Oh, yeah. We never said what the anime was. That's 5,000 animes.
Frames.
By the way, so Onion War... this just in, Footnum. All shows VAs will die eventually. I mean, sure, yeah, but you don't see like Pokemon being like Veronica Taylor died for the 3rd time and Brock's Eric Stewart died again or whatever. Like, this is what I mean. Like, Digimon is like you're just constantly seeing all of these iconic characters or whatever die, like in real life. But other big shows, you don't really see that. I don't know, and at least not in the same frequency. That's all I'm saying.
So, Kappa face, I'm going to call it that. Okay. War, yes, I will say that. There is no war in Basing's. What?
I read that as a really weird spelling of beings gay.
Okay, I like that interpretation. It means goofy. Okay. Bogo's Binted. What?
Whatever that means.
Crunchyroll was an illegal website itself, but you had to pay, so they got away because they got the licenses because they were millionaires. Right. Yes,
Like,
that's what you're talking about.
Vegas constantly talks about is these companies that want to become Crunchyroll 2.0 and stuff,
Right,
but he keeps on
effectively
emphasizing that Crunchyroll was just like at the right place at the right time, and it's like basically it's the exception, not the rule. It's not something you can just replicate. But
there will never be a Crunchyroll 2.0.
As far as I can tell, Crunchyroll, they kind of, when they had their website, it was more or less a YouTube that had anime. So it's
this is why it worked for Crunchyroll. Crunchyroll was the biggest platform people were using. So they already had the traffic and like the brand recognition and whatnot. So getting companies to see, hey, like they were able to convey to the companies, look, this is the way the direction the world is going to go. That we are already established in the streaming game. Why don't you just go ahead and let us go legit and host your products, and we'll pay you this fat sum we're already getting, right? And we will build our model around licensing your shows. And for every view it gets, like we will fractionally take a portion of that person's monthly funding, and it'll go to you. And so you're going to get free money. You don't really have to do anything except for not take us to court or something like that, right? Now, if another company came out and tried to do that now, they're not going to already have more brand recognition than Crunchyroll or Funimation or anybody else. It literally cannot happen again.
It's already been
The
established.
road's already scoured and dried up.
Yeah, well, the thing that allowed Crunchyroll to get away with it was the fact that they were the first and they built the infrastructure effectively, right? Now, anyway, moving on, Recycle of the Penguin Drum compilation film splits into 2 parts and confirms new footage. So you guys remember they crowdfunded a 10th anniversary compilation film for Penguin Drum. It made 10 times what it was supposed to raise. It was 105 million yen. And it was only looking to get 10 million. So yeah, almost $1 million US for basically $100,000, right? Anyway, they're splitting it into 2 films under the title of Recycle of the Penguin Drum, with both films being set to be released in 2022. And not only that, but the films will see new footage and animation.
If they didn't have new footage animation, I'd question why they even had to fund that.
Seriously, right? Jesus, $10 to hire some.
And the thing I hate the most about this is that they're adding more footage because it's like, oh, I gotta rewatch the whole thing, and then watch for those 2 minutes total of extra footage. That's like, oh, I spilled a drink on my shirt. Oh.
Honestly, like, think about it this way. Think about a TV sitcom like Seinfeld, for example.
The director's cut of Seinfeld.
What are you doing? Just
I don't know
casually mute me in the middle.
I don't know why I accidentally hit you when I tried to do that.
Okay, so imagine.
Oh, I know. I accidentally, instead of hitting the solo layout button,
Yeah.
I accidentally hit that one. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, now that that's over. Okay. So imagine Seinfeld. It's been off the air for years. 10 years after its finale, they start a crowdfunding campaign, and all they're going to do is make a new episode, but it's just a clip show, right? That's
No,
all it is.
wait, hold on.
No, they shoot new footage
why'd
with
you- why'd you say
really old
Seinfeld?
Jerry.
You should have said Friends, because they did have that that revival, and that's what it should have been. That would be
Anyway.
hilarious.
But yeah, like just imagine a U.S. property or a Western property where rather than like, oh, Battlestar Galactica 20-year anniversary, yep. So we re-edited all 200 episodes or whatever it is down into 20-minute episode that's unbearable to watch. Anyway, it just seems weird to me. Anyway, Kickstarter news. I found this Girl in Past anime short film. 14 days to go, and not at all going to make its thing. Also, it's from Singapore, but they have a Blu-ray tier. So you'll notice the big jump here from $124 to $450. That's because I'm making their dream happen, guys. I backed them at the highest level, knowing they aren't going to make it.
Oh,
Anyway, I didn't
okay.
even watch the video, but yeah, there is a DVD and Blu-ray tier. So if you want it, super ambitious Singaporean movie, short film. I mean,
For 11,000.
all right, let's just keep scrolling down from here. This was the Sankaku Complex article that I had to enable turn off the mature content filter for. So, PayPal locks out the Western Eroge developer from their Kickstarter funds. So, Toffer Team, a Western Eroge development team making Lewd Idol project, has been denied the Kickstarter funds. That they worked hard to raise for their game on PayPal. Yet another example of companies trying to control what type of content is and isn't allowed to be made, but even going so far as to steal money this time. The official Twitter account for Toffer Team brought this matter to attention and explained PayPal locked their account because their content is, quote, related to sexual services. So PayPal does block quote unquote sexual services because the porn has the highest rate of chargeback requests of anything on the planet, right? So I'm assuming that this is a default reactionary measure from PayPal that may have been tipped off by some cancel culture people. I don't know. But this is already part of their policy. But it's kind of interesting that they would do it from the Kickstarter side, where I don't know. I'm not quite sure. Anyway, so PayPal has permanently locked our account, and remaining Kickstarter. Oh, hold on, I gotta take this phone call.
Well, he's taking a phone call. Oop, that's not what I want to do. Here, I'll remove him out. So
Oh, you didn't want to see him pace around the room?
give him some privacy.
I was very entertained by his spacing.
So, effing anime addict. Basically saying, yeah, Pokemon is not as good as Digimon. And I mean, yeah, that's my sentiment as well. Like, it's like not even a comparison, if you ask me, because Pokemon, he says he forgets how many seasons Pokemon has compared to Digimon. They have at least like 15 or whatever. They're like at probably over 1,000 episodes.
Yeah.
But the thing is, compared to Pokemon, like Digimon has so much more variety because Ash every single season is pretty much the same season. It's like, oh, I'm gonna go to the Elite Four, become the Pokemon Master, and then once he gets to the Elite Four and loses, he's like, guess I'll go to a different region instead of like actually try again and actually achieve my dreams. And you know what? When I go to the next region, I'm just gonna like offload all my Pokemon except my level 200 Pikachu, and I'll just start over. Like screw like having my already powerful Pokemon and going immediately to the other gyms and smashing
Just
them
completely
through the ass.
destroying all the.
Like there's literally
I
For-
can't
for
wait
a
till
show
Pokemon
about
gets so
what?
far. I can't wait till Ash gets so far to Pokemon that he's an old man, but his Pokemon are so freaking strong that he just goes back through all the people who beat him and just obliterates them like one attack. Like imagine Pikachu goes Super Saiyan and just like the opponent that the Sandshrew that beat him in that one episode is just like a skeleton. That'd be hilarious. So yeah, that was my coworker.
I don't know how delayed I am now, but there's that one episode where Pikachu like defeated a legendary Pokemon, Regice or whatever, and then it's like later in the next season he gets beaten by a starter Pokemon. It's just like face palm
Is Regice
for days. Like really?
a legendary? Really?
Yeah, Regice, Registeel, Regirock, Regigigas.
know that, and I just dropped my.
What's it? Regular.
Yeah, so-
Regigigas.
So that was the guy that I work with. All the things that we talked about on Saturday, for some reason, he thought he needed to call me and confirm again. So anyway, that shouldn't happen again tonight, at least. So real quick, powering through this. So they locked him out of their funds. They said PayPal has locked our account and all our funds that we had raised for the Kickstarter campaign for Lewd Idol Project. Apparently, this has been due to our content being related to, according to them, sexual services. Honestly, I'm so tired of having almost all the mainstream platforms censoring, persecuting, and marginalizing creators just because we're making artistic, adult, or anime-style content. We have already seen that in countless examples in the past few years. Being left out of the platform is not the problem. The problem is they have locked all our funds, and we were using to work, and they won't allow us to withdraw or use any of it. They have literally tied our hands and deprived of whatever money we needed to fulfill our future releases, which is another way of just saying, yeah, so that $1 million you gave us, PayPal won't let us have it. Damn, right? And then you fuck off with the guy from Ufotable, right? Anyway, God, can you imagine if they had to pay taxes on the Kickstarter funds that they didn't get because PayPal just decided to keep it?
God, that would suck.
Anyway, yeah.
Well,
So
the thing is, they would take it to court. It would press it, and
I hope they do.
They eventually get them. They would eventually get it all sorted out, and they would get their money.
It's really like, look, I understand PayPal with not letting Pornhub or whatever. We covered this in the past. I understand that because of the chargeback thing, but honestly, it's absurd that the Kickstarter would.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, you don't pay through PayPal with Kickstarter though, do you? I don't think you do.
Kickstarter uses a credit card.
It does, right? So they must have they must have transferred that to their PayPal to try to. So the chargeback excuse doesn't hold any water then, in this case for PayPal. So anyway, they insisted that they're not going to give up their efforts. Lewd Idol Project is a visual novel of the Yuri sort that tells of an aspiring girl's journey towards becoming an idol in Akihabara. Here's some screenshots. This is not the first instance of adult content creators and eroge developers being abused by PayPal and other payment services. Patreon, for instance, has years-long history of ousting artists and creators over lolly content, rape, hypnotism, and a multitude of other reasons that may or may not be comprehensible. Okay. Anyway, that's it for that Kickstarter news. Let's talk about Anime Matsuri's orgy.
Wait, before we get into that, Brad, do you
Yeah.
know why? So I brought up the anime music video that they were trying to do, right?
Yeah. You want
what
me to bring
happened
that
to
up real
that?
quick? Yeah, let's
Yeah.
look that up real quick. Let me.
That we're gonna save the anime industry by making one music video. That one, does anybody
yeah.
remember?
Oh, yes, I remember it fondly. Let me see.
That cringe
was
fest?
called Anime Music. Anime Music something or other. Music Project, I think it was called. See, the thing is that you can't find fucking anything when you type in anime on Kickstarter. It's the absolute worst thing to look for. It was called Anime Making I just found it. Yeah, Anime Making System Project. All right. So I found it. I don't know any news about it. I just remember it looking really dumb and cringe. And then, oh man, we're not making any money. I don't know. You tell me.
That number, that trend looks vaguely familiar.
Yeah. Wow.
So, yeah.
Okay. That's all I wanted to say is just if there were any updates or if they had
Let's
made
see what
any.
they tell us. Oh, it's for backers only. Wow.
Whoa,
The last update
that
from November
last
23rd,
update
2020.
had the C word in it.
I think it's supposed to say music video 01 video content. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure they sure didn't solve the animation problems.
Yeah.
Yeah, MAPPA.
I'm finally realizing that was the point of your bringing it up.
Yeah, that's why.
That was a meta joke that went way over my head. Oh, it's such great animation. Yeah, I didn't back it because there was no DVDs.
But they met their goal clearly.
Yeah, all it took
perhaps.
was people getting the thank you email number 2. Keyframe collection. Music video character t-shirt type A. My name in the credits. Anyway, yeah, so I don't know. I haven't kept up with it, obviously. Oh, Morgan Berry was in it.
Yep.
Lead vocal.
Yeah, because she's I don't know. I don't know why they did this.
Dude, I think when you scrolled by, it said Kevin Penkin. So that's like, as far as I'm aware, the only freaking white English-speaking guy in the anime industry, as in such a high capacity as he is, because he's like pretty much the main composer for
Shield Hero
Kinema
and
Citrus.
Made in Abyss.
Kinema Citrus.
This
like
guy?
he also did Shield Hero, and
Yeah.
I don't particularly think he's great. Like he does like a completely adequate job in a lot of songs, but he screws a lot of them up. But anyway,
What do you think of Bear McCreary?
who's that or what's that?
He did the music for Metal Gear Solid.
I don't know. I've only played like some of the Phantom Pain.
Oh well, let's get off the top.
Anyway, what I'm trying to say about Kevin Penkin is there's a tweet or something that Giguk made. He's like, oh, that moment when you see your mate in the anime credits, and I'm like, dude, he was in anime before. You're probably friends. Shut up. How is that even a thought? That would be like if I was friends with frickin' Hayao Miyazaki. That moment when your friend is the director of an anime.
Wow, I didn't know you were into anime. How long have you been working in the industry? Like 80 fucking years? Alright. Anyway. Yeah, so they I don't think they did anything. I'm assuming that literally, God, this guy's fat compared to us. Why would you draw him so massive like this?
Jesus Christ.
Fat acceptance, dude. God, I don't know why, but you're absolutely right about the cringe. Like,
Oh.
every one of them's in this wicked pose, like, look at us, we're heroes saving the industry.
Yeah.
Which you did none of that.
My name is there. It's in the credits. My name.
Oh, copyright
I've
your
never
name.
been so happy in my life.
Right.
Wow, for $5,000, you can have your name also in it.
What?
Oh, your picture.
Your dick pic, it can be in.
Moving on. Let's talk about.
I'm sorry. I had to ask. I had to wonder. I didn't mean to derail the podcast. I'm sorry.
It's
I know
all
we
right.
had to.
It's only the 15th or so time in the last hour that we've derailed because of one reason or another. I'm cool with it. So, Westerners slander Kaho Shibuya, claims Anime Matsuri will have orgy. So, email slandering former adult video actress Kaho Shibuya by claiming there will be an orgy at Western convention Anime Matsuri have been spreading online, though an individual working for the event has noted these emails are fake and perhaps proving that Westerners who label themselves as the so-called allies of women are anything but. Anime Matsuri is one of the few conventions that hosted Vic Mignogna after he had been banned
I thought
from
you were
so
going to
many.
say that allows orgies.
I mean, I don't know what John Lay does behind the scenes other than the weird sexting that he did that came out or whatever. So they were one of the few conventions that hosted Vic Mignogna after he had been banned from so many due to his unfair canceling for, quote, abusing his fans, even though evidence proving this true was lacking. What a terrible way of phrasing that. So Jacob Takanashi, a voice actor from Texas working for Anime Matsuri, drew attention to the hilarious email that was saying Kaho Shibuya, just wait till we get to read it, would be providing sexual services at the con. So he said, this is hilarious. If you get this email, I think this goes without saying, but it's totally fake. It's insane the lengths some groups will go to, LMAO. So, from Fuke Yuri, to all the guests and artists, this is Kaho Shibuya, the guest and host of Hentai Fest. After discussing with Denise and John Lay, I am excited to announce that this year, Anime Matsuri will hold an anime sex party at 1 a.m. on July 13th. That's tomorrow. Better get down there, guys.
God damn it.
In the Shibuya Crossing stage for guests and artists, where I will give out the best AV experiences for you guys in costumes. In this party, me and AM babies, gross, will offer blowjobs, hand jobs, and tit jobs with sexual conversations. At the end of the party, the luckiest person will spend a night with me at Marriott Marquis Houston in July 14th with full service. I think they mean on July 14th, but whatever. This will be decided through a raffle, which is available for everyone to participate, regardless of age, gender, and all those things. Anyone wants to join the raffle can send the email with name and booth position to Jacob Takanashi, Project and International Relations. So he says, sorry, fam, I'm not giving tit jobs at the convention.
Any communication from me about the convention to my guests will come from.
Yeah, any communications from me about the convention to my guests will come from an at animematsuri.com email address, not some random Gmail account, obviously. Follow up, please don't message me about hookups or anything. This email was not sent by me. I'm extremely married, LOL. The monogamy is just crazy up in here. I'm very flattered, but not interested. Thanks.
You know what? Do you think?
Oh. Already got my plane tickets. Name, Onion Dude. penis size 2 inches. I'm surprised that got through the YouTube boards.
Do you think that Anime Matsuri actually secretly did this to accidentally invite more guests who want to get slammed?
for the weird publicity.
Yeah. Like, he
I
got
don't-
Onion
anything's
Warlock to
possible.
come, so who says others won't?
So here's the thing, though. Anime Matsuri already passed. Like,
They got the N-word pass?
no, it's already over.
Oh.
Like, it's not going to happen on the 13th and 14th, like the thing says. So anyway, Takanashi made further remarks pointing out the message's fakeness. At Anime, do you know who that account is?
Anime News Network.
Yep, it sure is. At Anime, the email sent out was from an outside source, likely somebody trying to stir up a rumor. The sex party was not, nor will it ever be a thing at the con. It was never planned, and it is a complete fabrication. Hentai Fest is an 18-plus panel hosted by Miss Shibuya. Guys, this is the email they received. Did I skip something? Well, they were reached out to by Anime News Network. Hello, my name is Lindsay Loveridge, and I'm the executive editor at Anime News Network.
I'm disappointed that I could not attend this event. No.
I've recently been provided with information regarding Anime Matsuri's Hentai Fest for 2021. I'm hoping I might be able to get some clarifying information for an article that will likely be published on Anime News Network about the event. The information provided to me describes a sex party for guests and exhibitors that will take place on July 13th at the Shibuya Crossing stage and will be hosted by former Japanese adult video actress Kaho Shibuya, along with the, quote, AM Babies. According to the email, Shibuya and the AM Babies will provide sexual services to guests of Anime Matsuri, and a raffle will take place to win a full-service night with Shibuya on July 14th at the Marriott Marquis Hilton.
Interestingly, Anime Matsuri 2021 was July 8th to July 11th.
How's it
So,
going, Lance?
yeah.
Yes, so it's over. Yes, we'll get to that. Lance, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes.
can. You all right? You sound kind of
I'm
It's like
sick
you
as
have
hell.
AIDS.
sick as hell. Well, don't sneeze on me, please.
That's
All right. Oh no!
Ah, what do we say? Coordinate him.
I've got the COVID. So anyway,
I have
the
visual
email,
aids.
the email lists voice actor guest Jacob Takahashi, not his name, as the project manager and international relations, and Robert Bell as Kaho's manager. It also states that con runners John Lay and Denise Lay helped facilitate Shibuya getting vaccinated, and Kim Win and Sentai Squad as sponsors for Hentai Fest. Consul General of Japan in Houston, Mr. Hideo Fukushima, is also listed as a contact. God damn it! Is also listed as a contact about permission for the event itself. Furthermore, guests and artists, I presume this is artist alley artists, will be able to sign up to attend the party by coming by Shibuya's booth during Anime Matsuri. I'm emailing to confirm whether the above information is accurate. Additionally, I have a few clarifying questions about the event itself that I hope either Anime Matsuri staff, Jacob, or Robert may be able to answer. Shibuya is listed as a guest at... Well, here's the question. Number one, Shibuya is listed as a guest at Anime Matsuri, but information about this party does not appear to be public, including on the Hentai Fest website. Do you have information about the legality of her performance, specifically for Hentai Fest, and if the performance was included in her contract to appear at the event? Number two. Likewise, is there any additional information about the AM babies mentioned? Number 3, is the host venue itself aware of the planned sex party? Number 4, how will raffle tickets be distributed to attendees, and or how do guests obtain the tickets? I must know. Number 5. Number 5, are guests any attendees that request access to the party, or is it limited to listed guests of the event? And number 6, what regulations are being considered to ensure the safety and health of the sex workers at the party?
And
Thank
number
you for your
7, will
time.
none of be there?
Okay. Now, previously, I thought Lindsay Loveridge was lying when she wrote the hit piece on Vic, and she claimed that she reached out to Vic, but he didn't respond by press time. But if this is the kind of email Vic got, dear Vic Mignogna, I have some questions for you. Recently, I learned that you're a homophobe, right? That you are a Holocaust denier / anti-Semite, right? I wonder, maybe that just automatically got sent to his spam folder at that point. Anyway, so here's remember, she said Jacob Takahashi. So she's also a grammar Jew. One more reason to hate her, right? His name is Jacob Takanashi, right?
Oh.
So he said, here's his response. This is, okay, hold on. So these images were attached to this tweet. Hentai Fest is an 18-plus panel hosted by Miss Shibuya, where people often poke fun at absurd moments in Japanese hentai. Sometimes there is a Q&A about the industry. It's a commonplace at many conventions to answer your questions. Number 1, there is no public information because the party was a fabrication. Number 2, the AM babies, it's actually babes, whoever fabricated the email must not have done their research, are a dance squad who performs at some of our main events. Number 3, the sex party was a fabrication. Number 4, the sex party was a fabrication. Number 5, the sex party was a fabrication. And number 6, the sex party was a fabrication. Also to add,
And
the
number
convention
7,
takes place.
Lindsay, are you this much of a stupid bitch?
Yeah. Also to add, the convention takes place July 8th through the 11th. Therefore, there will be no Shibuya Crossing stage on the 13th, as the convention will have ended 2 days earlier. It should also be known that the likely culprit behind this fabricated email is a gentleman who has been stalking and spreading false rumors about Kaho for the past few years. Get this. So he's shared this tweet, right? He's quote tweeting it, and this is what the tweet says, and these are the images from it, right? Last year, I sued the person harassing me online with horrible false rumors. I am sharing this in case anyone ever believed his story. Dear Miss Kaho Shibuya, I am Lee Min Triet, or however the hell that's supposed to be pronounced, Triet Jerry Lee Min, who has harassed and spread fake news about you and your family on social media for 2 years. I made up a story that your father raped you and was a rapist. Your mother was a whore. Your brother was a retard.
Your brother.
So effectively, this is his court-ordered tweet, right? By this post, I hereby confessed that all above were just the lies. After all such terrible things I did to you, it is hard to express how sorry I am for the damage you have suffered for the last 2 years. Now, I understand that such cyberbullying acts triggered you and give negative effects to your life. By this post, I promise that I will. I haven't read all this actually. What? No! I promise that I will, 1, never do any actions of harassing and slandering to you and your family from now on. Number 2, never use your real name in any posts in the internet or social accounts. Well, seems like a stand-up guy. So then we also had this. Oh, no, this is the full one, which is apparently a snapshot of his notes. Okay, and 3, Never write your information on my social media accounts or contact/tag/have same actions from my social accounts to your social accounts. Blah blah blah. Anyway, so yeah, that's what she shared. Is his like, I'm a creep post, right? Regardless of Takanashi's words, this didn't stop certain individuals from trying to stir things up. Well, what do you know? Kaylin Saucedo, Mars Girl, who apparently is currently fighting the Yakuza. She can reach them from her home. So Jacob claims it's fake, but if it isn't, and it appears that at least a handful of Anime Matsuri guests received this email, whether real or not. It implicates the AV idol, her managers, the AM chairs, and AM is Anime Matsuri. AM babes must be Anime Matsuri babes. Got it. And the host of the car show in soliciting prostitution, a crime in Texas. No. Anyway, I don't know if the emails are all right. Anyway, so yeah. Kaylin Salcedo is the same individual responsible for popularizing the Kick Vic tag on Twitter that served as a slander campaign against Western voice actor Vic Mignogna, claiming he abused his fans, even though there was no evidence of him doing so. And then here's Hirohei did a video on it. Anyway, you guys have any thoughts?
Nah, I'm going blank here.
Mars Girl is also a dumb bitch, but
She is also a thought.
My resume was ready, and I was ready to get cheap Viagra at the gas station. Hey, would the 13th happen to be on a Friday? If so, shit, Friday the 13th. No, it's a Tuesday. It's tomorrow. AM babies, what the fuck? What the hell are they They're giving birth at the convention? No, those are the babies that you're going to make at the sex party. Anyway, so that was good for some lulz. I'm glad to see the professionalism of Lindsay Loveridge, that she even bothered to ask those questions. Anyway, a special Dragon Ball Super event panel is going to be hosted during Comic-Con at home. Now, this is the thing. New movie announcement panel. Now, we knew about the... Great, of course I clicked on it. We knew about the new movie. They've been talking about it for a while. Apparently, Akira Toriyama is going to be involved. First announced May with the 2022 release date, and Toriyama confirmed being involved in its development through a special message released with the announcement, which means absolutely nothing. Anyway, so I guess, what is that, the 29th? What day is that? Panel will be Friday, July 23rd at 10 a.m. So we'll know in the near future. Continuing. All right, so the Baki Boys Love live-action TV drama reveals a boatload of new info. You'll recall, this is the story, the chronicle of a maiden who continued to think that grappler Baki is boys' love, an upcoming live-action TV drama based on the essay manga by sociologist Junko Kaneda about a woman who labors under the idea that Keisuke Itagaki's violent martial arts manga Baki is actually a tender boys' love story, which I think is really funny. The specific images that they chose to put around her when he kisses the fist and whatever this is. Love it.
It's how she looks at it.
So the series is going to run for seven episodes, and also Akio Otsuka, the voice of Yujiro Hanma, that's Baki's dad, in the Baki TV series, is going to provide the voice of the Baki author Keisuke Itagaki, who appears in a, quote, certain form in the series. I'm assuming, I don't know, maybe he's going to show up as imagination manga. I don't know. Yoshihisa Kawahara, the voice of Katsumi Orochi in the Baki TV anime, reprises his role as Katsumi, so as Orochi, who is Akane's favorite character. So apparently he's going to be talking to her through the manga panels and whatnot. Anyway, more Baki news. Baki, Son of Ogre anime enters the arena on Netflix this fall. So guys, Baki is finally going to fight his dad. which tells me that they're definitely going to have covered the George Bush arc, which is great. So, yes.
I just want them to
More
re-release
yes.
the original because that's not easy to get.
It's also got some of the worst looking animation you've ever seen.
Yeah, but
So
what I want to see
you,
that, bitch.
I hope you don't pay a lot for it. I bet you Discotheque's going to get it eventually. So the final clash between Baki and his insurmountable father will be unveiled in the Hanma Baki anime when it debuts exclusively on Netflix come autumn 2021. So there you go. Moving on. So Netflix's new Spriggan anime has been postponed to 2022 to improve its quality further. Wait, is MAPPA working on it? No, I'm just kidding. It's actually David Production, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure people. And it's full CG from what I can tell. I don't think it's like a halvesy. I think it's pretty much full CG. And what I say here, in order to improve the quality of the work further, we will postpone the start of the streaming to 2022. All of our staff members are working hard to create an even higher quality visual experience. We hope that you will wait until the streaming of 2022, which is kind of amazing to me because as I was just talking about Netflix, they kind of don't give a shit how bad stuff looks. So for them to have looked at it and said, wow, that's terrible. Let's pump more money into this. That really is saying something. Anyway, any thoughts?
Nope.
Okay, good. Moving on. Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex 2045 first season gets a compilation film in 2020. Wow!
Why
So the
do we
film-
need all these compilation films? Is there a reason?
This is what I'm talking about, right? Like it seems so foreign of a concept,
It's like, here's an idea. Watch the show.
right?
Well, no, they probably thought maybe this season bombed not because of the CG, but because it's like Gundam. We have to give it in a more palatable state. That's
Yeah,
like,
well, I think it's because they're going to be putting it in theaters. I think the reason why Japan does this is because they can get people who watch the show on TV to go to the theaters to see it. I don't know why they don't just do the 6-hour Yuri on
Or are
Ice
you
thing
saying
that
maybe they're trying to get the theater-only crowd that will be like, yeah, I'll watch Gits if it's a movie in a theater?
No, I think they're just trying to. I think that there's a market there that they will be able to get people to go see it, and there will be people who want to see it. Oh, I want to experience in theaters, 5.1 surround, right? Or there will be the people who's like, oh, I didn't catch all of it. I'm going to go watch the movie. Or people who's like, oh, I didn't get a chance to watch this because I don't have Netflix, so I'm going to go check it out, and then they get a Netflix. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff. So it's going to be reconstructed with some newly created scenes. That's how they get you.
Exactly.
So the second
Like the
season
Penguin
has
thing.
already been in the works as well, and this was interesting here. So you recall that Kenji Kamiyama directed the first half of the series, and Shinji Aramaki directed the second half, right? So Kenji Kamiyama said, I have always edited a compilation of my own works by myself, but this time, for the first time, I entrusted the compilation to another creator. I wanted to know how Standalone Complex 2045 would look from someone else's perspective. Even for those who have already watched season 1, they may find a different interpretation. Can't wait for the release, which is the industry correct way of saying Netflix wouldn't let me do it, and it's probably gonna suck, but I'm gonna still have to hype it up because my job depends on it. Also, can totally relate, effing anime addict, growing old, having to wait. Here's what Shinji Aramaki said. I'm Aramaki, and I'm currently working on season 2 with director Kamiyama. Since season 1 was streamed last year, I'm happy to hear that season 1 will be released as a compilation. He's literally like reading off of a note card. Will be released as a compilation film. What kind of compilation will be made of that story? I actually don't know yet. Ha ha ha. Please look forward to it. I'm looking forward to it too. I guess Shinji Aramaki's not the one editing it.
God damn, that's cringy.
Yeah, cringe, right? Anyway. see it for the Ilya Kuvshnov. Anyway, The Witcher, Nightmare of the Wolf vividly tells Vesemir's story. So, remember when we talked about the Witcher anime that Netflix was producing? Yeah, it's anime the way that Getting a la carte is anime.
Witcher anime?
Yeah, which is to say it's freaking Castlevania. Remember, Netflix is convinced they don't understand the definition of anime?
Yeah.
Also, the way that they defined the Lord of the Rings one as anime, if I
Yes.
remember correctly.
Well, I think even worse than that. Because that actually had some Japanese names on it, at least, right?
Oh, that's
Yeah.
fair.
You know, like that was maybe a bunch of
Amazon.
American people.
That's Amazon, not
No. That's that one. The Lord of the Rings anime is DeMarco. That's the one they're doing for Adult Swim. You're thinking of the Amazon Prime series that is a Netflix or Amazon live action. Are you saying that the DeMarco one is also Amazon?
You're carry on.
Okay, I don't remember. Anyway, it's possible, but there you go. That's the thing. Moving on. Star Wars Visions Anime Anthology reveals the studio lineup in a new preview. So follow the link in the description to find that in the link dump. Yeah. Okay, so here I skipped over it. Okay, so Kamikaze Doga is doing the duel. Gano Studio is doing Lapen Ocho. Studio Colorido is doing Tatooine Rhapsody. Just what we needed. Boba Fett Chibi. Trigger is doing The Twins and The Elder. They get to do two of them.
I'm mostly looking forward to that one, to be honest with
Yeah.
you. That one looks the best.
So The Elder is by Masahiko Otsuka as the director, and he said, "I'm happy I directed a Star Wars episode as my final work." So I guess he's just quitting.
I guess he's gonna kill himself.
So Kinema Citrus is doing the
Oh
Village
look,
Bride.
Kinema Citrus. Who's doing the music?
Ah!
Look
There you
at
go.
that. It's almost as if I said that or something. That
You
he
did.
kind of is their guy.
Yeah. Also, we will shortly see that they're delaying Rising of the Shield Hero Season 2. So
Yeah.
thanks, Star Wars. So Science Saru is doing Akakiri and T0B1.
Oh, I do not like that art style, especially
Nope.
the old man.
He looks like
Pokemon
if you took Mega Man's Dr. Light, but you made him a biblical like Christian Bible study
Oh, dear
cartoon,
God.
right? Doesn't he? This is like Abraham and Isaac right here. I'm gonna sacrifice you to the Lord.
Oh no!
Production IG, the Ninth Jedi. So there
Hey,
you go.
that's the guy who was on Gits just then.
hmm
Turns on the lightsaber. Okay, you don't have the Skywalker family.
All right. So, Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.01, Thrice Upon a Time, goes international on Amazon Prime on August 13th. So
Amazon did get the rights to the film.
Amazon Prime got the rights to each of the rebuild films.
Oh wow!
I love
Sony,
how Amazon will bitch
The
about anime
fuck
stuff.
is going on with you?
Yeah.
For
Like,
real now. Now, what's interesting here is that it's Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.01. That's the rebooted one. The one where they put it back in theaters
Yeah, with new footage.
to trick people into going to see it again.
With 4 more Shinji smack off scenes.
so that's real quality right there.
Anyway, so you guys can see that. I don't know what that means. It says it's going to have a dub.
They better get the rebuild cast.
Dude, just
Variety
watch.
confirms that the films will be streamed in English and Japanese alongside 9 other new languages: French, German, Portuguese, Spanish, and Italian, and will have subtitles in 28 languages. So do you think that this is going to be the same cast as the Netflix one?
Oh,
Oh,
no.
God.
Please, no. Like,
'Cause
I like some of the
Hideaki Anno-
actors involved, but like,
Things I
damn.
don't even know if it's going to be the same as the Funimation. Like, it's going to
Right.
be a third unique dub.
They're all
Oh, it's gonna
contractors.
suck.
What's it matter? Just hire the Funimation guys.
So Hideaki Anno says, I'd like to thank every Eva fan in the world for your continued support. We were looking for the best way to offer the movie to fans overseas as early as possible in a challenging situation with movie theaters during COVID-19. Ones by me are open, you could have put it in theaters, and are happy to have found Prime Video as a partner to stream it globally. We highly recommend watching it on a big TV screen for the best viewing experience.
Just watch,
crap.
like,
Well, it's a
literally
good thing you're putting it on Amazon Prime. That thing I'm going to watch on my stupid laptop. Yeah.
Well, that's your problem. I mean, but just watch the true
I'm going to
ending.
watch it on my phone.
Like, all of the rebuild films were like, we need to retell the story the right way or whatever, and it's like the true ending is that he's like in the hospital for each individual girl, like all four of them instead of just Asuka.
Damn.
Like, that
What's
is
the name of
true
this
ending.
girl?
I don't know. She's some bitch.
She's
Mari.
rebuild.
Mari.
She's rebuild exclusive, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mari.
which
Okay.
confused the hell out of me. I thought she was Asuka or something, and then Asuka has an eye patch now or whatever, and I'm like, what?
Yeah.
What is going on?
Shit gets real. I bet Shinji doesn't lose anything unless his balls blew off at some point.
Well,
Okay, moving on. All right, so Criterion Collection. I saw this tweet. Belladonna of Sadness is going to be streaming on the Criterion channel. So, interesting, right? People are saying, please add Angel's Egg if possible.
oh shit.
Consider another Criterion tier work of art, a surprise influence to directors you host, Angel's Egg. Basically, every single thing is, hey, will you get Angel's Egg? Get Angel's Egg. Please get Angel's Egg. Damn it, get Angel's Egg. So, we can wait. All right. VTuber agency Hololive introduces the first English V singer, Iris, and the social media accounts immediately get restricted. So what happened is they said, hey, announcing this new social media account for Iris, and they got so many followers in the first hour that Twitter shut them down, YouTube shut them down. They're like, whoa, we don't know if this is legit or not. So they got restricted. See? Anyway, that's all I got to tell you about that. Skipped about 1,000 other virtual YouTubers. Gargura surpassed Kizuna Ai in subscribers. Also, Madhouse reveals original anime film Goodbye Don Glees. Okay, that's not what it says. It says Goodbye Don Glees. There's no D. There's no D sound there, so that's weird. But it says here Goodbye Don Glees with it, no space between Don and Glees, right? Anyway, I didn't read what it's about, actually. It says, the film depicts the miracle-like encounter of the Don Glees boys at the end of an adventure with friends that began during an unusual summer vacation. The boys arrive in Iceland, the land of flames and ice. What treasures have the boys found by looking at themselves and transcending the world? You know what? They found the frickin'... What is this, a Razor scooter? Weird. I was gonna say they found the Vespa from Luca, but it is kind of a Vespa. What? I don't know. Anyway, moving on. That joke didn't land. Isekai Quartet anime film announced with the 2022 premiere plan.
Oh my god.
So there you go.
I think the Isekai Quartet 3, this is basically what it is.
So is Isekai Quartet based on a manga series, or is it just freshly written with the characters from all the other
All
shows?
the characters from Saga, Tiny Evil, Konosuba, Overlord, ReZero, Shield Hero. I think the one hero is overpowered and overly cautious makes an appearance in season 2.
Oh, cool.
Overly cautious hero.
Cautious Hero.
Cautious hero, yeah.
All right.
Overly
Moving
cautious
on.
here.
Rising the Shield Hero season 2 season delayed to next April.
Thanks,
Is
Star
it
Wars.
because of Star Wars? Possibly. Says here that Masato Jinbo is directing the second season at Kinema Citrus, replacing Takao Abo. So hopefully it's still good. I don't know. Was it the director that made the first season fucking fantastic? Who knows? We'll find out. Was it that they weren't working on a stupid Star Wars thing? We'll find out. Vinland Saga Season 2 anime confirmed to be in production.
Yay!
As if anybody thought otherwise, first of all, but
Got it
also,
all over the stream.
well, welcome to the Nutfest. I don't know.
That was the. Oh wait, who's?
I do find it
Oh.
weird that they bothered to do the
Sorry,
whole...
we didn't bring you in, Dan. I didn't say
Oh, hey.
down there.
Oh no,
Yeah.
I just joined.
Oh, cool. Perfect. All right. So yeah.
How are you guys doing?
We're doing
Sorry.
fantastic. Vinland Saga.
What I was gonna say was I saw that right away, and like when I first woke up, I was like, that changes the definition of money mud.
Okay. All right. Hold on. I'm just
Moving on.
updating the spreadsheet to note that Lance and Greenline were here. All right, moving on. Yeah, so last podcast we talked about how there was going to be an announcement on some day, and we were like, I don't think they would bother to hype up a season 2 announcement when every other show is like, yeah, that's getting. Well, I just posted on Twitter. Don't pre-hype people. So I thought it was going to be a movie, right? I'm glad it's not, but I'm also kind of like, did anybody doubt it? You know?
Yeah.
Anyway. We've also got Demon Slayer Season 2 has a TV anime announcement to come July 13th during the Sex Fest at Anime Matsuri. No. Yeah, you missed that, Dan.
He missed the sex fest.
The orgy at Anime Matsuri.
Oh, the fake email? I heard something about that.
Yeah.
He was invited personally.
Hey, I would have gone.
It's tomorrow.
I'll be honest. I was really sad when I heard that she had retired. I liked her.
From the sex
What was
fest?
her name?
to the
Shibuya?
snooze fest?
Kaho Shibuya, yeah.
Kaho? Oh, I don't know. The fact that her breasts were so engorged that you could see the veins in them was kind of off-putting to me. If that was a picture of her at the top of that article, at least. Anyway, so I don't know what is this announcement going to be? That they're delaying it, right? Because it's like it's a season 2 anime announcement to come on July 13th rather.
They want you to
Well, it
so
sounds like they
click on
just
the
announced
podcast.
what the announcement's gonna be.
Right? I don't know. Oh, we're gonna do it as a movie. Anyway, good news, everyone. Hello Kitty Shinkalion is canon.
What? It was like Gundam Hello Kitty?
So
God.
in Japan, they have a kids show that would be, I would say, like the equivalent of, I don't know, maybe Paw Patrol. And it's about the Japanese Shinkansen, which are their bullet trains, and they transform, right? So they transform into fighting robots and whatnot. And when they have, they'll have like, there's a Shinji was in an episode from Eva, and he had an Evangelion themed Shinkalion. So now it says here, last year a collaborative Hello Kitty Shinkalion design appeared in a special video and as a figure. Now it is joining our heroes in an episode of the series. Shinkansen Henkei Robo Shinkalion is a mecha anime whose robots transform from Japan's bullet trains. Previous episodes and films have included crossovers with Neon Genesis Evangelion and Godzilla, and Hatsune Miku is a semi-regular character, so bringing in a Hello Kitty train is completely on brand for the series. Yeah, so
Yeah, that makes sense.
yep, moving on.
Totally makes sense.
For the Love of Kill, damn it. So Love of Kill TV anime introduces its assassins, staff, and teases visual. So it's basically anime Mr. and Mrs. Smith almost. It looks like it wants to be good, but it's probably going to be sucky based on what I read. Basically, yeah, it just sounds bad. Like he falls in love with her, and they're like alternate sides of the Assassin's Guild or some shit. Anyway, moving on. I'm not going to waste time on it. We'll cover it more. All right. So, the BL manga, The Night Beyond the Tri-Cornered Windows TV anime adaptation premieres October 2021. So, this masterpiece is getting made. Now, it's such a striking pose. I don't know about you guys, but I'm pretty sure that's Gareth Keenan from the British version of The Office.
I mean,
am I wrong?
He certainly looks that way.
That's freaking Hathaway. No, what's his name? Hathaway Noah from the Gundam. That's him with Gareth Keenan right here, which I thought was really funny because it made me think of this moment in The Office.
Okay, let's get this started.
Okay.
What are you doing?
I am the bait.
For what?
Men find me desirable.
No.
So I don't know. That's the American version of that character from The Office. Oh, my AirPod just disconnected. That's wonderful. All right, just gotta switch that around before anybody notices. All right, moving on.
Okay.
Still hasn't reconnected. Great job, AirPods.
Fuck you.
All right, moving on. Okay, Shinka no Mi TV anime goes bananas in October of 2021. So we covered this briefly before. Remember?
No.
God damn it. I still can't.
Oh. Hey guys, can you all hear me?
There we go. Now I got it.
I can hear Lance.
Okay. Cool.
Sorry. I got you. Okay. So the story of Shinka no Mi, Shiranai Uchi ni Kachigumi Jinsei, follows Seiichi Hiraga, an unfortunate young man who is despised by his classmates because they consider him homely, chubby, and smelly. Seiichi's luck goes from bad to worse when his class is transported to another world, but he finds himself alone in the wilderness and pursued by an enormous female gorilla named Saria. The disastrous lives of the unlikely pair take a positive turn after they ingest the legendary fruit of evolution, and an unexpected transformation takes place.
Wow, they get Ranma one half.
This doesn't even. Never mind. The plot of that sounds sus. And I gotta say,
so she goes from a tusked female gorilla to this, and he goes from a fat guy to a thin guy.
Hold up. So you're telling me if you scroll up, those are titties?
Yes. Have you ever seen a female bodybuilder?
Oh, God.
Yeah, I wish I hadn't.
All right. So the Death Note creators' Platinum End TV anime reveals an October start and their first main trailer. So looks interesting to say the least. The series will adapt the entire manga series over 24 episodes that will air consecutively from October to March 2022. It was also revealed that the previously announced director, Hideo Takahashi of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Golden Wind, will be the first series director, while Kazuchika Kisei, the chief director on Ghost in the Shell Arise, will be the second series director. So it's going to be adapted over 24 episodes. It's 14 tankobon. So, Reese, does that sound like a reasonable amount of episodes to cover?
No.
No? I didn't think so.
Well, Death Note was 13, wasn't it?
12.
Yeah, so...
Bakuman was 20 volumes, and it was 75 episodes.
There you go. So Battle in 5 Seconds After Meeting TV anime premieres on July 12th. So I brought this up before. There's a little thing you can watch here. The art style kind of reminds me of like... really, I can't skip. Kind of reminds me of Black Cat meets Shaman King in terms of the style of characters. It looks kind of interesting.
They look kind of like I don't know. I almost want to say like Hensuki, but I could be mixing it up with another show.
Weah Burger says, "Hey, everybody, every bow day."
Sup?
Yep. How you doing, man? Continuing. When will Ayumi make his move? TV anime is coming out.
This looks like an inverted. What is her name?
Nagatoro.
No, it's
Takagi-san.
Takagi-san.
It's the
The
same
forehead energy.
Same creator.
Big.
It's the same creator.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it says Yaotome is the cute president of the shogi club at her high school, and she's pretty sure that her underclassman Ayumi, the only other member, has a huge crush on her. They get together to play shogi every day after school, but no matter what she does, she can't seem to coax or trick him into confessing his feelings. What she doesn't know is that Ayumi has made a pact with himself to reveal his love after he's beaten Yaotome at shogi for the first time. Yet there's one big issue with this plan. He really sucks. So
it's like Kaguya-sama meets Takagi-san.
You stole it from me. I was about to say teasing master, love is a war. Like,
so continuing. Okay, so you guys recall I brought up this show about the guys who are like Blue's Clues level children entertainers, right? I've been holding back bringing it up because there's not really been anything to see, but good old Sankaku Complex has a great. I just want to show you one. I'm literally sharing this just to show you this GIF of this girl slapping him in the wiener with her wand.
Gotta love it.
Anyway. Okay, so the great Jahi will not be defeated.
Down.
What's up?
Further past, yes.
What?
No, even further. We're gonna get murdered.
Anyway, so this show seems kind of cute.
What is
I've
it?
heard of the manga of this. I didn't realize they were making an anime of it.
Yeah, so basically, she's like a demon lord who's not ever going to be defeated, and then gets defeated, and then has to live in the real world or whatever, the human world.
Oh.
And she is got the Nezuko power, I guess, or curse of being a little kid and an adult.
What is it when she runs low on power or something?
Something like that, probably.
Yeah, something like that.
Anyway, it's going to come out July 31st is when it's going to start. Continuing. Oh, adorable. So the, what is this? Drugstore in another world or whatever?
Drugstore, yeah.
I think my brother read this manga.
That character
watched the
reminds me
first
of my daughter
episode.
so much. I'm going to the omakes that they keep at the end. So adorable. Yeah, so she's like a dog, like a big wolf dog.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, I can't wait to watch this.
Yeah, it looks super cute, but I just realized something kind of messed up. So I'll probably get flack for this, but I'm kind of looking forward to the war between us, Japan, and China, so that we can get different fucking anime finally.
Oh, I'm also looking forward to this.
Well,
Like, just so it can change, just like how anime is made. You know how like
Yeah. So you're saying that once the war happens, they're going to stop catering to the because they're going to be an embargo on anime in China. So they're like, well, I guess we don't have to cater to China anymore, right?
I guess
Yeah,
that
I'm
makes
also
sense.
looking forward to this.
Wait, what's that coming from though? I don't.
Oh,
I
I
must have missed
covered this.
something.
Well, there's been a lot of stuff, but I covered it earlier that the second in command in Japan, he's one of the 4 people on the National Security Council over there, Taro Aso. He's basically the vice president to the guy who, Shiga, I think his name is, the guy who replaced Abe when Abe stepped down. He was saying that Japan is probably going to need to step in and fight with the U.S. regarding the Taiwan situation. Because effectively what they're saying is that if China gets aggressive and they try to overtake Taiwan and forcibly finally, stop just saying that they own Taiwan, but actually do something about it, that effectively is meaning, oh, Japan's next, or Korea and then Japan. You know, it means that China's expansionist, right? So they're saying, look, if we don't defend them now, if we don't draw the line in the sand now, then China will just continue to encompass greater land and more power and all that, and we're going to not be prepared when they actually do come for us, right? So,
I mean,
by the way,
yeah, makes sense.
Weeaburger wants to know if he can join the orgy.
You sure can, buddy. It's in the Discord. I'm pretty sure you're in there. I'm gonna see. Yeah, you're in there. Yes. Go ahead. Right in the Discord.
He said he started off saying, "Is the tray too full tonight?" And I'm thinking, well, at this point, I don't think it can get too full with our standards.
Well, there goes all that watch time.
There goes all the viewers.
There's all the viewers are on the dang podcast.
Yeah.
I'll just keep the thingy running in the background.
You'll just be part of the laugh track, the live studio audience.
I'll be the one guy that takes the very back stadium seats. Whoa, yeah.
A hyped man. Yeah, you tell him, Macy.
Effing anime that says shit. Even in animes, they're trying to fuck up their characters on drugs. So, also, this is pretty funny. Monster making manga Kuroitsu-san from the Monster Development Department gets an anime project. So, effectively, this character, she's the person that makes the kaijus that fight the heroes.
Oh,
right.
Okay.
So it follows the villains, and I love they've got like
Isn't
this
that Gridman?
Yeah, effectively, they've got this giant chicken that has like the Gundam style like thing, but with the scouter from Dragon Ball. So it says here that it follows the work life of Toka Kuroitsu, who works for a company that creates monsters for the secret organization Agastya, an evil organization that fights allies of justice. Kuroitsu doesn't fight heroes. She fights against the unreasonable demands of her work, such as make a presentation in 10 minutes or the boss wants this reckless thing.
You know, that's funny. That reminds me. There was like in the 90s, there was this show. I think it was a Canadian show. It's basically about this guy that turned into a werewolf and fights other monsters, but it's like a teen drama type comedy show. And one of the shticks of the show was that like guy's sidekick would always talk to the monster and be like, "Hey, what's it like being, whatever monster?" And the monster would always be like, it's a living," or puts food on the table, pays the bills.
The old Flintstones.
Yeah.
It's a living.
It's a living.
It's a living.
I hate the Flintstones for that gag that is in every goddamn episode at least twice. Anyway.
You don't like the turtle that gets used as an open
no,
toilet?
I just,
you don't
the
want
joke
him to...
is like, how are you thinking this is still funny?
Werewolf or something?
So a new trailer for the Deer King anime unveils the theme song and new key visual. So I want to remind you guys, I want to take you back through our history with this particular movie. Effing anime addict, my humblest apologies. Thank you for being there watching. What I meant was, we skipped a week. We are now only slightly over, wow, that looks weird, one full day. I like how I'm in the center. We only...
It's like a power, it's like a Megazord. What does that make me? Because there's no other foot. Am I the, like...
You're the wiener.
So I'm the right hand of God.
I'm the left hand.
Freedom's like the left elbow. And Lance is the heart and soul.
Oh god!
So
I'm the thing you sell.
Which is actually a great place for that freaking morpher belt right there in the middle.
Oh, that is awesome.
So anyway, going back to our history with this series, I'll remind you that I brought it up originally because the light novel pictures looked really cool. Then we covered it months or years later when it was supposed to come out like a week from that date. And they're like, shit, I just realized we never released a trailer, right? So then they pushed it back. And now we have a key visual, and it looks like ass compared to the freaking light novel pictures. So all of my hope for it is gone. Anyway, moving on from there, I should probably go to that. And I'm not on the ever-growing panel. Hey, look, I love you guys. I do. Maybe at the end of the podcast, because I still got quite a lot to get through here, I will post the link right here in the comments, and you guys can all join. Okay. So, Ecchi Battle
There's only
Manga.
2 more spaces left, or 3 more spaces.
I think it can do more.
I think 10 is the maximum.
Well, first come, first serve.
I'm surprised you guys haven't done a stream where everybody's just audio only and you're all like big Sele tablets. That'd be really cool. From Evangelion. You know, the gigantic 2001 Space Odyssey monolith.
Cyanide tablets on this stream? What the fuck?
I'm trying to think about. So if we got 2 more, that would be only 9. Where would the 10th one go?
It's because I am the heart and the soul.
They'd have to put on a Patara earring and fuse together to become one.
That'd be funny. Anyway, all right. So, Ecchi Battle Manga Ikitosen spinoff Shin Ikitosen gets a TV anime.
Took long enough for a sequel, which, by the way, we do. All of the new ones, like season 3 and 4, are all DVD only. Thanks, Funimation.
Well, maybe Media Blasters originally had it right, and they're whipping out those Blu-rays, so let's see what they can do. So, anyway, if you like your judo manga to be less ecchi, Yu Muraoka's girls' judo manga Mo Ippon gets an anime adaptation as well. So there you go.
I don't want it to be less ecchi. That's why I go for Ikitosen.
Russia bans Akira film for the sake of the children. So let's read this. Russia has continued to ban more harmless anime for the sake of the children as the classic Akira film has next been targeted. Boy, I hate the way they phrase it sometimes. The government citing that harm to the, quote, health and mental development of children is possible through witnessing the labeled masterpiece.
They got to watch out because if they allow like stuff like anime over there, people might start having like.
Interestingly, I don't know why this was even bothered because it's rated R over here in the States. What's it rated in?
Yeah, it's also been over there for over 30 years now too. So, so the 1988 movie was slandered as harmful to children and subsequently banned by the United Press Service of the Courts of St. Petersburg. The news issued through their Telegram account, where they said. In research centers, parapsychological experiments are carried out on people to develop the perfect type of weapon. And in the country, there is a religious cult of a Superman named Akira, whose arrival, allegedly, will solve all the problems of Japan. The court banned the distribution of the first anime, which uses 24 frames per second. Shit, those bastards. 24 frames per second. How dare you?
That's the part they had to ban.
Something that actually matters.
Wait, so everything before then was what frames?
I don't know. I don't know why that matters. So the Frunzensky District Court of St. Petersburg ruled on the administrative claim of the prosecutor. The prosecutor asked to recognize the information at the link, which, this is a link to the thing, prohibited for distribution. The information can be harmful to the health and development of children. The court satisfied the administrative claimant's claims. By the same decision, reference to the Elven song, that's Elfen Lied, is prohibited. Another decision was made to prohibit further references to Tokyo Ghoul and Death Note. So,
dude, they got to watch out, like, having stuff like anime in Russia, because, people might actually start thinking. And that would be bad for them.
Why can't laws just let us watch anime? Right? Right? Hey, Weirburger, you get the most action. All night long, all night.
Oh, no.
All night long. All night. All night long.
Hey, we're going to get a copyright strike. Don't do it. Don't sing it so much.
Well.
All night.
Isn't
Anyway,
there like
so
an
it was
African
under-
in the
what
middle
was
of that
that?
song? I swear there was.
Was that
My-
a commercial for Vault? Was it that Vault with the singing lizards? I think it was
I have
Vault.
no idea. What? It's just a song by like
Lionel Richie?
yeah. So it was uttered that this censorship was performed in light of previous bans for other shows such as Death Note, Konosuba, and Tokyo Ghoul. The bans, so they banned isekai. Remember that. That was another thing they did.
They
The
don't-
bans
they
were
don't like
apparently
people going to the
implemented to
wall.
stop pirate sites from making such anime available to youths. Though this has caused legal distributors to remove these shows from their stores, essentially ruining the fun for everyone. The Russian government has stopped various isekai and shonen shows from being available in the country on previous occasions, such as Elfen Lied, Naruto, Inuyashiki, Nekopara, and Ishizoku Revered. Those bastards! That's the last straw! So it's likely the censorship will not stop anytime soon. All right. So guess what?
Man, it's
I got
amazing
the
what
Telegram
links people
post
go
here.
through.
This is the original non-Google translated one. Now, how many? Only 9,432 subscribers for this court or whatever this is. I don't know. It's weird. Okay. I also want to check this out, but I kind of want to stop sharing for a minute before I find out what that is. Okay. I just wasn't sure if they're going to be like, what's the worst stuff in Akira we have to ban it for? And then it's like, oh, here's some tits. Yeah, so this is what that links
So
to.
that'd be the absolute worst thing you'd be showing.
Oh,
them.
TMS made Akira? I
Yeah.
never thought of that. That's crazy. Good job.
some of them even went on to some of the Akira team from TMS even worked on the Batman 90s series too.
Batman the Animated Series? Huh?
Yeah.
Nice.
Especially some of the Clayface animation in it, which is pretty,
Makes sense.
up their alley.
So, here's the thing. Sora News 24 says anime masterpiece Akira seemingly banned in Russia due to fears of mentally damaging kids. So,
Because that makes sense.
the official Telegram messaging account calls the courts of St. Petersburg, which no judicial body matching that exact name seems to exist. And while St. Petersburg is the location of the Constitutional Court of Russia, the Google translated version of the Telegram posting shared by the Bounding into Comment, so the original reporter on this, references the Frunzensky District Court of St. Petersburg. And it's spelled wrong. There is no I in Frunzensky at the end here. It should just be a Y.
Conspiracy.
So, I don't know. I mean, who knows what's happening in Russia right now? God knows. They want their kids focused on training with the gun for war and not watching anime and beating off all day. That seems like a good strategy.
You said it's mostly isekai that they're banning, right?
Yeah,
It's
we'll just
because
have
they
to
don't.
see.
from what- from
What
what-
would
They
then they
don't want
want?
people thinking that, oh, there's a better world or a better world. God damn it.
Better
A
world
better
out there. Yeah,
world
that's
to go
exactly what
into
it
if you
is.
kill yourself.
So, I
Why
think
would anyone
that's
want to
what we
live
read.
not want to live in glorious Russia? Why
Yeah, I
would
think
they?
that's what we
Haven't,
read. They
haven't
said,
you seen the Russian training videos versus the American
Yes.
like recruiting videos, where it's like the
yes,
American
my
ones
two
is
moms promoted. They
Yeah,
were
but it's all,
proud
like,
of my
animated
choice to
and
become
kinda
a U.S.
anime-esque.
Army officer.
like the American ones like are cartoony,
Yeah,
and it's because it's like an animated thing, and then the Russian ones just
Yeah,
so it makes sense. They're trying to make their people tougher.
well, that's
you
what I
can
said
show
before.
that.
The reason why it's illegal in Russia to tell children that gay people exist is because they're trying to grow their population. They don't want gay people in Russia because they can't procreate. They can't continue to grow their levels of population and strengthen their
they can't
military.
Grow, they can't grow.
They
the
need
communist
them.
level.
The people are the capital of the country.
Can you even
So-
show that image on the? article?
Yes, it doesn't. It's not explicit. Kimetsu no Yaiba.
It's very close.
Well, that's not the only thing we're going to see. Kimetsu no Yaiba spin-off.
The way it's cropped off the bottom.
I know. Kimetsu no Yaiba spin-off manga Chuko Ikan Kimetsu Gaku and rumored. So, despite the main manga having ended quite a while ago, it's looking Kimetsu no Yaiba is looking to milk its astronomical popularity by releasing a spin-off manga, which will apparently take the form of a school-centric comedy called Chuko Ikan Kimetsu Gaiden. Kimetsu no Yaiba's creator, Koyoharu Gotoge, will supposedly release a special illustration in the 31st edition of Weekly Shonen Jump to help usher in the arrival of the manga, which is set to be serialized in Saikyo Jump come August 4th.
So Attack on Titan Junior High, basically. Except,
I got no problem with it, but let's be honest. Let's just call a cash-in a cash-in. I mean, that's what this is.
It's like the Flintstones kids equivalent. Pretty much.
Muppet Babies, no.
Muppet Babies! Dude, Tiny Toots? Oh, man, I love that show.
I'm not knocking the practice. I'm just saying. That's clearly what that is. It's just a cash-in.
Epic Animator says, hey, Reese, it seems like you are getting jealous of Weeaberger's position and rank.
What?
Not really, because, I mean... I can just take Weeaberger out.
Wait a minute, hold on. Are you guys like having a battle for Reese's hand in marriage or something? What the hell are we talking about? I think the Cronus.
I think he's indicating that you like being at the back of the train.
What are you talking about? I'm at the very bottom of the totem. Reese is at the very top.
I know, but I'm saying that Reese would rather be at the back of the train.
Yes.
Wait, what are you talking about? I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, if you're talking about hierarchy, I mean, at this point, Reese acts like Brad's wife, considering he has access to all of your login accounts.
He doesn't actually.
What we did on YouTube all the time.
I created a system for which Reese can have access to the StreamYard today that is very pleasing. Oh yes, put me behind Hans or. All right. Anyway.
I am the arm, and I control the bottom.
And Ann B. Davis says Alice. Right. Okay.
I can't wait.
Onion Warlock said, if it had the same controversy, but had The Rock and it was live action, it would be called a cinematic masterpiece. Referring to Akira, that'd be, dear God, please. Please put The Rock.
Dude. The Rock is the Colonel.
Wait, could you have Kevin Hart as Tetsuo?
Yeah.
Woo! Because he's tired of being called little. Yeah, that would work.
Nezuko looks a little weird in that position. Yep. So that's why Japan is dying. Is it a prequel or sequel? Because I want to see the incest at the end. You know what I mean? Because so. It's Attack on Titan Junior High. Yeah. We've covered it before.
They've already done a couple anime shorts.
Well, at the end of the manga, they do a little short thing, bonus that's like them in school uniforms, right?
Right.
And Nezuko's got bread in her mouth instead of the bamboo bit. So anyway, it says here. The school-like parody originally appeared as comedic shorts at the end of chapters in the main manga and featured all the characters dressed as students. A 4-part anime for the spin-off came into being in February of this year. The upcoming Kimetsu no Yaiba Hinokami Kenpatan game will also feature the Kimetsu Gakuen versions of the characters. I'll open this so you guys can see it. We've covered it before, but just to remind you. Taking into account that Kimetsu no Yaiba grew in size to the extent that it managed to surpass the mighty One Piece, critics likely expected the series to get milked in some form. So here's the thing. We've covered this before, remember?
No.
So this is what it is, as far as I understand. It's going to be them, it's Attack on Titan Junior High, right? It's almost exactly what it is.
They just can't resist.
The Valentine OVA for this was pretty funny.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Like, I sent you guys a screen cap of Zenith just saying, bitches better give me chocolate or something.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah. So, Blue Exorcist manga series is going to go on hiatus for 8 months, so Kato can draw a new limited series. So here's what she had to say. Kazue Kato clarified in the tweet thread that the break isn't due to her health, but because she'll be working on a limited series adapting Fuyumi Ono's Eizen Karukaya Kaitan novel into manga form. A, quote, dream come true, says Kato, the manga creator. who went on to say of these things that I shouldn't have highlighted that part for some reason.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll read it. It would be nice if I could have serialized both of them at the same time without taking a break, but I was worried that my body might have fallen apart. So I'm going to take a break from Blue Exorcist for a little over half of a year and concentrate on Karukaya for a while. So they say here that Eisen Karukaya Kaiten tells multiple short stories from the perspective of Ohara, an owner of a shop that is haunted by its past and of being the residence of a samurai. Kato said that she is excited to be adapting the novel into the manga series for the first time. Into a manga series for the first time, and hopes to do her best in conveying the fun and charm of the original work as much as possible. Kato took Blue Exorcist on break earlier this year for 2 months to nurse her fatigue and have a much-needed break after 12 years of work on the shit. Hold up. So you took a 2-month break, and now you're taking an 8-month break?
Well, hey,
what
after the
she think
Berserk
it is?
guy
Technically,
died,
it's not a break. Technically, she is still working.
Yeah, I know. It's a joke.
What do you mean you're sleeping? You could be drawing more manga.
Yeah. And now, the Blue Exorcist manga is beautiful. I mean, it is absolutely beautiful.
Oh, God. Up in anime is Japan is dying because they know gays are real. Gotcha. So I put out a hilarious tweet that nobody touched on.
Is it the Criterion Collection one?
No.
Oh, because
I
didn't
don't
get
get
that
one at all. I'll be honest.
I don't either.
Oh, okay. I will. Okay, I will share that as well.
So I did not like it.
Yeah, I refuse to like that post.
And I also refused to comment to find out what it meant.
I said, I bet if you created an app that crossed Tinder with a hentai doujin viewer that paired users with mates who frequent the same tags, you could solve Japan's low birth rate.
Yeah.
Zero engagement. Now, the other tweet you guys are referring to is I said this meme resonates with every fiber of my being. Okay, so this is the Koslov effect. Okay, this is a film school thing where you've got just regular old like red box movies and then the Criterion Collection, and it's the same photo. Okay, so this is from I think it was a Russian filmmaking experiment where they were learning how editing works and how it conveys emotion. So what they did is they had a video of a girl swinging on a swing set, and then they would cut the next shot is this guy's face, blank stare, right? And they would ask the audience, "What did you see?" And they would respond, "A proud father." Then they would put a video of a dish being served at a table. And then they would cut to the exact same shot of this guy's face with no change. And they ask, "What did you see?" And they'd say, "A hungry man." So the idea was that a blank emotion, when paired with another juxtaposed next to a different, thing, it conveys. You can put two clips together that can convey something differently when they're put together versus separate. Right? So the joke here is that it's literally the guy from the video that they show in film school whose face does not change at all.
I feel like 15 minutes trying to figure out, is there something different with the guy's face after the first one and second?
Right. So the joke is that to a movie collector, your face when you see the red box crappy bullshit blockbuster movies is like a disappointed man, and then it's the Criterion Collection and it's a happy man. That was the joke.
That's way too highbrow for.
Yeah, I was wondering, is he talking about Criterion Collection is equally as disappointing? Like what?
I thought you were just saying you didn't like movies.
No,
that's what I thought it was. There's no reaction.
Professor Who or Mr. Nice Guy saw this, they would totally get it. Those are the two people I thought might get it. Yeah. No, nothing.
You and your monocle wearing Hollywood elites chuckling to each other. Right. Yeah, y'all got it.
Okay.
Us common folk did not.
The only places that I've seen that do that that they lock up the DVD place is in Walmart, and that was in like Alabama.
So Reese, do you want to talk about this?
No.
Suzumiya collaborates with famous Japanese host Roland for his new book.
Oh, I thought that was
This guy looks
Marilyn
like
Manson.
Marilyn
stole that
Manson
from me.
/ Michael Jackson.
Listen, I didn't steal it from you. It's basically public domain. Just how canny the similarity is.
Well, Footnum, do you want to talk about your collaboration with Haruhi?
I'd rather not listen to Marilyn Manson. What the fuck?
I was wondering why that was in here. And I was like, what the fuck
This is
God.
exactly the template for a what he sees versus what she sees. Fucking
Okay.
meme.
I almost lost consciousness.
The girl on the right is your girl, and the other one's the girl they tell you not to worry about, or whatever the meme is.
Fuck. Dude, I literally almost lost consciousness just now.
Oh
I still get a
It's
chuckle
really
out.
weird.
I still get a chuckle about your initial response to that. You literally had this, like, your voice message. It's like, I can't believe that you were such. Yes, this is the one to send.
Yeah. So for some background, when we were talking about doing the
meat
joke
thing?
I did that one podcast for the Wagyu beef, I brought up the red shirt. I said it would be funny if for the thumbnail, if one of us is wearing a red shirt and we can put the Wagyu beef behind the red shirt, right? And then he sent that picture and said, coincidentally, I'm wearing a red shirt right now. To which I replied, I love how you were dumb enough to send that photo, because it's like the picture is like his hand in front of the screen, like, no, and what did I say?
Does your shirt
No,
say
what are you
gamer?
doing, stepbrother? Like,
What is
oh, gosh.
what does your shirt say? Does it say gamer?
It's
Or-
a
This game
it's a
on,
short-
I think.
It's a shorter version of Gay Me.
Oh,
Like, yeah, I don't know. My mom probably got me that shirt at one point. I was just like, yeah, I'm wearing a red shirt, and I just deliberately took the worst photo I could, because it's like the polar opposite of taking six. No. It's the polar opposite
you didn't
of
accidentally
taking
put the
5
camera
hours
off
to
acting
be
off
like,
the mic.
oh, this selfie doesn't look good enough. I'm just like, let's make it look bad, and then we can all have fun.
So I want to get caught up in the chat before we cover this one. Let's see. Oh my gosh, my brain feels like it went through like a hard reset. I almost passed out there.
Reassure your surroundings. Make sure you're in
Brett,
the right
AC's
place.
brain had a hard reset during this stream.
Let's see, where was it? Okay, here we go. Is it a prequel or a sequel? Or are we talking about the cousins? Wink, wink.
Yep.
So you're telling me that Reese is has the same powers? Oh, gross. Japan is dying because they. Yeah, we got. Okay, here we go. His face looks like it's morphing. I'm gonna assume that was foot. I think you meant Marilyn Manson.
Oh.
Yeah, you should
Just
have made
need
me
to
an
strip-
Animorph to Haruhi.
So
Animorph.
how in the hell does Marilyn Manson and Michael Jackson look alike? Do you need me to bring it back up?
Well, I mean, one of them's dead.
Oh, where'd he go?
He died.
God damn it. I gotta
We've
bring back
lost
the
our pilot.
Hmm.
That's awkward.
This is a good place where someone can do the was it "Look at me, I'm the captain now" meme?
Yeah. We don't actually have that, do we?
Yeah, it's time for Ride Arm to take the captain's seat and turn it around.
The hand just moves to the head, and now he's got the head on the right arm. And
I take command of the mech to make us go to Arby's.
Oh God, that sounds actually
Arby's. Why? Out of all
So,
things.
This is the first
So
thing I
Reese-
thought of. Letter A, B.
Watch
Oh,
out,
you know how-
Brad has a stipulation
Thought
about
to bring
Arby's.
the mech.
You know how Command Shift T undoes close tab
No.
Yes.
and Command W closes the tab? Well,
Yes.
Command Shift W nukes every tab.
Oh,
So you lost all your tabs.
Whoops.
can you control
Yeah.
Shift P to open them all back up? I think
Yes,
that works.
I reclose. I undo closed window, and I got them all back. Thank goodness.
I was
Uh,
gonna give it a shot, but I don't have a command key because I'm not an Apple cuck.
Oh, you're right, Weeaburger. You're right.
Okay, so
Weeaburger
to answer
pay like 12
to
times
answer
for the
your
same
question,
thing.
how the hell does Michael? Oh, I have to re-screen share. Hold on. How do they look alike?
They don't look alike. This is a combination of the
Wait a
two.
minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. I need to stop screen sharing.
This is their fusion.
Okay, damn it! That's precisely the thing I was trying to avoid. You guys made fun of my desktop last time. Window. There we go.
Dude, come on, man. What are people for?
So you're not going to tell me that kind of resembles Marilyn Manson dressed as Michael Jackson?
I see.
I mean, you're telling me I'm not going to tell you, so I'm going to tell you.
I'm not saying no, but
I mean, he kind of does.
Yeah.
Isn't that
I was trying to do like rabble bitch, but put in a TV there, and I just couldn't do it. I couldn't make up a joke in time. Anyway, all right. Batman's right. Oh, I didn't finish reading these. Hold on. Sorry. Batman X ReZero. Let's go. Okay. Yeah. So Batman writer praises manga success. You know, before we get into this, that is quite the concept.
So wait a minute.
What if Marvel superheroes or DC superheroes got isekai'd? What if that would be hilarious?
That's Gwenpool
Samurai. What?
Right. But I'm saying like because Deadpool Samurai actually take place in a samurai time?
I was saying
like the Edo period.
Like the Gwen Stacy Deadpool, she is in our world and reads Marvel comics, and she gets isekai.
I'm talking about take the plot to any isekai, Rising the Shield Hero, put Batman as Naofumi's character.
Oh my god!
He'd be screwed because he doesn't have all his mansion and tools at the ready.
If you drop Spider-Man in feudal Japan, he's fucked. He has nothing to swing around on.
Oh, he's just climbing.
The big sakura blossom tree or whatever it's called in the middle of the town. He has to wait for people to go to that tree to save him.
So Chuck, but then again, he would also be competing. So think about it this way: it would be closer to the Attack on Titan stuff when they're like out in the field. Right, you know, like so
where they can't like attach to
like
the wall.
Spider-Man 1, the game where you can swing off the sky. Is what you're saying?
Honestly, they'd probably like kill him and burn him on sight and think he's some sort of yokai. They wouldn't even give him time to speak his piece.
Either that or they revere some kind of god.
So Chuck Dixon, a well-known Batman writer, has shared his opinion on why the Western comics industry is steadily declining, additionally explaining why manga is succeeding in comparison whilst also singing its praises. I'll tell you why. Capitalism. That's the simple answer. Mm-hmm. Because in Japan, they're making things that people want, and in America, they're making things that people hate. So recently uploading the 65th iteration of his Ask Chuck Dixon series on YouTube, Chuck was asked, what is your theory/thoughts on why manga is wiping the floor with American comics? To which the prolific writer went into extensive detail explaining various aspects, saying things such as, quote, it's not too hard to figure out, really. There's a lot of dedication, passion, and craft in manga comics, and that's missing almost entirely from the big two, meaning Marvel and DC. Let me just continue reading. Marvel and DC still run the store here. They still are the market leaders, and unfortunately, there is no variety there. There's nothing really different. There's not something for everybody the way there is in manga. It's not hard to see. The artwork is attractive, it's different, it's engaging, it's interesting, it's varied. So there's lots of reasons to like manga, and not a whole lot of reasons to like what's out now. Because what's out now for the big two is, for the most part, poorly crafted. There's a few exceptions, but for the most part, it's poorly crafted, poorly conceived. There's an obvious political agenda to everything, and there's no variety. In Japanese manga, there's golf comics. There's not one comic about golf. There's multiple comics about golf. I think he means, he means manga. In Japanese manga, there's golf manga. There's not just one, but many. And I've made references I've made reference on these videos to one of my favorite mangas that is about fishing. It's just about fishing. It's not about vampires fishing or another planet or witches fishing or fishing after a zombie
that's
apocalypse.
the most anime thing to do to it.
This is about guys fishing, surf casting, and whatever. Fishing from boats, fishing from the shore, fishing from the banks of rivers, and the stories are fascinating and beautifully drawn and beautifully realized. But here, what do we get? We get superheroes and poorly done superheroes. Okay. We get superheroes and poorly done superheroes. I probably should have read it. There really isn't anything else at the mainstream companies. It's superheroes, superheroes, superheroes. And they are all avatars for the writer's political agenda. Damn straight. And they're kind of tiresome. They're not particularly well drawn. They're not particularly well realized. Why would you want to read this crap if you had a choice of reading a genre that you prefer, be it horror or mystery or espionage or golf? When there's only one flavor in American comics, of course Japanese comics are going to win the day. The biggest problem here is that all I see American comic book creators, the biggest problem here is that all I see American comic book creators, the people in the mainstream do, is complain about manga. Well, why don't you learn from manga? Why don't you look at what manga is doing and do that? And I don't mean draw people with huge eyes and lots of speed lines. I mean do more varied stories. Do more complex stories. Put more effort into the artwork. Put more effort into the craft. Change the format, for God's sake. Stop doing the little folio comics and look at what manga does. These big fat telephone books, comics released weekly, things like that. Just change the formula. Look what manga is doing. Why is manga successful? Try to copy that. Of course, if they try to copy it, just like they did in the 90s here in the United States, they just get it all wrong. Rip. They don't know what they are doing, and they have no interests. They're just going to complain about it, as if that's going to get them any more readers. So it's sad. It's a sad state of affairs, but everyone saw it coming. It had to happen. There has to be winners and losers. As the American comic book sales fall, something has to replace it, and manga is right there. It's popular. I know my kids know kids who read manga. They don't know anybody who reads American comics. I mean, Christopher Barker, if you're listening, you're the only person I know who likes American comics. And the rest,
yeah.
What? Reese, you like American comics? Let me rephrase.
I have a lot of
Let me rephrase that. Christopher Barker, you're the only one I know who likes American comics from the big two.
Oh.
Meaning Marvel and DC. I can't tell whose voice is making that.
That's all I've been reading lately.
Okay.
Is such actually.
Well, you're a massive simp for comics.
No, I found beauty in them. There was a time when they were beautiful, and I have not watched an anime since until the Resident Evil one came out.
Are you reading current comics, or are you reading the Golden Age?
Well, actually, Golden Age in terms of comics would mean the back to the 30s and 40s. The Silver Age would be somewhere between the 60s and 70s, and the Bronze Age.
Are you reading current comics?
No. The only one that I touched that's one of the big two is Gwenpool, and it's because Gwen's cute, so I read it and she's funny.
Christopher Barker is the only one I know who reads current comics from the big two.
He basically reads the Shonen Jump Weekly. Effectively.
Anyway, I don't know where I was now.
You mean to tell me you didn't like the comic where Iceman from the X-Men is at a funeral and he's on Grindr on his phone?
What?
Yeah, they turned Iceman
that's
gay.
real. Well, he's also that's a panel is he's on Grindr at a funeral.
Wasn't
gotta
that like
find out if I'm gonna be late?
Wasn't that like Jean Grey like messed with his mind and turned him gay or something like that? I don't know if that's true or not. That could just
the
be.
Dark Phoenix does many things, including turn people gay.
I never read the story. I remember people mentioning that.
I don't.
Well, she is a
know.
powerful
There's
psychic.
Tons of shit that happens with Jean Grey. Though that bitch has been killed and brought back and cloned, and Wolverine's done her, and he cucked not Iceman, but Cyclops. Cyclops is forever cucked. He left. He thought she was dead and went and got with He got it with another woman, had a kid, and then Jean was like, "Oh, I'm actually back. That was a clone." And then he's like, "Oh, but Jean, I want to come see you. I'm gonna leave my current wife and family."
Wait,
oh
what?
no,
What you're
Wolverine's
describing
kissing you in
sounds
front of me.
terrible.
It's awesome. No, Wolverine, when he sees Jean Grey come back, he gives her a big old kiss right in front of Cyclops, and he's really butthurt about it.
Why was he
So
with
Randall 11
Cyclops?
says Planet Hulk is basically an isekai. Yes, but my point was if you took an existing isekai, like if you had Inuyasha, but instead of Kagome falling down the well, oh no, Wonder Woman fell down the well. It could be
That would
really
be a very
funny.
different story. I mean,
Hulk is literally sent to another world and he has to live out a gladiator roleplay. I guess.
Planet
Yeah,
Hulk's
kind of.
cool. The fucking
And
Fantastic
let's
Four
point it out that
Exile
Planet
was
Hulk is beloved as one of the best comics out there, right? From that age. So there you go. Do what manga does. There is no way comics can do what manga does. Manga is free flowing and ever changing. Comics are in ideological change, and its creators are terrified of being canceled. Yeah, I heard It's a Gundam was talking about the concept of being canceled being the modern day beheadings. And I'm like, damn, you're right. Like, that's a really good way of putting it. Getting beheaded on social media is actually, let's be real. It's not actually worse than getting beheaded in the town square for real with the guillotine. But effectively, it is similar in a way because you're
socially guillotined.
you know what? Actually, you can make an argument that it actually is worse, only because at least when you get beheaded, you're dead.
You're over, yeah. Because
you're over.
This
Whereas
die
you
for
get
a
canceled,
cause.
You don't have to
back
hear
from it.
about it
Like,
anymore when you're dead.
Yeah, this is a killing of your character that doesn't you don't recover from in a way.
Well, and
right?
it's just
For
like
sure. You're right.
let's say you had look at the Vic situation. Like obviously he's made out okay, but let's say things had gone differently and he couldn't get into any kind of conventions. Everyone believed all women and not him. Or, let's say he lost.
And he'd come out as a woman, so he'd have to be believed, okay?
Yeah.
Oh, that would have been
The old
hilarious.
switcheroo. He's pulling the old Call of Duty switching
I would even
sides
argue,
at
even
the
though he
last
has
minute.
come out okay on it, he's still he doesn't have any of his old roles. Most of the big cons don't have him, are refusing to invite him over. He took a hit to his income, even though he's
absolutely.
amazing.
And it's not even just his income; it's his potential for growth with new fans.
That's what I'm saying. So it's it almost is worse because it's you're still alive. It's you're suffering.
Yeah, you like what I said. If you're dead, you don't have to hear about it anymore.
Yeah.
But you're
Send me
still
to the
alive. You
great
still have to hear
beyond
about it every
where
single fucking day.
rather be sent to the other life to live a much better life than be.
Effing Anime Addict says, I like Marvel better than DC in the entertainment, movies, cartoons, TV series wise. Everybody does. They're more tolerable. Iceman wasn't gay until Jean Grey read his mind and told him he's gay. So he was gay despite decades of canon proving otherwise. Well,
Yeah, there you go.
I'm glad she cleared that up for him. I mean, she's a powerful psychic who could do. You'd think that would be something. It's like.
Do you think she fucked with his brain?
Forgive me, Father, for I sinned. What is it, Jean Grey? Well, you know how I'm a powerful psychic? I found the gay switch, and I was able to turn it on.
That is the representation we need. Brainwashing.
Yeah. Exactly.
Hashtag brainwashed gay.
Ooh.
I guess maybe that's where it came from. She told him he was gay.
Inclusion. They need to brainwash characters to have that sexuality inclusion.
It's so funny they use that character to do it too.
All
That's
the
their
new
ultimate
Marvel characters
virtue.
that are non-binary is like Jean Grey is going around like, you don't have a gender.
I
You
don't
don't
know
have
how
a gender.
unstable she is. Maybe she didn't turn him gay. She was like, "Hey, I think I looked into your mind. You're gay," and he just was too afraid to say otherwise.
No.
Like, wait, I'm not gay. You're gay.
Iron Man, I see deep inside you, Tony Stark. You are actually Iron non-binary.
It's like you need
Iron They.
She-Hulk, you are actually they Hulk.
They Hulk.
Zero Hulk.
No, I mean, like Iron They, Iron It. I was like, can you imagine?
Spider They.
It's me, Iron They.
Iron Zay.
Dude, I want to see the irony.
He could be with his entire army of suits he has. We are Iron They. Wait, does that mean?
Right now,
does
the
that mean
Salt in
Venom?
American Comic- what was released before the 4th of July? The Salt in American Comics that was released before the 4th of July. I'm curious. Tell me more. Anyway, let's finish this. Let's finish this article. What do you say? So I do think with the manga thing, what Japan has going for it, and this is the thing.
Oh, that's right. Captain America said he doesn't believe in the American ideals. Or whatever.
Dr. Doom now has a PhD in gender studies. So what happened with Captain America?
I think in one of the stories, he
They made
said
him
something
gay.
like he no longer believes in the American dream or something or other.
I want to see a manga author go on Twitter and say, "Bitch, I'm a millionaire. I don't need money."
Yeah, sure, that's gonna happen.
Some of them are millionaires, probably. She-Hulk is beefier than the Incredible Hulk in the new comics. Well, of course.
Back in the 90s,
Anyway.
when she was, like...
She's a
an
strong
model.
and
Yeah.
independent
No,
and
those days are
woman.
over.
Her comics are really funny.
so-
She did the fourth wall breaking stuff before Deadpool did in the 80s.
So the thing about manga is that, and I believe this is why manga succeeds where American comics doesn't, is that there's a gatekeeping aspect in American comics that there just isn't in Japan. Because in Japan, they have so many weekly magazines that put out manga that even if your art sucks, even if your story sucks,
You'll find an
even
audience.
if your panels are like stick figures, you could probably find some weekly comic to put your stuff in, right? You might not get published in the tankobon, like you might not get collected works unless your stuff is good. But the point is that anybody in Japan, literally anybody, the housewife who doodles all day in her spare time and has gotten some artistic talent and decided to start writing a story, the guy who is a salaryman who comes home after work and works in his spare time on a manga, anybody can publish in Japan. And if people like your stuff and they buy that issue and it becomes popular, you get elevated out of the position you're in into a place where you can actually make a living. You are far better as a manga author than an animator in Japan, hands down. And it is far harder. Don't get me wrong. It is far harder to be a manga author because you have to come up with ideas, execute them weekly, and all these. It's not easy, right?
We had the.
That's why there's a lot of story and art duos in author writing manga.
Yes, but being able to have a place that effectively is free market capitalism. That's what it's supposed to be. No barriers to enter the field. None. Do it. All you need is a pen and paper. That is what free market capitalism is supposed to be in this field. And Japan has it significantly more than the US does. You're fucked over here. They're never going to give you a chance. You know? Exactly. Random 11, great point. One Punch Man was literally a webcomic of scribbles and stick figures. Look at it now. That is a perfect example of my
Be
point.
careful who you make fun of in high school.
Yeah.
Here is him now.
So that's why, in my opinion, that is why manga will forever
reign
be better
supreme
than American comics. Because American comics, the problem with quote unquote capitalism in the United States, which by the way, we do not have a free market capitalist society. We have the croniest, corporatist society of probably any country in the world. It is a joke. It is not anywhere near close to free market capitalism. our society, our endeavors here it's built on maximizing profits and gamifying the system. That's why there is no heart or soul in any media that gets produced. Anyway.
Question.
Yes.
Does that mean if I take my shitty comic I'm making right now and I like translate it to Japanese and post it on a Japanese site, I'd have a way... if they saw my crappy art, you think I'd have a way better chance of it catching on?
I will tell you right now, if you made a blog or you posted it to DeviantArt or Tapastic or someplace like that, if you have any gold in there that would resonate with people, you'll gain a following. If you posted it to Twitter and people liked it, they will follow you. And that is where your clout comes from. That is where artists, this is something that I wish I had seen long before I had gone to college, is that if I wanted to get somewhere in life, I always stopped myself. I didn't want to put any of my art on the internet because I always thought I was afraid people would steal it.
Yeah.
You know? And I realized way late in the game that putting art on the internet is literally the way you stop people from stealing it. Let's see, I'll pull up my DeviantArt if you guys.
It is kind of true though, because you can have an idea that's that's like burrowing or something, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna do it, and then somebody else makes it.
That makes it.
You've never seen
you
them.
Can in court, you can be like, yo, this was
exactly.
Done in
That's
like
that is. You're exactly right. It's the timestamp. Where do you see the scraps? Is it? Oh, here it is. Okay. I'll show you guys one of my. I did this my first year in college before I had the actual art school stuff. This was what I was working with back in the day. It ain't perfect, but I could have gone somewhere with it, you know.
Did you ever draw like a one demon winged like?
Oh, you fucking know it, Jesus! There you are.
Hey, what you drawing over there? Nothing. You don't know about him. You know nothing about his
I don't know why it made me have to join DeviantArt to show you this. But
You're not
my flame-winged angel carrying the lolly with the twin tails. Fuck yeah, I did that.
Oh, that's awesome.
Anyway, it's in the header to my YouTube page. I think if you go to the main
for your
YouTube page. Yeah, you can click on my DeviantArt. There's not much there. I didn't post enough, and I don't know. DeviantArt became too much of a struggle to keep up with the people I was following, to where it's like, okay, well, I haven't visited it in 4 months, and I've got 20,000 deviations to look through, and like, that's too much work. I don't even want to go. You know. Anyway,
well, just move all your DeviantArt to OnlyFans.
There you
make
go.
it worth it.
I used to just make MS Paint shit posts on my DeviantArt, so by the time I actually put any on there, it just nobody cared, I guess.
I was gonna read to you guys that one Dino Cops screenplay that I wrote, but I went back and read it, and I was like, oh god, cringe. But you know,
but we love cringe.
It's the screenplayed version. I think the original post, which I do still have somewhere and would be able to locate, I think that one was pretty good because I have a way of writing. You guys have heard it. Once Cucked on Another Planet. Oh. I have a way of writing that just pours out of me that is pretty damn entertaining. So at some point we will cover that.
Brad likes his own sauce. I'm down for this.
Anyway, so if they just tried to copy it just like they did in the 90s, it would work. So it's sad. It's a sad state of affairs, but everybody saw it coming. It had to happen. There has to be winners and losers. As the American comic book sales fall, something has to replace it, and manga is right there. It's popular. I know my kids know kids who read manga. They don't know anybody who reads American comics. And the kids that my kids know who read manga are just casual readers. They're not fans. They're not geeks. They're not going to conventions. They just like reading manga. They like reading it on their phone. They like reading it in books. And there you go. I don't see the mainstream, the big two, ever catching up, although there are alternatives. What's up?
It sounded like a Doctor Who story for a second.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I will not eat it in a house. I will not eat it in a house.
That's where my brain started going.
Onion, or sorry, effing anime addict. Put a link. Here it is.
Every time I see the Onion Warlock in the chat, I think it says Onision.
Oh god.
Marvel's Captain America sheds the American dream.
I'll have to check this out later. I thought it was going to be an article, not a video. I'll check it out when we're later on. All right. Let's not cover that right this second. Let's come back to that. Okay. So Nintendo reveals the improved Switch with OLED screen for October 8th. Footnote, you got something you want to say about this?
Yeah, a lot of people were expecting was the Switch Pro, something that has a lot of more horsepower behind it. But then what you get this, and people in my situation are just like, dude, I don't care. I just wanted the Swole Switch because you couldn't run. What?
What is OLED?
It's organic lumina whatever electronic diode.
Wow.
Very good TV.
So OLED, as people call it, basically means you have perfect colors, perfect. Actually, I forgot to mention. So OLED is a pixel per pixel. Like that's how it works.
So the LEDs are basically pixel size.
They're self-illuminating. Each pixel illuminates rather than it being like zones for backlight. So the blacks are pixel perfect. Anything that's a black is perfect, but in a normal TV, they have dimming zones.
The superior color. Okay, got it.
Like regular TVs have dimming zones. They have 30 whatever zones. So you might see, this gets dark, but it's like you see like a glow or something. Or the black is just a really, really dark gray on the screen. But OLED is literal black when you have blacks on the screen. So
it's basically the UHD for Switch.
Sure, but the problem is Switch is like 480 to 720p for all games it runs on mobile.
So when you put the Switch in the dock here, does it play on your TV instead?
Yeah.
When you dock it, yeah, that's what the dock's for. But so personally, I've only ever played the Switch docked because A, it's more powerful. And B, I'm never on the go.
For players like yourself, that's why this was a very disappointing announcement, because this doesn't change anything for how you actually play.
But even for people who do play it portably, it sucks for them too, because it's like, I have this beautiful screen. Like the other thing is it gives you great colors, very vibrant, very good colors.
I have to imagine that the screen is going to
better
cost
colors
more battery
when your game looks like a Nintendo 64 game. Like I'm exaggerating, obviously, but
no, I hear you.
These games, as I said, they run at best 480p to 720p, because 720p is the portable resolution of the screen.
So uncomfortable.
But you can't even play Zelda Breath of the Wild without getting frame drops in docked mode. Like you can't get a stable 30 FPS, and that was ever since launch. That's been the case, and I've just been sitting here being like, I want a Switch that can play all Switch games at some frame rate or another, just stably. Like that's all I really want.
So Random Lemon says that the LEDs are sub-pixel size. I mean, that sounds impressive. Don't get me wrong, but when the screen is about the size of a phone, it's not that impressive.
Now I have perfect tweet that I saw. They were like things they added or whatever. And it was like, it was a really small list. Now, granted, they are improvements, but then they said, new problem, screen burn-in. And I'm like, oh boy, they're right. Because OLED, they're organic or whatever, so they have screen burn-in again. That's why OLED isn't like the end-all be-all over LED, because you have screen burn-in and stuff.
You think this is a ploy to get people to buy this thing because they're trying to be green, quote unquote, there, and then like, oh man, my screen burned out.
I don't think it's actually organic in this environmental sense. But
It's just a cash grab all around.
I think what they
just now
yeah.
added a damn LAN port, Ethernet port.
Yeah.
Yeah, they added an Ethernet port. The stand is better for the portable, and a couple other small things, I think. Now,
So old man says,
yeah,
OLED
my phone
is in
is
high-end
OLED.
phones and TVs.
Yours is
The
probably
biggest knocks
too.
I've seen against it is that it's not as bright as LED, and it's prone to image burn if you have a static screen.
I'm pretty sure it is actually brighter, because everyone always talks about how OLED has the best picture quality in like every aspect.
Well, I don't
It's
know
like
what my
under,
new laptop has, but
I doubt it
I
has
gotta-
OLED, because remember how we talked before how it's like the freaking iPhone or your camera webcam is still 720p or something.
it
right?
literally has the exact same camera as an old iPhone in it. I don't know why.
So I
want to
doubt
update
they're
it.
going to be putting expenses on like, yeah, let's give it an OLED display and make it actually mildly worth the money you're paying. But yeah, your phone could be. I don't know if Apple's actually there yet, but like that's the trends that all these new phones, Samsung, whatever.
It's the Retina
are
display,
OLEDs.
I think, is what I have.
Yeah, but it could be an OLED type Retina display.
I don't know.
Like it's basically the panel type. Like one
So it
pixel
says
is made up
one
of a
pic-
blue, OLED, a red, and a green. Are you sure
Okay,
it's not
so I got what you're
RGB?
saying.
Oh wait, that is RGB. He just said out of sequence. You piece of garbage. No. Contrast is way better on OLED, but some OLEDs aren't necessarily brighter.
Well, it would make sense that you can't go as bright if you're trying to make the darks not gray. You know what I mean?
No.
Like
the darks is literally just the pixels turn off. That's why they're
I know.
perfect black.
But when you project light, it's hard to explain.
Wait. I've got to ask something.
Good.
Okay, so wait, it's true black when the light's turned off, is what Footnum just said. Okay.
Yeah, it's
Is
just not
that
on.
like
That's
Diet Coke? Why it's like Diet shit's a lot of times more expensive? I don't know if Diet Coke's more expensive. Just using an explanation. It's like, hey, less cost you more. Now we're gonna turn this fucking light off.
Here,
Okay.
I sent a picture in the memes chat of this is literally the exact. This is like the only thing they've changed. This is the equivalent of the old Switch and then this new and improved Switch.
Where is this?
It's in the memes. Oh, sorry, my internet's very bad. It's almost there.
Okay, yeah, because
still
let me show what I got instead.
Anticlimactic. Anticlimactic there.
I'm like, wait a minute, Weeaburger's the one here. Why can't I paste? Oh,
there we go.
That's even better.
That's
okay,
the
copy
exact
message
equivalent.
link. Yeah, so this is what Weeaburger sent. Oh, that's wonderful. God damn it. All right, well, just give me a second while I fucking log in.
Brandon Levin says there is subsurface scattering of light inside the screen, but it only affects areas around it lit up pixels. So you already get
Hold on
that
while
effect.
I get my two-factor authentication going.
Don't worry.
Oh, you mean
I'm
that thing that
stalling.
does nothing?
To protect you in any capacity, but just
No. It does
PS4
something
shit hacked.
as long as you have the phone.
I have my-
If someone takes your phone, you're screwed.
Hold on,
But-
I didn't do it fast enough and it reset on me.
When I got my PS4 hacked like a month or two ago, and they spent like $300 on my card, all they did was say, "Hey, PSN, yeah, I can't get in my account," and they sent it to their email, and they turned off my two-factor authentication.
So this is
Wow.
what they've done.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
And what's funny is while your internet was taking forever to load, I was looking at
porn.
how do I get it? I was looking at and I'm like, yes, this is what they've done.
The new Switch, slider better stand, better screen in the mode that most people don't even play it in, and they added Ethernet port that the fucking the GameCube and shit that came out 20 years ago.
No. Ethernet's a valid thing to add because it gives you more stable connection. But
well, I'm saying it's good that they added it. I think it's shitty that it
Ethernet,
took like,
you're not going to use in frickin' portable mode, so it contradicts the whole OLED screen.
He's not wrong.
I think we can shake on Nintendo as a shit company.
So you're saying that the Ethernet should be in this thing?
It's in the back of the dock.
Yeah, the regular Switch that's been out for years has not had an Ethernet port. I don't even think the Wii. Yeah, the Wii was wireless. Wireless.
Like
only.
literally, I just want to buy the dock, if anything. But like I said, give us more horsepower so I can run every Switch game at least reliably. But like that's all I want.
I'd like Doom not to run like a fucking PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah,
dude,
so just for October
get the PC
8th,
version.
I guess there's no chance.
I got the PS4
anyway. Christmas thing that's going to be what you guys actually want.
The thing is, like, Footum's not wrong because me and my roommate been playing through Digimon Hacker's Memory and Cyber Sleuth, and like that's a turn-based. It's a turn-based RPG. And the game is dropping frames.
Wait, so you're playing on Switch?
Yeah, Nintendo Switch.
Okay.
And he has it on PS4 and it's now on Switch now.
Jason South, hey buddy, how you doing? Says you had to get an RJ45 adapter for the Wii.
They're way behind on that shit. Every console since like the turn of the century has had an Ethernet point.
I think my PS2 had one, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. So Old Man says the brighter the OLED screen, the more susceptible it is to burn in. One of the first things manufacturers did to mitigate burn in was reduce the screen brightness. Because the reason I brought up my laptop is because it feels less bright. One of the reasons why I have a harder time reading some of the articles. Now, granted, it's partially the lighting setup I have in here compared to when I was in Arizona, which will get fixed in the coming months when I navigate to a new room. And sort of set up a place that's going to be like my
OLED light bulb.
Excuse me, sorry.
No. I'm saying that in Arizona I had a lot more lights. The room was better lit. Now I've got a light behind me. It used to be behind the screen, right? So it was like the whole room was lit up, and it was just a little bit less jarring on my eyes. But the new laptop seems less bright.
You'd think with darker light, it would be better, easier to read your screen. That's backlit, but I don't know. The comment before.
Maybe I should do the podcast like Augie and just have a light show behind me, but otherwise dark. Anyway, so the thing that is funny, they added a better stand, but you still can't charge it because USB ports in the bottom. So to charge and play it in the tabletop mode, you still need a separate stand. And one way they stop burning is by moving the screen imperceptibly by a few pixels at certain intervals. So they're adding film grain. Can you imagine if you're playing a video game that has film grain like noise added to it?
They literally have film grain options and stuff like Resident Evil.
Yeah. Okay. So what else do you guys want to say about this before we move on?
I wanted to address the random 11 thing.
Go ahead, Fun. Sorry.
How he says subsurface scattering of light. So that's the thing. I think was it Lance saying that? Like how your pixels are gonna, or maybe that was Brett. Your pixels are gonna illuminate the surrounding pixels.
Subsurface scattering is when you can. God damn this light. Subsurface scattering is. What am I, a freaking alien now? Let me do it to the actual light bulb.
Oh my Christ!
Damn it.
Hold it like a
subsurface scattering is when the light enters the surface, bounces around, and then bounces out. That's the blood in my hand, or whatever, showing you the red.
The pink glow.
The pink, yeah. Also behind, you see it behind a person's ears and whatnot.
It's also like just the bounce when light bounces off of something. So it's like the light bouncing off the back of my walls back onto my hand or whatever type deal. Now, basically what I'm saying is, yes, that is a thing. But with OLED, because you have all of the pixels are shut off. Like, let's say you have a screen that's half black or whatever. Because there's no light, no radiant light coming from that side, it's not going to have anywhere near the same subsurface scattering. Like, it'll probably be a pixel wide, the scattering or something like that. Well, probably more than that, but it won't be as anywhere near as perceptible as it currently is with a regular LED TV. Like, you're going to have all that scattering from the radiant gray shade that's really dark.
Right. So, I'm noticing one of our viewers is watching from Twitch. Hey, Twitch viewer, come over to YouTube. Oh, we got another view. All right. I think they just jumped over to YouTube and haven't closed their Twitch.
But yeah, so OLED looks cool, but it's not the best for durability. Still waiting for that miracle option, but LED is pretty cool for now.
Well, I mean, do you think that they're just going to not do something for December for like Christmas stuff, or what do you think?
They alleged, like, there's so many rumors circulating that the Switch Pro is going to drop.
Yeah, I'd already heard about the Switch Pro because I was telling a friend of mine that I wanted to pick up a Switch. He's like, don't, because they're already talking about the Switch Pro. And I'm like, if the Switch
From
Pro
day
is
one,
like
I said, I'm waiting for the Switch Pro.
A friend of mine was like, I was telling him that if the Switch Pro into like the PS5 and it gets scalped, holy hell, I'm not going to be able to get one anyway, so... Because I'm not paying $800 for
Nintendo rumors are really hard to follow because there's like 1,000 of them every day.
We've got some interesting rumors on other companies we'll talk about in a minute. Segue into
like Anime
Atlas
Collector
reveals,
LLC.
Atlas reveals updated Persona sales numbers. Franchise has sold 15 million copies worldwide.
That's such a good series.
So this is a thing. There you go.
I think 10 million was from Persona 4 The Golden launching on PC. Like, I'm just glad that we're getting some Persona games on PC now because we have Persona Strikers as well on PC, and they had such a good reception to that they're like, we're looking into adding more PC ports or whatever. And didn't Atlas or Shin Megami Tensei or someone say that, yeah, they're looking to add more PC games or whatever now? Like,
the Nocturne HD, that got a PC port, didn't it?
Oh yeah, that one as well. I mean, that's not Persona, but yes, I'm glad to see that as well.
Also, Super Robot Wars has won a Guinness World Record for most intellectual properties in a role-playing video game. So that's kind of interesting.
I thought it was a fighting game.
No, well, would you call it a role-playing game? I don't know.
What I call Super Robot Warriors?
Is it like a tactical kind of...
Anyway, more interesting news. The leaked Resident Evil Outrage might have Rebecca exploring a university.
Whoa.
Again, I thought you might find this interesting.
Whoa.
So, for multiple reasons. Resident Evil Outrage, a title leaked during the Capcom hack that people believed it might have meant to be titled Resident Evil Outbreak, will supposedly star Rebecca as she explores a university, according to a prolific leaker, with the girl apparently being race swapped to now also be Asian. Her name is Rebecca Chambers. That is an Asian name if I've ever heard one.
Yeah.
Yeah, very.
So said to be greenlit in 2017, the individual says Resident Evil Outrage and Resident Evil Revelations 3 are the same game, with it being noted that Rebecca uses a Japanese model now instead of a white one. The information is also said to match the plot and events of the Biohazard The Stage play.
Well,
Capcom real scrape in the bottom of the barrel here.
I'm not going to throw a fit until that actually gets confirmed. Even then, what's the point? But I mean, it's like that. You guys saw the article I sent you about the Final Fantasy remake.
Yes, that is the next thing we're going to be covering.
Yeah, he praising. Was he the director, or one of the sub-director or whatever, praising
expressing
co-director, praising The Last of Us Part 2. So I'm sorry, at least on the gaming industry side, I think the Japanese they're heading down off the cliff.
Yes, so I will just reiterate my previous point about manga.
Before you do, I just want to say, once if something I've noticed for a while now is that on the video game side, Japan's been getting pretty woke. I mean, obviously not.
Well, yes, because of Sony owning PlayStation.
But see, that's the bellwether, right? So once the video game goes, then it'll be manga and anime.
That's the thing that I always like point out to people about everything is people are like, I grew up around a lot of people who are very religious and like they always like to censor media and everything. I tell them, I was like, look, once you start like going to a certain point with people being able to, with media and things, eventually it's going to attack other things. So like now that they're attacking, video games and stuff, everything has a snowball effect, whether anyone wants to believe it or not. And once you start the stupid train, it just keeps rolling.
Well, I'll say again, my thing about manga was that it's bottom up, so to speak. Literally, the lowliest a person can create a manga in Japan, right? Because of the way it's structured.
But
video games are different.
Maybe so, but see, the thing that'll happen is it'll be just the same thing that happened here. It'll be like, oh, well, because of political or whatever sensibilities, we can't publish this anymore. And then there you go. The middleman gets cut.
So what I'm saying is that you're not wrong, but what I'm saying is that in Japan, to become a manga author, all you need is a pen and paper, right?
Yeah, but that's not the point he's trying to make.
I'm not done. In video games, the barrier to entry is significantly higher. However, indie developers do exist, right? And I think what is going to happen is that PC is going to become the way that games are played in the future because people are going to get so sick of the gatekeeping that occurs on consoles. And the only games people are going to want to play are going to be the indie developed ones.
I am cheekily smiling behind the camera.
PC Master Race over there.
I have a comment.
So what I'm saying, because what they've created with their distribution platforms and consoles is a choke point for gatekeeping the development of games that they don't, ideologically agree with or whatever. Yeah. So I see it going forward that the market is going to move in the direction of indie development, just like how, and this is effectively, again, what manga is. It's like you can try to jumpstart a brand new series from the creators of such and such and try to piggyback on the success and try to do the whole Eden Zero where they just copy their old stuff, kind of thing from Fairy Tail and the previous stuff. But the stuff that really resonates with people is the fresh stuff. Something that it's a fresh new idea that wasn't a focus grouped approach, right? Mm-hmm. That's why when we watched Dragon Ball Super, we're like, wow, this is an obvious fucking cash grab and it sucks, right? Whereas if you watched, when you watched Attack on Titan, you're like, wow, this is really fresh and new, compared to the other anime that's out right now.
This is a mecha with skin on it.
But it was still a compelling change of pace, right?
Well,
I don't agree with
getting back to the Resident Evil thing.
Yeah,
I'd like to make a comment about it too. Once you,
I wouldn't be surprised if they do, make some of those changes, like they were, like in the leakers are saying. I mean, look at with Jill in the remake of Resident Evil 2.
Yeah,
I mean, she went from
Resident Evil
3 remake.
Whatever, 3, 2, whatever. You could probably make the same. I'm sure. I don't know. I don't actually know if 2 made any big changes.
Actually,
like her costume. I mean, and her just general design. Like she looked,
She ain't gorgeous. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Guys, has anyone other than me seen an episode of the Resident Evil spinoff anime, whatever?
Infinite Darkness.
Where it's like Biohazard something.
Infinite Darkness, the Netflix.
I don't know if it's Infinite Darkness, but it's Biohazard something. I watched one episode of it, and the thing is like when the show opened up. This isn't a spoiler. This is literally in the first 3 minutes. So that's
I don't think we'll care if you spoiled it anyway.
Okay,
Are
here's
you
the
talking?
thing.
Are you talking about the show opens up with the zombie on the ground and the eyes open up and then it attacks that guy and it gets saved by Leon?
No, that's just not. It's where like within the first 3 minutes you see Claire Redfield. She's tied up, you know, and but the thing was that when I saw her, I told a friend of mine, I was like, "Hey, look, it's Aerith from Final Fantasy." He's like, "I see what you're saying.
You're talking
but
about
she's
it
blind."
Look like
But
Aerith.
I'm just like now she's a freaking Aerith clone, and I was like, I actually got
Ugly
some,
Aerith clone.
huh?
She's not nearly as good looking as Aerith. I know what you're talking about. I'll pull it up.
About the model
I need to get a
thing, though.
screenshot to back what I'm saying, but my thing would change here.
Yes,
But it's
Well,
she
let
looks
me
exactly
double
like
check before.
Aerith.
yeah. That's funny.
Yeah.
Well, they're not exactly race swapping the character. They're just changing the model that they're basing her face off of, right? They're not actually like.
It's just
changing
her
the-
overall build. She I don't know. I've watched a lot of the Resident Evil games and I didn't
Look,
like.
I
what
mean,
you're saying.
what contains the difference between Asians and white people? Their arm shape? No,
Because like
it's their
Rebecca
face.
Chambers has always had like really big eyes. I guess.
I didn't know Harry
but-
Potter was in Resident Evil.
Oh,
Oh, is that the Resistance
Yeah.
multiplayer mode?
also, it's like what's with this? I'm not gonna say what's with this because I know what's up, but it's like they want to start.
Why does she
forcing-
look like Daenerys?
Oh, that's the RE. Yeah, that's the RE2 remake. Those remakes ever
Oh, this
since
is a new
like the seventh game and onwards with the remakes, I do hate their kind of photorealistic, art style they've been going with. I prefer the pseudo like
The Final
CG
Fantasy
anime
looking.
look.
You
Yeah.
prefer this style?
Yes, the Dark Side Chronicles had awesome character designs.
The-
I
the
prefer
thing is
that.
that-
It's like a,
See, like they're completely just they're making their female characters look less appealing, and I know that's the constant
So-
response to that is like, oh, you just want to jack off to the cartoon girls. Like, well, first of all, what's wrong with that? Like, really, what's wrong with that?
First of all, maybe.
Oh
Second
my
of all.
god!
Well, I'll say this. I think something I've been kind of thinking about is, how they were saying we're making them look like real women or whatever. And it's like,
Which
I
is
guess I've
stupid.
just been spoiled because I grew up in California where most women here are kind of hot.
Mhm.
So
Well,
when I
see-
see these quote unquote real women, I'm like, why does it look like, hold on. Oh, good. I had it already.
Where's my?
That was too fast for me to catch.
Weren't you going to leave?
That wasn't the same clip.
The
Yeah,
thing.
but see, like before, even on that, it's like, oh, the women are looking real and whatnot. They're more realistic. Yeah, but the
Real,
men are
right?
still like, hulked out. Conan,
Right.
Arnold Schwarzenegger in his prime, or
I didn't.
freaking The
I
Rock.
didn't
Like,
share
come
it, but
on, like it's hypocrisy.
The only
thing I
thing
brought
I
up
don't
about
like is
Infinite
just
Darkness-
the art style change.
Well,
Guys.
the thing I didn't share about Infinite Darkness is that they've got the first 3 minutes of it available to watch. And Leon, as I said in the Resident Evil Vendetta first impressions, Chris Redfield and Leon are increasingly becoming the two main guys from Supernatural,
Oh no!
right?
Oh no!
They look more and more like Sam and what's his name?
No.
Dean.
Dean.
Yeah. Anyway,
That
Also,
show's not
I-
great, by the way. That's not great.
what show? Resident Evil Infinite Darkness?
He's a bunch of zombie rats, and he goes, "Wish I had some cheese." Which that's awesome.
Oh, no.
That's a shame considering
that's prime
I've loved
Leon.
the other ones.
That's prime Leon stuff, but it's just kind of it's only 4 episodes, and it just as soon as it starts going, then it ends. So
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. The CG looks really good, but the
it's
the-
like breathtaking. Honestly, it's
well, but the thing is that here I'll pull it up real quick.
because on the other
thing-
hand, you have like Knights of Sidonia or something like that for your CG
Yeah.
animes, and then this looks like
The
every
thing- I
FF7
wanna make a-
remake
I want to
cutscene.
make a point. It's like they're trying to make characters look more like their quote unquote representative race, But that's racism in and of itself because they're trying to make sure to discriminate and to make a fine line between when it's fucking fiction. And then going to like the characters in like Resident Evil, and they're trying to make them look more cool, or games and shit, make them more realistic. Well, the problem with that is one, the moment it's a video game, it's losing that realistic status, and two, if you keep trying to make things realistic, I mean, what's the next thing we're going to do? Have someone like act it out physically?
We're making the women look like real women. That's also why Leon now has a dad bod. So I want to show you just the intro real quick, the like opening thing here. This looks incredible, and then everything after this looks awful.
Yeah, this is not what I'm talking about.
And also, this character here, he does one of those like Street Fighter where you like. I'll show you. He does one of these. Kick, fling, and he flings him all the way into the chandelier.
Hey, footing him. Hey, Brad, if I send you a pic, will you look at it within the next 5 minutes? All right.
Yeah. So let me go back to this article here because there's a lot more. Yeah. Go ahead and send it to me. But there's a lot more here. Okay. So they say it's going to match the plot and events of the Biohazard stage play. Apparently, there's also a play test that had the codename Investigation. A significant amount of information from the leaker tweets. Hold on, I'm going to turn off my night shift. Just turned on. Late. Anyway, so Resident Evil Outrage Twitter chain. More a summary of details than anything. Firstly, read this person's article on Outrage for more of the details. So these tweets include things I know personally, outside details, and hack details on Outrage. So that's the link to the thing, right? Anyway, Outrage, a.k.a. Resident Evil Revelations 3, though unclear what it'll ultimately be called, has been elusive to me on concrete details, but I have heard and seen some things over the years. I first heard that Rev 3 was greenlit in the summer of 2017, and Rebecca Chambers was the main protagonist of the game. About time. In 2018 and 2019, I got word that the game was coming to, quote, everything but Switch was the lead platform. So it's going to suck graphics. Maybe a timed exclusive. It was running on a version of RE Engine made for Switch, and Rebecca was Asian now, having a Japanese model. Japanese model scanned in. I didn't personally hear anything on the game again until the hack, which labeled Outrage and Revelations 3 as the same game with a multiplayer highway mode to be attached to it on PS4, PS5, Xbox X, Xbox One, and PC. Switch is not mentioned, but I've heard Rev 3 was leading for Switch since 2017. That's my claim, as the hack makes no mention of it. One possible explanation is Highway is an update for RE-Verse, and RE-Verse is not out on Switch. The hack included scanned outfits and 4 character names: Ralph, Saltzman, Hathaway, and Nestor. Through my own digging, I was also able to partially get Ralph and Nestor's face rigs working. Face to the left is Ralph, face to the right is Saltzman. Didn't you say Ralph and Nestor? Not okay, whatever. Not much more about them is known, nor much else from the hack. Now to the less confirmed stuff. These look, granted, this one is textured, right? And the textures are going to put a lot more detail in there, but these do not look the same level of detail to me. I've heard a few times, but I've never gotten the same confirmation as Rebecca that the secondary playable character could be Leon. That part, grain of salt, just something I've heard and not from my own usual sources. Jesse got a report he's not been able to 100% prove. Not able to 100% prove either. Sorry, I'm hearing kids screaming in the background and I'm wondering why they're not in bed. But both him, I, and one other person did thorough digging. Not able to get the solid proof we were hoping for, but there's a few reasons we believed it. It was a report, from before the hack, played an investigation demo, which starred Rebecca at a university at night, started at the gate with scared students. Rebecca could comfort them, Okay. Goes into the school and gets attacked by the first female student who's acting rabid, coming at Rebecca with scissors. Rebecca only starts off with a knife, no guns, and 1 or 2 attacks puts her into a sort of dying state. So is it actually Clock Tower or whatever?
Dude,
that's a Konami game, isn't it? Never mind. What's up?
Dude, when you said coming at Rebecca with scissors, just that sentence popped into my head. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Get your head
So
out.
they probably mean like actual scissors, like construction paper cutting scissors, like from the school.
Yeah,
rather
and he
than
used that on his dong to come at her.
Okay.
God.
What the fuck?
You know what?
That's what I'm saying. I heard
one,
it out of
one day I
context.
would love to just sit down with you and be like, let's write a fictional story. And you just go wild.
So it says here you can run or fight the encounter, but if you beat her, you get a locker key. Explore classrooms, bathrooms, school labs, a cafeteria, get things to unlock other things. Rebecca talks a lot in the reported demo, is looking for a female student that Jesse and I decided not to publicly name. Okay. The location works like a classic RE location, opening up more rooms and passages in the school as you fight these enraged. Hold on a second. All right. I don't know why everybody's still awake. So I love this. It's worse. They're safety scissors. Also, did you guys talk about the weirdness that is Girl on the Shore getting a live action? No. Can you source something on that for me?
There's a certain thing in that would make that very uncomfortable in live action.
Oh God!
Fine drawn, but the second you add real world that. Right. Unless it's like of age actors, you know.
Well, the thing is, dude, it's like Netflix.
20
they want to, bring in, children into their movies and shit, and they're
from the Cuties creators.
There's another.
We have pedophiles in the mist.
Dude, there's another fucking movie from the 70s that I was at a friend's house and they put on this movie and it's like one of our favorites. It's called like Sheena or something. And like the whole first 10 minutes is this exposed young girl. And like, do y'all
are you talking about Carrie?
What?
Carrie?
It's called Sheena. It's some weird 70s or 80s. Blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl's parents died in Africa, and she was raised by the tribe, and she swings on vines.
I've been ruining some people's
Hey Reese,
childhood. Can
you take this and put it in the private chat for me?
It's like a young naked girl for the whole first 10 minutes, and I was like, "Are y'all not? Does this not make feel wrong to y'all? What are you talking about?"
Well.
Well,
we've got about 5 tangents going right now.
I had to get that out of my head. I felt like I was a fever dream.
We can come back to this at another time.
We'll
do this for the next watch club.
Oh no, that movie sucked.
Okay, so
also AC, just be on the lookout for those images I'm sending you because my when you add accessibility, StreamYard just draining my computer's ability to do anything, and me trying to activate a screen capture.
Okay,
it's still trying to send you that image of Aerith from Resident Evil.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say like that.
Why don't you leave the call and let it send and then come right back?
That's actually a good idea. Could you do me a favor and just kick me because I'm
careful what you wish for, kid.
He started him.
I can't. I can kick from studio, but I can try.
Maybe I can do this.
Ban's removed from the studio. If you want to prevent this person from rejoining, you should ban them. Okay, I'm going to kick you, all right?
And I have moved once up on the totem. Back at the bottom again to eat up from the pond scum.
Hold on. Damn it. Frickin'. That's what I want.
Yes, now I'm center stage.
Yes.
Reese, did you do that while I was trying to put you here so I could slide you up the pole, but when I got here, you were already at the top.
What? Without a move of my pinky finger, I am now back
Okay,
at
I
the
just
top
got
of
his
the food
images.
chain.
See, here the issue is I gotta have to.
I don't find a fucking mouse in my room.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful that I just doxed my private
bastards.
conversation with him. That's great job, me.
Whoa.
Give me a second while I fix that.
What were you discussing in those private chats? Your income from that Cuties movie that you totally didn't
No.
make?
Well, it's something that will be a future podcast related thing that I don't want to ruin the surprise for, but just did. How do I? Okay, open original. That's what I wanted. Okay, now let me do the next one.
Yep.
Open original. Okay, there we go.
So
Good.
when you kicked Lance, did you ban him?
I did not ban him. It said if I wanted to get rid of him, I should ban him. I said no, kick him. Anyway, so this is what he sent. See if he jumps back in soon. Keep an eye out for him. Discord, go away. Okay, so this is what he sent. For some reason. All right, anyway, we'll come back to that as soon as he's back. Okay, so where was I? Jesus. You can run and fight the encounter.
After I know you said the one that says publicly name. I know you've already read that one.
Yeah, we don't want
to. I think you read the last one or second to last.
Public. Okay, the location works like a classic RE location, opening up more rooms and passages in the school as you fight these enraged students and teachers using things you'd find in a school as weapons. The demo ends with her entering the principal's office, of course. Someone sneaks up behind her and in a sort of brutal fashion knocks her out cold. That's where the reported demo ends. To see how much of the latter stuff ends up true, Outrage was originally released in late 2021 to see if COVID pushed it back or not. Okay. Few typos in the thread as I wrote it up rather quickly as waking up. Okay. Even still the typos. But think you can understand most of what I'm saying. This is an RE game pre-release. I've known the least about before announcement. I highly suspect TOSE are the ones developing it. They developed Rev 1 and 2. Okay, so I'll talk a teensy tiny bit about Outrage, but later this month, this person will be publishing a rumor article on it. So this is probably older. This is May. Yeah, May. Okay, so this is older stuff here. Rumors about Snowy Village. Yeah, so this was the guy, by the way, that we talked about, Dusk Golem, who... Hello, child.
Daddy,
Yes?
I'm going to wash my hands.
Okay, great job. Thank you. I don't know if you heard that. She's going to go wash her hands.
Yay!
It's a thumbs up from me.
Hand washing
It's
party.
amazing knowing she's moving out next week.
Yeah. Well, she did get that new job with the Mafia. Anyway, so Dusk Golem, this guy, we covered this guy's rumors about Resident Evil Village. So they were all accurate according to him. I don't remember if they were or not. But the Outrage stuff is a bit shakier, and I'll explain why for a second. For those who don't know, Resident Evil Revelations 1 and 2 were developed by a ghostwriter game development studio known as TOSE. TOSE makes games secretly. They've made over 1,000 games for various different companies in Japan since the 1980s. Rev 1 and 2 had key members from Capcom work on the games, direct it, but the main development house was TOSE. I heavily suspect Outrage is being done by them, but I don't know that for a fact. I know it's not being led by Capcom Div 1 or M2 though. Outrage from the hack leak we know has a budget not too far behind Village. Wow. It's being treated as a bigger title, which just based on what they described about the school and stuff, sounds like a much smaller game than Village. And And the question is, will there be thick, super tall mamas that are going to be in it?
That is
Right?
the true question.
The true question. I've had a weird time getting info on this game. It's been like a phantom. I know a lot more about projects supposed to be released after Outrage, but that makes sense if it's a TOSE game, as they are known for their secrecy. That said, I first heard about Revelations 3 in 2017 and that it had starred Rebecca Chambers. I had heard in 2019 that they had scanned in an Asian woman to be Rebecca to help diversify the cast. Plus, Rebecca had used Japanese idol faces previously. Definitely. I had heard of RE Switch in 2020 by a trusted source and had heard Rev 3 was coming out for everything, cross-gen, but Switch was the lead platform. The hack leak in the title for Jesus Christ. Okay, we're almost done. Resident Evil Outrage, which may not be the final name, mentioned it directly as Resident Evil Revelations 3. They probably won't call it that for budget expectations. Outrage has a much higher budget and more dev time than the Rev games did, plus them moving away from the numbers in general. Everything I just shared is stuff I know 100% either from sources or the hack. I've heard things from other people, but Jesse got a decent lead. He'll publish a bit later, blah, 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 blah. Rebecca's transition to being of Asian descent would likely not surprise, considering Capcom's leak also revealed the company has been infected with the whole woke and inclusive propaganda. So, I don't know. She always kind of looked Japanese a little bit. Not in, this is from Vendetta. What was I saying? So, I don't know. It might be a different character. We'll just have to wait and see. Any thoughts, people? We went on about a billion tangents.
Nope.
Reese, did you send me that private
very
chat?
big,
I did.
Two very big eyes.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
That's the
Okay.
model
So
that
it's
she
a. So real quick, it's a live action Asian one, an Asian live action.
Also, regarding my statement earlier about what episode that was on, I'm sorry, I am blind as fuck, and I've got to call a friend of mine who I watched this with because we watched episode 4, not episode 1.
I didn't realize you're back. Here you go.
The last episode.
Wait, what's going on? Could y'all hear
The
me?
images you sent? Yes. I didn't realize you're back. I was gonna wait till you got back.
He just came back. He just came back.
I
Oh,
just
okay,
got
cool.
back. I am back with the dinosaur story. But
Okay. So tell me about this hand.
okay, the hand. Wait, what?
Tell me about this image you sent me.
Oh, look!
That's
Look
Aerith.
look at the character. It's Aerith. It look.
I mean, if
It's
you say so.
no. You
At
got
a
it.
glance, I think the
Yeah.
color scheme of her red or
Yeah,
whatever,
definitely.
her bangs.
the thing is what I'm just saying is like she looks like a kind of a mirror character to her. I can't
The
get my,
generation Claire kind of looks more Aerith like.
You're
that
telling
is
me.
Claire Redfield, the picture I sent him.
You're telling me that looks like this.
Hold on,
Right.
I got
The
get this open
Claire degeneration one. That's more closer to Aerith, I think. Like the facers.
up. I mean, to me,
the
they're
face is
exactly
a lot
alike.
longer.
I mean, it's like the
I feel
girl
like
who
the
puts on lots of
hairstyle-
makeup and cosplays her with a wig on, maybe.
If
But-
she had the same identical hair, then yeah, I could say there's definitely a case that
It's
they're like
the whole
twins.
theory.
Got a fat face. What are you talking about?
Well,
All-
I am
all I'm trying
looking
to
at
say
the
is-
280p
You're
window.
comparing apples and queens here.
Please stop talking about my wife like this, please. It's embarrassing. Stop.
We
So what about this other one here? Why is she all of a sudden
I think
Sarah
I was
Palin
just-
but Asian?
yeah. I grabbed some screenshots from the rest of the cast. Like I think I grabbed one of the guys. It's like they're taking this whole,
Okay, they are more.
women like we want women to look more realistic in anime, and then the guys they look like total
There you
chads.
go. Yeah, yes.
And all I'm trying to point out is that
Again with this, why do you betray his trust?
that one guy looks like Donald Trump to me. The guy in the center. That's
Donald Trump mixed with like
Arnold
freaking-
Schwarzenegger?
What's the guy Reese, was the guy in that movie
love
that you saw recently about the Las Vegas heist or the zombie thing? Batista, Dave Batista.
Yeah.
Yeah, Donald Trump and Dave Batista's son over here.
But either way, all I'm trying to point out is that like the characters, now that they're going this art style, everything is starting to look like
they're hideous. Like, look, I don't know any girl that looks like this in real life, because every girl who looks like this in real life actually puts on makeup. And this is not what I'm seeing here.
But the thing is that they're trying to make media more of less intimidating to the viewer. But the problem is that like if someone has enough of a mental illness that they watch even Resident Evil or Final Fantasy and see Tifa, and all of a sudden they're like, "Oh my god, I don't look like that. I feel bad about myself."
Not it.
I'm like,
that's a
mental illness.
What they're trying to do is make it so that the distinguishing differences between men and women becomes blurrier and blurrier. So they are.
Isn't that the fucking premise for Lolicon?
What?
You can't tell the gender?
For
there's
I'm not aware of this concept.
It was some look up Project Melody's video on hentai.
No,
but the thing is,
maybe not good for the stream.
Yeah, probably that's some homework for my own time, I suppose.
But
so
all I'm trying to say is, it's like if they're trying to blur the line between men and women, then what the fuck is coming next?
They're trying to make it so that there's no meaningful difference. That's why they are pushing all the female like power trip movies and stuff where women are super powerful, because they're trying to make women's role models to be men that have tits. That is what they're trying to do. You have the high paying job. Women are being disaffected by the fact that they can't find mates with appealing salaries because they're making more, right? So they're trying to create a world where men are transitioning into women. So therefore they're coming into a realm where if you told me this was a trans man, I'd believe you, because that's what she looks like. Right? That's the effort here, is to make it so there's no meaningful difference between men and women. So they make the women more manly, and they make the men more feminine. Look at Leon. Yes, maybe he's got the chiseled Chad jaw, but he still has a very effeminate like looking face versus freaking Trump-tista over here. Right?
Did you say Claire looks like a trans man, like a woman becoming man?
No, a man pretending to be a woman.
She's a trap in Brad's eyes.
Dude, when I have this windowed like really tiny, she looks like a woman. That's the end of my statement.
Poor Claire just has her mouth
open. She looks like a girl I
strangely.
probably knew in high school when she had braces. She's got the awkward face. Now look, this is partially because of the CGI. I talked about this in the first impressions for Resident Evil Vendetta, how for some reason, when they do CG characters, they refuse to give creases to women around their smile lines, right? Something that every single person you've ever seen in your life has. For some reason, they don't think women should have them in 3D. So they have these weird, janky, unnatural smiles.
So here's a question.
That's part of what's going on here.
Here's an extension question. So if they keep making men and women look more like each other, and then you bring into the fact that if they're doing that so heavily, why are they taking like characters like God, I'm trying to remember his name from the show. I don't know if I got it. He's got a big beard, or he's like bearded. Or what? Did I lose you guys?
Who has a beard?
One of the images there was a guy with a beard, and I'm just like, what's next? Women are gonna have beards, and like we're eventually gonna just lose this whole.
Well, the lack of testosterone. Some of the hipsters are getting hair transplants to put hair in their face because they can't naturally grow a beard.
What's next is that we're so weak and effeminate that the Chad,
Yeah.
Russians, and Chinese roll over us and take over, which is probably why they're the ones sponsoring all these
Right.
groups that are pushing
Do you
for
think
the
that also?
effemination of.
Damn, that's actually a good point. Do you think also that they're trying to push this whole like ugly? I'm gonna say ugly because it's what it is.
Yes. The
Ugly
CIA.
women.
No. It's even beyond that. The CIA created the modern art movement and popularized ugly art on purpose. That was a psychological experiment.
Do you think
They're doing the same now? They are trying to destroy architecture and natural beauty in nature through masculine and feminine features by making them repulsive to people. That's the goal.
Oh wow!
Right?
Do you think that them also doing that is a way to like make people feel better about themselves when they play these games rather than
that is
feel
the sophistic lie that they tell you. Remember when we talked about the image that makes up the skull?
Yeah. Actually,
Remember I talked about this concept that I call, like, you see the horror movie poster and it looks like a skull, but once you get close to it, you say, oh wow, it's actually a bunch of bodies positioned and lit in such a way that it resembles a skull. That's what's going on here. It's the lie that they tell you. They say one thing, but and they have for instance, Black Lives Matter. They've got the slogan and the purported goal that on the surface you can get behind, but then the actual driving force behind it is Marxism and destroying the family and all sorts of things that they work on with their actual goal, that the people who are passively, funding them and not actually paying attention, blindly following. Yes. And this is the thing, I've talked about this before. You'll notice that every single incident that Black Lives Matter has gotten up in arms around, hands up, don't shoot, all these things, they specifically choose things that will eventually crash down on the heads of these people because they want to create an environment with animosity to create a race war. Because when a culture is seeing people loot and riot over something that turns out to have been fraud, it makes them look like the straw man version, the racist argument of what that group is. They are intentionally creating animosity between groups. And it's the same thing with all of this. They've got their purported goal or their platitude version of explaining, the goal or the mission statement, if you will, but the actual driving force. For example, how many fucking times have we found that the groups intended to stop human trafficking are the ones human trafficking? How many times it's like every single thing that's like CIA trafficking drugs into the United States, all of these different groups that are supposed to be, for a purpose are literally causing the crime.
It's the whole
FBI creating terror plots to swoop in and stop them. This is how the system works.
It's the whole premise I've been saying for years. If you want to catch someone in something, bring up a controversial topic and see how they react. Because like I'll make all kinds of crazy jokes around people, even in public, and then people will start like freaking out. And I'm like, okay, well, first of all, it was a joke. Second of all, guilty conscience, because people want to run with a narrative, like you said. I'd actually heard about that before with the whole bringing drugs into the U.S. and that stuff. The thing is
proven. That, they don't even deny it.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's like, one, what sucks is like when you have our officials and people who make the rules, and then they don't have to follow the rules, and then they put rules on us. It's like we can't do anything about that. And then you're talking about the whole trafficking thing. Oh, God damn it! All right, you know what? I got a fever. I'm not going to get on that tangent. Continue.
All right. So. This thing, Girl on the Shore. I'm assuming that the characters are underage and banging.
Wow, we're still on this? Jesus Christ.
Well, I'm just mentioning it. I'm guessing that's what's going on here. So anyway, I'm moving on because there's so much more. Oh God, no, we're done with this. Moving on. Final Fantasy VII Remake co-director says expressing diversity is important.
I think we've basically gone over this.
think we
and
just
it
talked
will
about
hardly
it.
prove shocking anymore. I didn't read it previously. Sorry about that. Considering
Yeah.
Square Enix past actions with the Final Fantasy VII Remake co-director Motomu Toriyama has sung the praises of the highly controversial and despised Last of Us 2, while also stating, quote, diversity with LGBTQ inclusion is an important issue for everyone involved in making content, says you. Final Fantasy VII Remake co-director Motomu Toriyama participated in an interview with so-called gaming publication The Gamer, the singular gamer, where he praised the excoriated The Last of Us 2 for its diversity, saying The Last of Us Part 2 really delivered on its consideration for diversity. Is that why people hated it, though? I don't know. Right down to the UI. And I would imagine that the cost of debugging
The
on
UI
that
was
game was
bisexual.
massive.
The guy was strange.
However, having achieved that makes it a great game that sets a benchmark for the industry. Right down to the UI. Are you saying that the UI lets you pick male, female pronouns? Is this what we're talking about?
Well, my theory, as I just said, is the UI itself is bisexual.
Right.
Well, and my theory is that he's talking about like how the game works as opposed to how the story was told in said game.
Right.
You know,
Toriyama uttered other remarks that those familiar with the woke propaganda won't be surprised to read. Quote, I think that expressing diversity with LGBTQ plus inclusion is an important issue for everyone involved in making content, not just people making games. In Final Fantasy VII Remake, we rebuilt the original game using the latest technology, but we felt that we should not stop at the technical side, and we needed to update the story content being shown in line with modern sensibilities.
Oh, boy.
The co-director spoke of similar nonsense back in another interview, believing the content lies spread by the Western news sources that games lack representation and diversity, when that couldn't be any further from the truth. I can't wait till Mario's gay cousin, Giuseppe, I don't know, comes in.
Mario?
I couldn't gay.
Gay
Luigi? Oh, that line.
Sadly, this is the state of the entertainment industry, as the whining minority and its thirst to be offended by any and everything are now in control of what people are allowed to consume or enjoy. So again, I'll wrap up the topic we were just talking about sophistry and having your purported mission and goal not actually be what it is. The truth is that they're children. The tactics that these people use is that of children, of whining and crying and say, he hit me, right, when you're not hurt, in order to get somebody else in trouble as a way to punish them because you don't like them, even though they didn't fucking touch you, right? And it's annoying because I have two kids who do this every day, and I have to look at them and hear them point fingers at each other and whatnot instead of taking responsibility.
There's
and
no
at the
evidence.
end of the day, that's the difference between the people who actually want the world to survive and thrive and be strong, and the people who are willingly bringing it to its knees is whether or not you're willing to take responsibility, right?
Yeah.
So anyway,
go for it.
Dan, you brought up the Final Fantasy VII thing. Do you have any thoughts on it you want to share before we move on?
No, I mean,
Lost faith
nothing
in
that hasn't
humanity
already been
further.
said. It's just that again, it shows the slot. You know, people keep going. I see it time and time again. People clinging to Japan is like, oh yeah, that'll save us. As
the bastion of anti-wokeness. Yeah, I agree. That has been so short-sighted. And the thing is that it used to be natural. See, this was the problem. Japan already had the boys love manga, whatever. They already had the non-traditional, romances and whatnot. They already had that. But
I feel like
then people started calling it something it wasn't. They started calling it hashtag trans rights. That chick that likes to dress in boys' uniform, trans rights. And they made it something it wasn't, right? They started saying that trap is a trans slur, right?
I actually heard a thing recently that's like, stop calling boys love manga yaoi or whatever. It gives it a negative connotation. It's like, well, what have the negative connotation if it didn't have the audience it has? Like,
Well,
I mean, what?
I mock the hashtag trans rights voice because of the audience that says it. Yes.
Well, the thing is, when people do stuff like that, it's like they jump the gun of just over a word. Like, we are losing our ability to have any sort of skin on our.
I've just accepted that every fandom, including the ones that I'm a part of, are all toxic and retarded. I mean,
okay. I will reiterate something I have said 1,000 times on this show. Every single group has pedophiles in it. No matter what it is. Your favorite movie, the fan base ain't pure. There's going to be somebody that's a creep in it, right? No matter what, this is going to occur.
Pedophile in this group of 7, ladies and gentlemen.
Is there like a way? Is there a way to like randomly cycle it and find out? Anyway,
even in the Council of Pedophiles, there is in fact
a Council of Pedophiles. That needs to be like a fictional terrorist group in an anime.
How do I change it?
It's selected Reese.
You've been outed for exile.
I can't get it to cycle through.
No. Reese has immunity because he is a Shota.
Yeah. Oh, what is this? Anyway, back to my statement at hand. That I've already forgotten. Thank you for that.
You just said everyone has pedophiles.
You were saying
so I was saying every group is going to have people in it that are reprehensible, right? And I always say this. People don't seem to understand that in any group, the loudest voice is the one that you hear. And usually, people who talk the loudest have the least amount of information. This is a phenomenon you'll find. It's called the Dunning-Kruger effect. That the more information you have on a subject, the less confident you become in defending your arguments on it. There's a bell curve. Where as you have no information, the littlest amount you have, your confidence is way up here. As you start to gain more information on it, your confidence dips a lot because you realize that the topic that you're covering or that you're studying is more complicated than it looked when it was just black and white. And then as you become an expert in it, your confidence dips back up or rises back up because you start to know it from every angle and can actually argue each point. So every single group is going to have the stupid idiots who believe they know everything about it. The AnimeTube type of thinking. Like, oh, we're just going to license everything for our $10,000 we set aside for it or whatever, right? Every group is going to have that. And every group has those people who know nothing and yell about it. They act like they know everything when in actuality they don't know anything, right? So, with that said, that's kind of the situation that we have with fan bases. All of them have really talkative people who don't know anything. Hold on one second.
When he said the loudest person and went on that tangent, I almost said, "You mean
I
you?"
moved the camera to him.
It's funny with to bring it back to the comic stuff, though. The people that they were bashing on Zack Snyder because he made superhero movies like all dark and gritty. It's like, have you picked up a fucking comic from the 70s or like they're always been that way? You idiot! You've never picked up one in your life.
Anyway, I just want to say this article and the next two I call a story in 3 parts. First, we've got the co-directors expressing diversity is important. Next, we've got a considerate modder reapplies the butt shots in Mass Effect Legendary Editions.
Well, now I can buy it.
What the hell?
Is that for PC? That would kind of go for like the whole thing about. Were you saying earlier about PC
Master
solving the problems?
PC, yes, PC Master Race. Well, so I've got, as I said, a story in 3 parts.
That Breaking Benjamin Blow Me Away song just popped in my head as soon as the butt shot came up.
Zelda hacker arrested by police in Japan for selling modified Breath of the Wild save data. So the long arm of the law stretches from Niigata to Tokyo in investigation into, quote, the ultimate save data.
Okay.
So a common recurring theme in Nintendo's Legend of Zelda series is the need for a hero to secure the Triforces of courage, power, and wisdom. Unfortunately, A man in Tokyo has recently learned the consequences of offering power by unwise means. In April, Chinese national Ichimin Sho, who currently resides in Tokyo's Toshima ward, posted a listing on a Japanese e-commerce site selling save data for The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, the franchise's flagship installment for the Nintendo Switch. This wasn't just any save data either, as Sho billed it as the ultimate save data. So what made it ultimate? Well, whatever the buyer wanted. What Sho was offering was modified save data that could boost the player's stats and abilities however they'd like, as well as make it easier for them to obtain rare items. Setting his price at 3,500 yen, or US $32, he managed to attract 2 interested buyers from outside Tokyo. Unknowingly, though, he also attracted the attention of the Niigata Prefectural Police, who arrested the 27-year-old Sho on Thursday for violation of the Unfair Competitive Prevention Act. The Unfair Competition Prevention Act. He is admitted to the charges. Is the game online multiplayer? Can you brag about, I've got 100% completion, and they actually
maybe it's just the piracy of
think-
the DLC or something.
I don't even think Breath of the Switch has a trophy system.
Yeah, so it says here he admitted to the charges and also said in his statement that he's been selling hacked video game save data since December of 2019, earning around 10 million yen in the process.
Damn.
Shouldn't have spilled the beans. Whatever. Anyway.
Well, it sounds like everyone in Japan is like Rurouni Kenshin's author. He'll just like spill everything. Like, I like the middle schooler to early high school or whatever it was.
Okay. Yeah, I'm glad I've got that for your extended video.
4:59.
Yeah, 4 hours, 59 minutes, and 20 seconds. I got it right there.
Oh my god.
No.
I'm not
Tell me more about the young children you like. One could theoretically argue about selling game progress in a game without any competitive multiplayer aspect is a more or less victimless crime, but the issue seems to be the method by which the progress was made. According to Japan's Association of Copyright for Computer Software, Show-specific version was providing
fetuses together before cooling down the Switch to hack the data into the system. That's how it did it.
Blending the fetuses.
Okay.
Blending the fetuses.
Show-specific violation was providing services to circumvent the technical restrictions placed on the Switch by its manufacturer, and getting paid to do so through the actual data alteration was done by an as-yet unidentified accomplice. Okay. With the arrest of a Japanese man in Nagoya in February for selling custom-designed Pokemon for Pokemon Sword and Shield, this is the second time this year illicit Switch data sales have led to an arrest. An arrest. Not a fine, not a cease and desist, an arrest in Japan. So others considering this sort of money-making scheme might want to just let impatient gamers do their own grinding. So I cannot believe that this is illegal in Japan. Now, Japan has, their copyright laws are so overreaching. They have a free market in manga creation. The barrier to entry is extremely low, but they are not a free market in the sense that once you've purchased a product, you still do not own it, according to this sort of thing. So, tyranny. Down with whatever.
Down with the sickness.
All right. Neo, The World Ends With You changes translation to bash capitalism. Boy, I sure hope they don't sell a lot of games. Those playing through the demo of Neo, The World Ends With You, the sequel to the original game, have discovered a certain line of dialogue was unfaithfully translated to bash capitalism. The translators apparently being quite enamored with this idea, as even the original title from 2007 has a similar mistranslation. Twitter's users have shared a screenshot of the scene in question from the English version of the game and compared it with the original Japanese. So here's the original Japanese. Here's the English one, where they say, "Is this supposed to be 104? We aren't glorifying capitalism on my watch. Time to spray over it. All right, I've got a lot of questions here. What is 104? Apparently, that's the graffiti artist. What does that have to do with capitalism?
Fuck off.
Also, this is the kanji for cloud and demon. I don't know. I don't understand. I don't know this. Anybody play these games?
The World Ends With You?
Yeah.
I played the one back on Wii U.
Okay, you get to talk about this other part then. So also, this goes without saying, people who decry capitalism these days don't know what capitalism is. Bottom line. The English translation, however, is inaccurate, as the Japanese version's dialogue roughly translates to, whose graffiti is this? 104's? I'm not pleased by this, so let's overwrite it. Perhaps the strangest part of this incident is the fact that the translator of the original 2007 title had a similar capitalism bashing mistranslation, as the title had a segment where players learn ramen shop owner Ken Toye is trying to compete with a more popular one. The more popular shop is revered due to it being clever enough to have male dancers in addition to ramen. And it is said customers, quote, visit it despite the quality of the ramen, causing the character Joshua to utter quite the remark. But people line up outside for that other place no matter how the food is. It's stupid. Welcome to capitalism, Neku. I don't even understand the thought process behind this. So is it capitalism in the sense that the competition found something people liked more? And the taste of the food doesn't matter because people are paying for the atmosphere? I mean, go cry me a fucking river. Like, this is the most entitled, like, starving artist. This is literally me refusing to just put out par videos on my channel. That's why they get stuck in editing hell forever. Is because this is me over here. Other people, they subscribe to the other channels. They put out better content. I mean, they put out content with tits on it and the hot tub streamers. I mean, give me a fucking break. Quit complaining.
Look,
Compete.
man, if you really want to get your viewers up, just in the room you're in right there, just put the camera on the bed and you just go over there and go to sleep. And people, for some reason, like to watch that.
Yeah, apparently Aldic is getting all that success.
Yeah. That image looks like a.
This guy's scared. He shook. This guy shook. Just me fucking in there.
What?
Yeah.
What the fuck was that?
That was a throwback.
Thanks for the assessment, Aldic.
Yeah. That guy rated our stream. That
was
one
that
podcast.
scary homeless man? Oh yeah, I came in on that. I was like, oh look at that. OCA
And he fell
podcast is
asleep. He fell asleep during his own live stream, and it continued for
has,
like 4
like,
hours.
That's like his shtick.
Yeah.
He
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
People line up outside Aldic streams, and all that fucker does is sleep. It's stupid. Welcome to capitalism, AC.
It seriously looks like a stupid edited meme. Welcome to capitalism.
It's the whole argument of like everyone gets a medal, and if everyone else is playing and you're not playing, if everyone else is playing a game, but everyone's using different rules, everyone still has to come out together, or whiny bitch over here gets their panties in a wad.
Yeah. So real quick,
I can't drive, so let me start bitching about that.
I can't drive either.
I have read
capitalism's Lance.
It keeps me from making money
of these articles and not shared them, and I feel terrible. So let me real quick. If I don't like the character model, I'll just change them with a mod from No, you'll get arrested. If they are using the same game engine as RE2 and 3, it should be an easy mod to port from the other game. Should be. I tried to put the Max Payne model into Grand Theft Auto 4 because they were both using the Rage engine. Never got far enough to actually try it though. I wanted to. I meant to say I wanted to do that, not I tried to do that. And then there were 6. That was when Lance got kicked or whatever. I don't know if he covered Girl on the Shore yet. We got that later. Hollywood Square, but anime dweebs. Okay, Rebecca using idle faces, another effed version of Perfect Blue. Is Capcom outsourcing the creation of some of their games to Western studios? That's what it looks like. Possibly, but
That's a good thought process to have.
Konami outsourced Silent Hill Shattered Memories to a Western studio, and yes, the female characters in it were hideous, but the game was pretty fucking great. That's androgyny, yes. Question: would you prefer Poon Poon anime or Girl on the Shore live? Definitely a Poon Poon anime. Well, I mean, because the live action is not an American one that I will watch and enjoy for all the wrong reasons. Some BuzzFeed guys had their testosterone levels checked, and it was that of 70 to 80-year-olds. Yes. So the UI had a UTI for the LGBT UI.
Bravo.
No, guys, Mario's gay cousin's name is Gigolo.
They already have a gay character in Mario, though. It's Bowser. Because when he throws him off the castle, he goes, "So long, gay Bowser." Yeah.
The council has just gathered fabric.
Oh my god, that made my day.
The more I know, the more I realize I know nothing. Oh, thank you for the. Just so we know.
The less I know, the better.
Someone needs to quote Holo from Spice and Wolf. She knows there are many things that she does not know, thus she is wise.
Well, thank you.
Someone who thinks they know everything is generally an idiot. What?
Thank you for this one, old man. It would be funny if in Mass Effect Miranda's butt talked during those cutscenes, like that scene with Jim Carrey and Ace Ventura: Pet Detective.
Someone
well,
get
when
on
you
that.
find that mod, let me know. I'll cover that. Jason South, thank you for stopping by, man. I appreciate the watch time and the comments and camaraderie we get to share with you, and the links.
The camaraderie.
The time we spent together.
Girl on the Shore. I'll just tell you, I don't know. I have not read that manga. I don't. I'm sure that if I did, I would be totally like, oh, I can't believe they're adapting it.
Hey guys.
Anyway,
I have been summoned. I'm gonna go do something. I might be back later. It has been a blast, guys.
Farewell, you friend.
Later.
See you, Lance.
See ya.
Okay, so Ken Toye tries making different kinds of ramen, such as dessert ramen and curry ramen. That sounds kind of good, which are somehow described to be good by the main characters, only to realize that simple, plain old ramen is best. The original Japanese dialogue didn't have Joshua bashing capitalism, however, instead roughly uttering it can't be helped as it is a competitive society. I mean, when you say, I don't actually think that welcome to capitalism is bashing capitalism, so to speak, because that is kind of what it means. It's a competitive society. Yeah. You got to compete, bitch. Get your own male dancers. Take your top off. Anyway.
Where's your resume?
It is said this moment supposedly wasn't present in the anime. Fucking iconic. Fucking iconic. They took this off the anime. I hate it here. Yeah, so anyway. No, the anime isn't anti-capitalism anymore. We can't have shit. Okay. Anyway, so I'm not going to read all these. It's exactly what you expect. Anyway, like I said, they don't know what capitalism is.
Hey, what was that one? Was it like Funimation that said something about, bruh, Gretsuko just said fuck capitalism. Oh my goodness. Was it them that did that?
Well, that's a Netflix series, so I don't know. There's my kids crying. So, One Angry Gamer has a disgusting new layout that I hate. And they've been sucked since Billy D left. But I saw this and I felt we should share it. Even though we've already covered this. I'm just gonna share you the highlight here from Nira. Guilty Gear Strive censors itself to appease the blood-sucking deranged Chinese government. I felt I needed to echo these words because they were beautiful and poetic. Also, let me accept your Dan cookies. The case of video games getting censored to appease one of the most oppressive regimes the world has ever known continues with Guilty Gear Strive. This is about them removing Taiwan, references to Tibet, Taiwan, and Uyghur in there. So I want to the sentiment here. Fuck the Chinese government. Fuck any capitalist game developer who submits to these thugs. We here at One Angry Gamer stand with the brave women and men in China who oppose their government. Free Hong Kong. That was real refreshing. Just wanted to share that with everybody. All right. So in release news, fucking finally, Evangelion 3.333 4K UHD Blu-ray to come with a making of special feature. So this is for the Japanese one. It's going to come with a special feature. And apparently every keychain and sticker under the sun. Moving on. All right, this is really interesting. Did you guys know that G-Kids licensed Future Boy Conan?
I might have heard some twittering about it, maybe.
So
Unless
my highlights are gone, but I will just recall. So it turns out, so this is the first anime series that Hayao Miyazaki directed, and it has not been licensed in the 40 years since it was created. And there's actually a reason why, believe it or not. It's not that people didn't want it. It would have been a gold mine during the rush when Spirited Away won the Academy Award and people were going for everything that had Miyazaki's name on it. So the reason that it couldn't be licensed is because it's based on a book by Alexander Key. The novel is titled The Incredible Tide. The very first anime for which Hayao Miyazaki has sole credit as a director. And while Future Boy Conan is considered something of a half-forgotten classic by anime historians, it didn't impress Key, Alexander Key, who was upset at the changes Miyazaki made to his original story, such as giving it a more optimistic tone. Key's animosity continued from beyond the grave, as he instructed his estate to block any attempts to bring the anime to North America, evidently made possible through the original agreement not including the territory. It's now been 40 years since Key passed away, though, and cooler heads seem to have prevailed among his descendants. G-Kid says that Future Boy Conan will be available in North America later this year, and it's getting a 4K restoration in optimal English dub as consolation for the several decades wait. Oh. So it's a 26 episode series, I think. Yeah, 26 episodes.
There's another like a second season that's also 26 episodes or something like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But it's not and it's not directed by Miyazaki?
I don't know. I never bothered to look any farther than that.
Well, anyway, it's I don't know. Maybe they're getting both. I don't know. But yeah, 4K restoration in English dub. So is this going to be? This is. I don't know that I think they're going to release it on Blu-ray. I don't think they're going to release it on 4K.
It's going to be Blu-ray.
But it would be interesting if this was the very first series to get a 4K release. That would be really interesting, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So there you have it.
So that's what the second TV series that G-Kids has licensed. First, I guess, being Ava.
Ronja the Robber's Daughter. Yeah. Second, Ava. Third, this.
Yep. I'd like to see that second one.
Fuck,
eventually.
Does this mean that fucking Ava's going to get a steelbook?
Probably.
Whoa, my boy Hayao Miyazaki. He's like part of animation. Good for that guy.
Kawasaki jet ski.
That was a throwback. Okay, so Anime Premium Edition posted this. Imagine spending $80 on a numbered Captain Tyler art book from Right Stuf Anime, and you get this kind of damage to it. I couldn't get good pictures of the 2 giant scratches across the front. This wasn't even from shipping. It was perfectly protected in the box like this. So let's see what he got. Oh, how dare they?
What the?
Oh,
now that one would drive me crazy because it's on the spine.
Yeah. Oh, hideous. I guess it's this scratch.
Yeah.
Scratch. I mean, it is. But still, if you spend $80 to get it, I mean, you'd want it to be nice.
That little spine, the like very corner thing, that just I don't think I've ever seen a book that doesn't have that. Right. Those corners are very like that's just kind of.
This is like you don't want it
that's
to
more
look like
understandable
this.
though.
Yeah,
that top there.
So, Right Stuf said, "We're sorry to see this. We recommend opening a case with us. Please DM me the case number when you do, so we can get the case in the right hands." Yeah, they are fucking vipers. I had to return my vinyl order 2 times, and I paid return shipping. No compensation.
Okay, the vinyl, that's probably just your dumbass male people, because they like to play fucking football with your packages and shit when they get them.
Imagine being a VTuber and getting your own anime figure.
Oh, the Pekara or whatever?
Several of them are.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, Reese, we got to get you in that VTuber game.
You can be the first Shota VTuber.
I was watching a Gura stream a couple days ago, and she announced she had like her first. I'm really excited about it.
Now, first off, what is wrong with
I
that?
can't get a figure of this because this is the residence, and they already have figures.
Dude, all we need is to make it your own Sonic OC, give it a green eyeball and a black hat.
He listens to Slipknot, hates his parents, loves Code Red Mountain Dew.
I mean, technically,
he loves like the handicap.
The only Mountain Dew I like is Livewire. Thank you very much.
Technically, Slipknot would be local, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say. That's what I was gonna say.
Oh, what's better, Slipknot or Limp Bizkit? Like for
definitely
Slipknot. No, not in terms of who's actually better, but what's funnier for a edgy Sonic OC to like.
I mean, just
Limp Bizkit.
Limp Bizkit would be
Yeah,
good, yeah.
But he's not a fan of Limp Bizkit. He's just a fan of Fred Durst.
This is one of those days.
Did you ever do you guys remember Punk'd?
No.
Yeah, with Ashton Kutcher.
Yeah, with Ashton Kutcher. So remember when he punked Justin Timberlake really hard?
I've seen. I have
Justin Timberlake like cried on camera.
Oh yeah.
Over it. Well, after that happened on Saturday Night Live or one of those shows, Justin Timberlake did Punk'd as a skit where he was playing Ashton Kutcher.
Yeah.
And he hires 2 black guys to rough up Fred Durst. And Fred Durst is like, "Please don't hurt me. I'll do anything. I'll touch your wiener. I'll touch your wiener." And he jumps in and he goes, "You just offered to touch that guy's wiener. He didn't even ask for it. You've been punked."
Man, it really is just one of those days.
So Angry Gamer is pro for people to rise up against their own communist country. Okay, how in the hell would it go if you rised up against North Korea? Well, he's dead. Yeah. I mean, look, the thing is that you don't singularly rise up against an oppressive regime. There is a tipping point where all of a sudden people just don't fucking care anymore. Like, fuck it, I'm gonna go on the steps. I'm self-immolating. I'm lighting myself on fire like the monks in the Rage Against the Machine album cover, right? And then that sparks the revolution. You know, some shit like that tips the scale, and it sparks the revolution, and people retaliate. You know, they don't even care anymore because the oppression gets to be so bad, and the government can't hold them back. You know, now unfortunately, firepower is getting significantly, stronger on the government side, to the point where it's going to be harder and harder to overthrow oppressive regimes. But if you kill enough of your people, you're going to collapse
we'll
anyway.
nuke your village.
Well, I'll just remind you, it would take F-15s and nukes to take on the U.S. government. I don't know why I did Biden in that voice, but you know what I mean. Anyway.
Well, actually, it is kind of getting harder for oppressive regimes to crack down, like China did in Tiananmen Square.
Yeah,
it's the that's I think one of the reasons why they didn't do that to Hong Kong, although they subverted them via other means,
via COVID. Yeah,
but the whole
free Hong Kong
with everything's being recorded and live streamed and whatnot. Even if they try to crack down on the internet, there's still ways to get pictures out and the videos. Everyone's recording.
So this is the thing. This is you're bringing up an excellent point. This is going back to my thing about low resolution, the skull, right? people having an unsophisticated look at the world, and the loudest voices being the voices you hear. What they are doing in China by trying to censor speech and everything is they are making it so that they're only breaking the spirits of the weakest people. And the people who are able to get around internet censorship and VPN usage and all that kind of stuff, those people, they're becoming more sophisticated and more intelligent in their retaliation to the oppression. And they're lighting the fire in the hearts of more people and teaching them how to reject that censorship and that control, right? And that is what was happening in Hong Kong up until COVID just decided to show up and dismantle that whole protest, right? Or at least we never heard about it again since then. So yeah, you're bringing up a good point that no regime actually wants to have to nuke their own citizens, because as I was saying before, once you kill enough of your people, you're going to collapse anyway, because you need the cogs in the machine to do your bidding, right? And you, let me rephrase that. If you're whipping the slaves and all the slaves die, who's got to do the work? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, did you have something more you wanted to say? I kind of stole your thunder.
I don't think so. I'm just saying it's getting a little harder to just mass. I mean, some places still do that, but usually when they do, now there's big international outcries and sanctions and all kinds. I mean, China got hit with sanctions at Tiananmen Square, but obviously it didn't go far enough. Clearly, look at them today.
Yeah.
But just move on.
So once again, I want to remind you guys that we have a Right Stuf affiliate link. I'm not sure how it works because when I go to Right,
has anyone used it?
Well, I just announced it like officially on the podcast today. But when you go to it, right, that's my link here, and you click on anything, it kind of like, I don't know if it counts this as part of it because it loses the affiliate. I don't know if I have to specifically affiliate each product. You know, I don't know. That will destroy the descriptions.
Not
so
really, because that will force you to only. Oh wait, never mind. That will, because you weren't planning to add them individually, is what you're saying. You're just going to do an overarching.
That was going to be the great way to do it, is to have people link to Right Stuf that way and then shop there, and that might actually be working. It may be tracking. Once you come in from that link, it might be tracking what you end up buying and then keeping, the affiliate working.
Well,
that
question.
Way. Anyway.
So what are the links in the description currently to? Amazon?
Amazon, yes.
Yeah, your
theoretically, you could just
for the Hellsing links.
For theoretically, you could just replace the Amazon links with the Right Stuf affiliate links for the ones that are in print.
Right.
And
yeah.
then
So what
you
I
can have
should
like
do,
an overarching Amazon link or something. I don't know.
Well, unfortunately, I don't think it works that way with Amazon. But
hey, the Right Stuf one gets
the
you
thing
more
about
money,
Amazon
right?
that's annoying is that all you have to do for any Amazon thing is just copy and paste my affiliate code at the end of it. That's all you have to do. So it would be, if I could train you guys to do it, that would be great. But literally anything you buy, just add /TAC-75 or whatever it is, right? Anyway, that'll be something we'll figure out at a later time. So Galaxy Cyclone Briger is coming to Blu-ray from Discotheque.
Oh, hey.
SD on BD.
This was an unbelievably underwhelming slate for Discotheque, because everything we've seen coming a mile away, because they literally announced these in their big sprint.
everything that's in this slate has already been announced at some
So
point.
it's just like okay.
I just want Discotheque to cave in and make that Powerpuff Girls Z SD on BD.
There you go.
I would love for that to happen.
So Dan, what were you saying?
No, I mean, since we're on the Right Stuf news, maybe you guys already talked about this, I don't know, but the Uzaki-chan, the limited edition, it looks like you can't get it anymore. Like, you can't pre-order it.
Oh, really?
It's out of print already.
Wow.
Oh, well, I'm glad that I pre-ordered it.
Yeah, me too.
But I doubt it. I think this is a Funimation stocking issue, because you know how they had the warehouse bullcrap. Like the Akira
that
went
also,
up, and now it
but this also occurred
down.
with what do you call it? Violet Evergarden. Did they ever restock that?
Nope.
I think they did briefly, and then it sold out again, and then that was it. Right? Well, didn't it like briefly come back in stock, and then it went out again? I feel like it did.
I can't recall because I think it went out of stock on Funimation, but it was still in stock on Right Stuf at first.
Uzaki, you can still get on Amazon though. I think.
I was just gonna say the same thing.
No, whatever. I pre-ordered
I
it.
guess
Right?
I will-
I'm just shocked that it's a pre-order and it's already no longer available. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
So I guess now would be a good time for me to go to Amazon and link everybody in the audience the affiliate code to get the Uzaki Chan.
Limited edition. Yeah.
Let me see.
I mean, it might come back. I don't know. Like I said, I've never seen
It is currently like you can still buy it. So let me get that affiliate code.
$79.99.
Here you go. Here you go, friends and family. If you're gonna buy it, I might as well. There you are. Sent it. So my code. Oh damn! I just sent it to everybody. My code is the at the end of that question mark. It's tag equals TAC 075-20. That's the anime collector. And then the numbers that came in. I don't know. Anyway, that's it. If you guys want to get it, you can. I'll get like 1% of the sale. It's $80. Jeez, I'm not gonna buy it right now. Can't afford it.
Won't
afford it. For Uzaki-chan.
Dude, I lucked out because it was like 65 Canadian rupees, and I'm like, I might as well pre-order it while it's cheap. And then it went up to like 80 currently, and you're telling me, oh, it's 80 US gold.
Yeah.
Stacks.
Well, if I pre-order it now and it goes down in the next couple days, they'll give me the lowest pre-order price. But I'm not gonna get this show.
Well, Amazon has had trends now where they only give you a low price at a certain stage in the pre-order, then it cranks back up, and then it just doesn't go back down. It just doesn't.
So, case closed. The Darkest Nightmare Blu-ray.
Hooray!
Oh,
More
look,
of that
it's
dub
in
that you
English.
love so
Yes.
belovedly.
This is the cringiest rainbow thing. Anyway, moving on. Okay.
Graphic design.
City Hunter Season 2 Part 2. Yes, I'll take.
Hooray, that thing we knew was coming.
Fatal Fury OVA Blu-ray. So, da.
Are you going to play that motorcycle clip?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Hey, come on!
There you go.
Yeah, play it
Okay.
again.
If that doesn't tell you, I don't know what will.
Hey, come on! Hey, come on!
There we go.
It's been too long since we played some of
I'm
these.
coming day and night. I mean, it's terrific, right? So, I'm in heaven.
Oh God, I'm coming again.
I think you should supercut between the Arnie clip and that, so it's like, I'm coming day and night.
Welcome to the rice fields, motherfucker!
Why are those so low resolution after
Because his original videos were taken down ages ago, so this is like the archives, unfortunately. If you can
put
find
this
them
one
in like
in here.
4K, by all means, let me know.
I put this one in here for Okay, guys, let me cover this release real quick, and then I gotta dip out for a second. Okay, so regarding this, Justin Savega says, when we found ACO, we found quite a few film elements for some classics we never thought we'd be able to remaster. This is the first one up. It looks gorgeous. Plus, it restores the missing scene from part 2. So this is the OVA collection here.
Well, that's
so it's
dope.
got a so we get a missing scene we didn't previously have, and it's on Blu-ray. Anyway, Reese, can you
Is there a
Can you
missing
pull these
dub
up?
for that scene?
Yeah, they're adding the redubbed, or they dubbed over that one.
Oh, right. This is that thing we were talking about.
Yeah, we've
Right.
already talked about it.
Reese, can you pick up from here for a minute with the Right Stuf. I gotta go real quick. I'll be right back.
Hey, Brad, before you take off, I'm gonna dip out too. I gotta get up early tomorrow. So.
All right. See you
I'm gonna
later,
take
And I'll
off.
catch you later. Thank you for stopping in. And
Hey,
and
no
hanging
problem.
with
No
us.
problem.
Have a good one, Dan.
guys.
Take care, Dan.
Yeah.
Alright. I don't have the right stuff. So let's just talk about what have you guys been watching lately?
I sent it
Not,
to the quick
Hellsing
and that
Ultimate.
password I was hoping to show on my figure.
Oh, yeah.
Like a month.
Oh god.
We are such cucks.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. He was already leaving. I said bye to him before he left. It was like, well, I'll show him next week.
Well, I'm going to, before we get into this, I'm going to announce something that I discovered or rediscovered. Because I've been making the best use of this time, the 5 hours, and I've been cataloging my manga. Like, I have pictures on my phone, so I'm like, okay, I'll catalog them in the DVD. Like, CLZ is the program Brad and I use, and they have one for books, comics, and all that crap, which I could get, or I could just use my DVD version and just bastardize the cataloging system. Be like, yep, that's a Blu-ray, Volume 1 of Persona 5 or whatever. So I discovered that I own for One Punch Man. I own volumes 1, 3, 5, and 6.
Okay.
Okay.
Epic win.
I guess.
I don't know why I don't have volumes 2 and 4. I just got volume 1, 3, 5, and 6.
Well, you also.
I'm sure you can
also
fill in the
don't
gaps in the story.
You also don't have 7 through like 22. But.
Well, yeah, I obviously got to a point that I'm like, yeah, I don't really need to keep buying this. But like, you'd think I'd have volumes 1 through 6. But anyway, that was just my side tangent.
I've been watching Ascendance of a Bookworm, and it's decent. I like it.
Part
It's
of
so
me,
weird.
like, I watched only episode
Very
1,
cute.
and I'm just like, this seems kind of uninteresting.
See, after episode 1 is when it gets interesting. It's like, oh, okay, this is like, and when I say interesting, I'm not talking like 10 out of 10. Oh my gosh, this is the best thing ever. Interesting as in I kept watching it.
You want to see where it goes.
Yeah, I was interested to see where it goes, and so
Like a very comfort
episode
show
1
to me.
was just kind of dry, but then it picked up after that.
Okay, because episode 1, I'm just like, I don't care that you love books or something.
Right. Yeah, she had an over obsession with books, and it's so weird because it's like it's a Sentai case, and I suspected this. Like it's the LA cast because it was done by Crunchyroll, or the dub was, and so it's like I was gonna expect a Sentai dub, but instead I get actual
Right, because
quality.
it was the Crunchyroll, yeah.
Is it a Bang Zoom dub?
That's like all that Crunchyroll uses.
I assume so, unless there's some other California studio that does it. But I assume it was Bang Zoom.
Are prices of manga going up on the secondary market? I've heard there's a huge shortage of manga right now. Yeah. Apparently they're printing and selling more books than ever in the pandemic, so that would collude with manga as well. And I've seen personally,
off of that.
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh, I was saying,
No,
I
you
was
can go
adding to
ahead.
that. You said there was a big shortage. I've seen these fucking MangaTube people like spending my whole stimulus on manga and they'll buy like everything. Look it up. There's so many of them. MangaTube is fucking nuts. Not
Yeah,
only do
they
all
have entire
their collections
libraries.
all the same.
Dude, I wouldn't be surprised if they're all like trying to flex on each other, like really 500 plus volumes of manga, and it's like
It's a what do you call it? A pissing contest.
Well, I'm just saying that if they are going to play that competition, I'm gonna just be the one to say, dude, like when you have manga that's like $10 a volume to get 500, I mean, sure that's like $5,000 or whatever, but like that's not terribly hard to achieve. Like you could achieve that in a year if you really just like dedicate all of your free
If that's
money.
all you buy, yeah.
Yeah, Like it's not as if it's I don't know you're buying a freaking I don't know I want to say 500 figure collection or something where they're all like 50 to $500 a piece or something.
Yeah.
Like,
the manga side of YouTube is definitely it's interesting that.
It's interesting that you just got yeeted.
Was that you, Reese?
No, it says devices not connected. So
He must have bumped his Yeti.
Yeah. Oh, you're back. Oh, thank God.
Me snowball came unplugged because I'm holding it like I'm a news person. I don't have to bend over and hurt my back. But
it's nice to hold on to
the
your balls.
manga collecting. Well, technically, my 3 dangly things below it, my tripod.
Oh God.
But the manga side of YouTube is so much bigger than any other like collecting side, and it's crazy because I love watching collection videos and stuff, so I'll watch their videos. But they all have the exact same collection. They're like, and here we got the monster Viz signature edition.
It's a classic. Everyone needs to read it.
That's sadly all
and
I
of course,
do.
you got the
collecting
Junji
videos.
Eco shelf.
Well, no, I
There's
don't
like-
think he's talking
and
about
of
the
course,
videos.
we
I
got
think
the
he's
Junji
saying
Eco shelf.
everyone has the same pool of classics or whatever that they're like, yes, I have Monster, I have Naruto or whatever.
Oh,
And
Vinland
it's kind of
Saga.
like,
Yeah.
it's exactly like,
Yeah, they always have Vinland Saga. Always, and I know
It's
those are
exactly
good
like the
manga,
people
but it's like
on,
Vinland Saga is amazing. I love that. Was a fantastic
Yeah.
manga.
so in the
they
face,
have like
can't
only
wait-
a
I can't wait
handful
to
of
read that,
volumes
actually.
of like a shonen or something like Demon Slayer or Naruto. It's like, oh, I only started collecting that. Like it's like
I love the
only
people
they
five.
have
various,
that. Yeah,
various
literally.
volumes of like Naruto that are out of sequence. Like I have volume 56 or something randomly. But
Yeah,
like
Fred
the
gave me
people,
much as
what?
I was saying, just as much as like I like watching collection videos, I hate the fucking manga too so much. It's just behind on flavor of the month right now. Really got to catch up on that. Like they all have extreme like FOMO or whatever, fear of missing out and everything, and then it just kind of drops off, and then they stop buying it. Like I feel like they enjoy buying it and just having it there more than they do reading it. Which
Well,
I mean,
because it's so easy to get it.
yeah,
you're just gonna
and that's good. It's very cheap to get into collecting manga, which I think that's why it's like. I mean, as someone who collects comics, like I've been getting these big Marvel omnibuses to read like years worth of stuff because it's like, oh, you got to read this issue and whatever. But I like it to be in the omnibus, so it costs like those big hardcovers. They cost like $125-$200 piece. And unless you're getting like these smaller trade paperbacks, but they won't include everything, so it is tedious. But like manga, it's like, oh, Right Stuf, this $10 volume is $5, and you can read like a whole series in 20 or so. So it's very easy to just pick up, and people, which is is a good side of getting into manga and physical collecting.
Well,
and
I'm
everything.
saying that
It is
these
cheap
people
and anyone
have
can get into it.
they have drained their, I guess, dopamine to the point where it's like they have to buy
Yes.
something to get that rush, and then they'll be like, actually, I
Yeah.
don't like this series. I don't see the
There's
hype.
not a
But,
new manga out.
What I was gonna say
have
is
to
that
buy.
the-
I have to buy something.
I was gonna say that this is exactly like the people in the Facebook groups. You see everyone having like a ton of like anime, but it's all the Sentai shows that you've seen thousands of times because everyone is buying the same cheap titles on the Sentai.
Because it's only $3 for the whole complete collection. It was like 40
Also,
of them.
I just want to apologize to everyone on the podcast and the listeners if it seems like I'm talking over everybody. It does seem like there is like just a slight delay, so I do not mean, yeah.
By the way,
So I'm
In
sorry
my
about that if I talk over anybody. I do not mean
in
to.
my rewatch, I just got to the episode where Lance said, "Pet that pussy," and I said, "That's my daughter," right? And Lance said that I didn't say it before he said it, right? Now, here's the thing. on the video, like on YouTube, he's correct. But you can hear later that I'm dealing with a delay from him. So in my interpretation, I was correct when I swore up and down that I said it before he said it.
In my defense.
So anyway, that's the thing. It was interesting to hear that live. Or to hear it.
I watched like a episode I was in. Oh man, it sounds like I'm trying to talk over everybody. Everybody thinks I'm an asshole.
You're not.
Now.
You're good.
Okay. I worry about that. I hate cutting other people off.
Anyways, what were you
I
saying?
really do. And next week I'm about to have no internet because I'm in the woods.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I can't even get satellite. So
Weeberger?
He just said he can't even get satellite. I think that was the end of his thought.
You said you were rewatching an older episode that you were in. Was it the Girls' Last Tour, the Demon Slayer, Juden-chan?
I want to say it was shit. What was it? It was. I think it was the one that we were dying laughing at the awful Dragon Maid fan art, and I think it was that one. Whichever that
the
one
Juden-chan
was.
one. Yeah,
that one is probably my favorite one I've guessed it on. It was fucking hilarious.
I haven't gotten to that in my rewatch. Okay, so
they made her look like she's eating shit in the.
Yeah. So it's almost an hour past my bedtime for work in the morning. So I'm going to try to power through a couple of these real quick, so that next podcast isn't. Oh, also, fuck, I gotta tell you guys. So my wife tells me basically it's going to take a miracle for us to be able to stay in this house, it seems. So all of your Right Stuf purchases from now on, use my code. I'm dead serious because it is literally going to be like. I'm going to save this. Actually, I'm not going to verbalize this particular part on the internet.
I'm adding all the Monogatari's to my cart, and I will follow.
I
will follow.
Basically, things are going to be. We're going to need to get like a loan and everything. It's going to be. It's not going to be good. So I don't know, housing wise, what I'm going to do in the future if this falls through. I'm just going to keep praying about it for the time being. So let me not get fired for having gone to bed so late that my work sucked by getting through some of these. So Inspector Season 1 Blu-ray looks thick.
Interestingly, this is not the full promo image. The original promo image had one character behind them. If you go to the back cover, you'll see who they took off.
Kitty lady?
Whoa.
She was like right here, right? Or was she over here?
No, other side. Yep.
Am I delayed? Anyway, all right. Well, yes, because I remember the poster that she's in where she's in this image. Anyway, I'm going to move on. That's neat that that's coming out. Bleach Set 12 Blu-ray.
That's the second final one.
On the way, right?
Yep.
Yay.
One more.
Orgus again, I guess. Okay. G.I. Joe, a real American hero. On DVD. Okay.
The realest American anime ever.
Transformers the movie in 4K!
That's going to be awesome. I can't wait for that.
You got the touch. Wait, were there
You got
dinosaurs?
the touch.
You got the power.
I don't remember there being Dinobots in the movie.
See, we said that on my end, AC. We said that at the exact same time.
Wait, we've already been over this. This is where you said the standard edition looked better than the steelbook.
Yes, of course we have.
It's just on Right Stuf now, I guess.
So did we cover the Porco Rosso steelbook?
No, this is new. So
what about the From Up on Poppy Hill steelbook?
Yep.
And here's Perfect Blue steelbook.
Yep.
I like that
and
a lot.
here's Moving On.
Hold on. Back up. Sorry. Perfect Blue.
Perfect Jew.
So
perfect
coming with the
Blu-ray.
This is coming. This is coming with a 12-page booklet that was not in the original release.
Oh,
Joy, something
even
I've
if
never
it wasn't a
looked at.
steel book, I'd have to get for that 12-page book. I'd totally, like, that's the
I
It's
saw that.
literally just, it's the photos. No. It's a mini art book, and it's the photos that the photographer took
Oh God.
with the pubes.
No, okay. Now it's even more tempting. God damn it.
Ooh.
Alright, move on.
Good heavens.
I'll say that it looks better than the other G Kids steelbooks.
Girlfriend, DVD, and Blu-ray first volume comes with the manga's prototype doujinshi.
Jesus.
Better than
are
the
they gonna
earwig and the
release
witch
Hellsing with the
steelbook.
original hentai next?
Wow.
Wait, what?
I don't know.
Yes.
Whoever brought it up last time.
The
we
Hellsing
talked about
hentai?
Hellsing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Seven Seas licenses the mature rated Darling in the Franxx manga. The manga comes from Code 000 and Kentaro Yabuki, the artist behind Black Cat and
That
Two
is
Love
the
Ru.
reason I'm excited for this, because Kentaro Yabuki, he's the To Love Ru artist.
This one depicts the events of the anime with a divergent storyline. So even if you've seen the full series, there's something new in store here. Yes, all the lewdness. The orgy.
Interesting.
Now
J-Novel Club
that
announcements.
foot shot is more detailed.
And my kids are yelling for me. So give me a momento. Be right back.
Oh, I've been watching, let's see, Digimon Adventure, that's continuing, which is getting interesting because they adding in, like, alternate mega evolutions. Like, this last episode had this weird, like, swordsman, like, the gold armored Gurumon.
I know they put in those like human forms in the last Evolution movie, so I'm not all that surprised. But I mean, it's kind of almost what they'd have to do if they blew their load with Omnimon in episode 2. Jesus Christ! But anyway,
yeah.
I've been spying on your Maori, so I saw you're almost done with it. Yeah.
Check and see if you can get Starlink if you are moving out to the country.
They won't let me get anything actually.
Who's they?
There's too many trees or some shit. I can't even get satellite internet.
It's really so interesting, like, comparison. I'm right now, I'm not at home. I'm out in our other place, and I have better internet
Can
here.
I live there while you're not living there?
I have better internet.
You can bunk with me.
Than at home.
In the boonies.
Yeah, I'm in the boonies with no internet.
I mean, I'm in the boonies, basically. I mean,
That's my banjo.
like, it's a 30-minute drive just to get to town.
So the internet's so good for you out there because it's not divided between all the other houses.
Yeah, probably.
But I mean, we're still on a strip. Like, I mean, we still got, I can throw a rock at my neighbor's house. You know.
All right.
Do it.
A late start tamer's laid back life. That's a thing. Chilling in another world.
With my smartphone again.
Powers. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Chilling in another world with level 2 super cheat powers. That's the name of it. Should just be reading those. Min-maxing my TRPG build. Oh God, why is she a spider? Disgusting.
So
I
what?
didn't want to read the full title. The reincarnated princess spends another day skipping story routes. Okay. My instant death ability is so overpowered, no one in this other world stands a chance against me. A Omega, okay.
That title is the prologue.
Yeah. Reborn to master the blade. From hero king to extraordinary squire.
In that one, I hear they do a lot of masturbation.
Oh. Do tell.
That seriously sounds like the short title of a light novel, Masturbation.
Well, I can't. Okay, podcast merch, masturbation. That's going on the list.
Master inflation.
Oh god, no.
No.
My daughter left the nest and returned an S-rank adventurer.
Okay.
Dragon Daddy Diaries.
Oh god.
What?
A girl grows to greatness. Dahlia in bloom. Crafting a fresh start with magical tools. And Hell Mode. The hardcore gamer dominates in another world with garbage balancing.
I want to see the one that's like my mom tells me to turn my loud music down, but I'm not going to listen to her because I don't like my new stepdad in another world or something like that.
The hero brings his Slipknot mixtape into another world.
My stepdad tells me to turn Slipknot down, but I don't care. All he does is drink my Code Red and have sex with my mom.
Viz announces Dragon Quest. The Adventure of Die manga.
Damn it, you bastard! Now on Code Red.
More. So, all right.
Oh yeah.
You know how we
not
talk
the coloring
about?
book.
You know how we talk about how Demon Slayer is for children?
Yeah.
Uniqlo teams up with Demon Slayer for a new line of collab t-shirts. That's a child. Another child. Guys,
I just realized I have nothing in my room now because it's moved to the other house, so that probably echoed. I really hope, because I'm still at my parents' house, so I hope my actual stepdad didn't hear that. I think I'm talking about.
It's gonna be like that first podcast Duo guested on. Did you just hear pounding at the door? So, Pokemon Adventure X and Y, Deadpool Samurai coming to Viz. Star Wars Tribute to Star Wars. Great title. Onigiri, a cookbook. Also, Imakoi, Now I'm in Love. Rigo Takahashi's Came the Mirror and Other Tales. Okay.
Whoa, what?
Came.
The Mirror Came.
Anthology or something.
And Other Tales.
Dragon Quest, The Adventure of Dai. Demon Slayer. The official coloring. I thought this was going to be way earlier. That's why I jumped to the other article. The official coloring book. How many adults are coloring in this book?
Just buy a manga.
Hey, I mean,
9 out of 10.
Oh no, Weeaburger's dad got him.
The detective Weeaburger's already dead?
No!
Weeaburger.
F to the chat.
Device is not connected in another world.
No. Well,
oh man,
it's for you, buddy.
You got Weeaburger got
isekai.
isekai. We'll never see him again.
I had to explain to a friend of mine, like a lot of Shonen Jump's titles, not all of them,
Yep,
but a lot of the mainstream ones are for kids. And he was like, no. And I'm like, yes.
Yeah.
Weeaburger, come back.
It is not for
JoJo
yeah.
6251. Nux.
Does anybody know the significance of the 6251?
That's how old Hirohiko Araki Vampire Song is.
Alright. Oh,
Hey, he's back. He's still whimpering. I really did a number on that.
Okay, guys.
Alice in Borderland of Sakamoto. This looks amazing. Things are about to get super inconvenient for convenience store owner Taro Sakamoto when his past as a legendary assassin catches up to him.
It's
I
about
can't
to get
wait.
super inconvenient.
Can't wait to cover the anime adaptation of this. Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, Stories of Water and Flame. Here's digital exclusive. Boner Collection.
Oh, is it?
Me and
it's not
Roboko.
Bone?
Hard-boiled Cop and Dolphin. Military Security Spirit Busters. Magu-chan, God of Destruction. I gotta read about this dolphin thing. Ryuhei Tamura brings you I thought that said fetishist cop. Fishiest cop manga to ever hit Shonen Jump. Even more than banana fish? A missing colt, a mysterious little girl, and his new partner, a dolphin. Hard-boiled cop and dolphin releases fall 2021.
Oh, they have
I think that's the
hard-boiled cop and
Beelzebub
dolphin.
guy. I think that's the was it like
Beelzebub,
the
yeah.
guy? Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So,
But all I have to say is that everyone was freaking out over Hardboiled Cop and Dolphin, whatever, and I'm just sitting here thinking that is just a bootleg of what is it called? That Dolphin Detective from Mr. Pickles.
okay.
I can't believe someone referenced Mr. Pickles. What fucking world is this that I live in?
Gachapon capsule toy machines in Japan now have hand sanitizer stands. So if you needed to put little face masks on your figures to virtue signal further on your Instagram, you could also put hand sanitizer stands next to your figure displays.
I saw somebody that did their little statue holding. Look, Miku's wearing a mask. She's saying "Stay home and wear a mask."
Exactly.
Tee-hee.
So
Funimation.
Funimation.
I've seen so many people posting this on Twitter. They're like,
Now that's the figure ID.
Todd McFarlane, you fucking hack.
So I showed this. I think this was
$17.
I was gonna say if it's at least like $5, I can.
$2. That's $2 worth of plastic right there.
So a friend of mine.
Todd McFarlane.
So a friend of mine in my hometown, I showed this to him. And he was like, "I need this," and he actually bought it, and he has it.
And you know what else he has?
The fact that
Life
this
of
kid
regret.
doesn't wear underwear or anything is kind of alarming.
It's pretty cool.
All right, now in better figures, No Game No Life Shiro Alice in Wonderland figure extremely moe.
I need to
tell me,
actually
do you think-
finish this show so I can justify owning a figure of
Look,
this.
what's his name? Shiro and what?
Sora.
Sora. Yeah.
Kingdom Hearts.
So what do you think of this angle, guys?
She's 10 years old.
Perfect photography.
wait, what is Frank West? Fantastic. From Dead Rising. Fantastic.
Anyway, in other figures, Good Smile Company has a Ram figure.
Wait! They actually make figures of Ram and Rim?
Yeah.
What?
I know. I'd never seen one either. I just thought
I've
I
never
would share
seen
this
anyone
crazy.
else besides that creepy guy ram her. I mean, what?
Best girl. Yeah. So I don't know if you
Uh-huh.
noticed, but this is Ram Battle with Roswell version.
Is that a spoiler?
Ow.
Yikes.
This is their sex fight. Anyway,
for the
all
low
right,
price,
Godzilla, Godzilla and Hamtaro collab again for Mighty Cute crossover goods.
I like that. I like that.
That's cute.
Yeah.
Hamzilla?
Godzi Ham-kun. It looks like he's throwing up.
Tune in next week and we find out that it's actually a Bichu, not Hamtaro.
No, it's pretty much Hamutaro.
When we work together, it's much
Hey,
better.
Here's for you at the end. Renna's
Oh,
Cleaver.
it's just a pillow.
I definitely want that.
Comes out pre-order now until July 21st at various stores throughout Japan.
Apparently, that's just a gardening tool.
Yeah.
Well, as is every weapon the Japanese use.
Well, no,
when they
you think
outlawed
that's like a
stores.
literal cleaver, as it says the cleaver of Higurashi, but it's just a gardening tool.
It's probably a type of scythe. Anyway,
Wouldn't it just go limp when you hold it though?
Oh my.
so a Japanese bag maker is to sell bags specifically for carrying around a watermelon. See, the thing about this is that anybody wealthy enough to carry around this specialty bag isn't shopping for their own food.
Yeah.
They've got like a
They've got Uber Eats.
slave. South Korean university offering digital currency for using toilet.
I don't like this pictures in a
offer
bathroom.
you
This gives me
currency?
very bad feelings.
A South Korean university has used excrement to help power a building, rewarding students with digital currency for food and other miscellaneous goods when they use a specific toilet to accomplish this feat. Oh, I'm sorry. When they use
some
specific
other
toilets.
people, that might be considered food as well.
Gross. Cho Jae-won
Chode?
is an urban and Chungus Won is a urban and environmental engineering professor.
Suck young
at the-
dick.
Young Deke?
Bringing it back. Bringing it back. Bringing it back.
Oh God, the melatonin I took 40 minutes ago. Engineering, an environmental engineering professor at the Ulsan National Institute of Science and Technology, and they have developed a toilet that delivers stool to a lab that is then made into biogas and manure. Literally, it's like the pipe for the flush.
The
just
Futurama
drops it off in
pipes.
a lab instead of it throughout.
I want to see it go through the pipes and play the Futurama theme song.
Oh God! Called the BV toilet, a portmanteau of B and vision. Bive toilet. The innovative fecal flusher makes use of a vacuum pump to push human stool into a tank located underground, which then reduces it to methane by way of microorganisms and then transforms into energy for the building. A statement issued by Cho, quote, "If we think out of the box, feces has precious value to make energy and manure. I have put this value into ecological circulation." What he really meant was, I'm a huge freak who loves poo, So I wanted to make sure that people valued poo as much as me. I have a special toilet in the school that drops your poo off in my apartment.
Right upon my plate.
That's how Koreans talk. I know a lot of them. It is mentioned that the average amount of stool let out by a human in a day is about 500 grams, producing about 50 liters of methane and subsequently 0.5 kilowatt hours of electricity, or enough to move a vehicle 0.75 miles. Are you telling me that if I shat in my car... Hold on, this is an entire day is only going to get you 3/4 of a mile.
Who needs restroom stops?
On top of this, Cho has also created a virtual currency he names G-Ghoul. Oh God.
Oh, it's not
honey in Korean. Disgusting.
Oh my God.
And every individual who uses this toilet acquires 10 of the currency a day.
It's not like a excrement coin or something.
Shit coin.
That's the only way that I'd actually like. If I could
It
get
literally
coin that
just
way,
gives you a bunch of terrible cryptocurrencies. Oh. And every individual who uses this toilet acquires 10 of the currency a day, which can be spent on goods such as coffee, instant noodles, fruit, and books.
All the things that make you shit.
All the things a body needs. A remark made by one postgraduate student on the matter. I had only ever thought that feces are dirty, but now it is a treasure of great value to me. I was right. I even talk about feces during meal times to think about buying any book I want. Wow.
That makes me feel like the article image is some sort of scat comic, and it makes me very
Who
uncomfortable.
shared this article?
I found it. You're welcome. All right. An AI Japanese bar Mama-san is ready to listen to your troubles at her virtual bar. So I was very disappointed by this article because it's an artificial intelligence.
Oh.
You can go to the website. And when you click on...
That's
this,
fucking terrifying.
Yes. I can ask it questions. Come on. Yeah, it is pretty terrifying. So the thing is that you're supposed to select a bunch of things like, I have a problem. What does this one say?
With the ladies.
Is there one that says I can't keep
Motivation. Okay, so this is what I typed in. I can search for something. Jinpo wa no ha for that one. Jisai. All right, my dick is small. Those are my problems. And it says, sorry, Mom can't answer that problem because she hasn't studied. So basically, she doesn't know enough about small dicks because she's a huge. Moving on. English mistake turns innocent sign into X-rated notice at a Japanese store. This isn't the type of self-service they were meaning.
Oh.
The self-sucking corner.
Why? Get to work.
Just
Very talented
Further.
individual.
Japan is scattered with well-intended English language signs that contain seemingly obvious translation mistakes, with even big companies like Pizza Hut and Osaka Metro proving that the simplest of messages run the risk of becoming lost in translation. These English mistakes, as they're known, often make native English speakers smile. But one recent find had people blushing in embarrassment instead. That's because a chain store in Japan decided it was okay to display this, the self-sucking corner. That's right, a section of the Arakawaoki branch of the Joyful 2 Hobby Specialty Store, located at, goddamn, who gives a shit? They had a sign that read self-sucking corner. And that's not the only branch where the sign was displayed, as it was also photographed at the chain's Chiba Newtown branch in Inzai in Chiba Prefecture. You know what's joyful? Self-sucking. While the English,
You know what you really want.
While the English sign was intended as a nice gesture designed to help English-speaking customers, it's no doubt left them scratching their heads instead. While self-sucking corner gives a whole other meaning to joyful too, the actual act of self-sucking in a corner of the store would be legally off limits, likely physically impossible.
Good heavens.
So what were they really aiming to convey with this sign? The reason for the mistake is revealed in the katakana message printed next to it, which reads phonetically as self-sacking corner.
Oh, that's
God,
so
I read
much
that
better.
katakana and I just it's clear as day. It's self-sucking. I don't know. I can't even imagine what it is because it's clearly like self-checkout. Like put it in the box for yourself, right? Or in the basket or whatever.
Yeah.
Self-stacking corner.
Oh,
the problem occurs with the word sakingu, as the sa sounds similar to the sa in the English word for suck. So much that a search for sakingu pad? Yeah. Read
Suck
phonetically
on
as
dick.
sacking pad on Google will take you to sucking pads. Gross. A product designed to be added as an attachment to baby carriers. Oh, gross. For babies to suck. With the katakana word
Even the
for
babies
sack
can do it.
Kids
being
these
used
days.
to mean suck in some cases and sack at other times, the confusion between the two words becomes understandable. Still, the store sign was so noteworthy for its hilarious mistake that it even made its way to Japanese sites, where Japanese commenters had a laugh at the sign as well. So what happens if I self-suck at the self-sucking corner? My body isn't supple enough for this store. Mistaking U and A can make a huge difference. Businesses should really avoid posting signs they don't understand themselves. It's hard to tell the difference in pronunciation between sucking and sacking. It's true that these small nuances in pronunciation make it difficult for Japanese speakers to differentiate between the two words, especially when it comes to speaking and listening. It's one of the many reasons why English exists and continues to this day, even creating blunders that include making Kyoto the enemy of the world. Oh, that was a great one. All right. Oh, FDM, do you have pickups? I need you to do a kissy face for me for no reason in particular, for thumbnail reasons.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't have pickups, though.
Mine are upstairs.
Y'all want to see my awesome anime pickup?
All right, we're going on Ogloy.
You could just put those big ass lips on this.
I guess that's true.
Oh, Reese
For the
saves the day.
self-sucking corner.
Boy, am I glad that I didn't. I was gonna hey guys, I need to go to bed. I got work in the morning. Sorry, we'll have to cover these later. No. Woman who wants biggest lips in the world already has 25 injections. So the thing they don't mention is that in order to pay for the lip injections, she's having to sell her eyebrows little by little.
Oh my Christ.
So a Bulgarian woman with the intent of acquiring the biggest lips in the world has already undergone 25 lip filler injection treatments, expanding her mouth to such a size that it is difficult to believe that males would find such a sight attractive. Hey, she's not doing it for you, it's for her. I like how her lips actually resemble...
Maybe she...
down.
Monkeys and
This is a lower lip and these are upper lips. Look
You're
at
right.
the indentation.
You see, though, I think the idea is that she's doing this for herself because she wants to go the self-sucking aisle.
The 23-year-old Andrea Ivanova.
She's only 23. What the fuck?
She's a year younger than
She's
me.
had more lip injections than she's had years on this earth. She had a complex about her thin lips. Where's the before and after? Oh, God, they're hideously small.
Yeah.
Her breasts are small.
Good thing she got the 25th one.
Yeah, she had a complex about her tiny boobs. Next article right here.
What?
So she made her mouth look like a monkey's anus.
Did they try and give her that by mistake and they thought that was her boobs? Like what?
I don't know. So it says here that she had a complex about her thin lips and decided to undergo injection treatment upon achieving adulthood, even also having plastic surgery performed on her breasts to boost this eyebrow sacrifice for the lips, this one for the breasts.
She couldn't be bothered to draw the rest of her eyebrows,
right, like she did here.
The sad thing
that's even a
she doesn't have a complex over her tiny lips. She just knows that the peak female form is a blow-up doll.
Oh my god!
Dude, they look like two breakfast sausages on top of each other.
Yeah.
Like
So,
some
while
Jimmy
initially
Dean instant
satisfied-
breakfast shit.
Yeah, while initially satisfied with the surgery, she began to think that it wasn't enough and had more and more lip fillers performed, with her total count now reaching 25 since 2018. Ivanova explained she had to fork over about $186 for each lip filler. It's the eyebrows, man. But eventually lost track of how much she had spent in total. Well, 186 times 25 would get you a good guesstimate. Buy 24, get one free. her lips have gone down to the size that they. Oh, whoa. No, I'm sorry. Her lips have grown to the size that they block her nostrils. Yet the perhaps mentally unstable woman is still not happy about their dimensions. I mean, I guess they do kind of block the nostrils a little bit.
They keep her from breathing. It's just natural selection.
The way her face, how white her face is, she looks like the Wayans brothers and White Chicks.
She's doing a white face.
That's awesome. Oh,
Imagine carrying that around with you every day, going to sleep.
Imagine
with just
eating!
that expression.
That looks like fucking Monsters Inc. after that guy gets the lip sucking thing off of it.
Do they have like an interview? Do they have an interview of her? Because I want to hear her going like, "I took the injection because
I think.
I thought."
Yeah, in order to hear her talk, you have to support her through her OnlyFans.
FDM, will you get on camera and talk like that?
Good God, why? I have to sit on my stupid camera.
Okay. So, as critics could likely have surmised on their own, doctors have urged her to be careful about these constant treatments, as there is a possibility her lips could become necrotic. Sorry. It's like dead erotic. Necrotic is when they go into necrosis and they start to die, perhaps due to atrophying. Though she is still insistent on getting her lips worked on. So, isn't the Hippocratic Oath do no harm? Stop injecting her. Once she becomes satisfied with her lips, if ever, she expressed a desire to have her chin worked on next. Right. Make the chin smaller.
So
No,
the
she's
lips look bigger.
She's going for the Squidward look or whatever.
Oh, the handsome Squidward.
Peak female.
No, the
form.
handsome Squidward looks better than that.
Ivanova says she receives thousands of compliments on her lips and outfit,
Yeah.
as well as her vision and style on a daily basis. Negative comments also being common, though she asserted that mostly women write them.
Oh,
They're
what the
just
fuck
jealous.
is wrong with your face?
She was I guess Weaberger's a woman about that baboon's asshole comment. She was apparently been proposed to several times as well. Yeah, really, for sure. No, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Receipts, girl.
Some Nigerian
Jeez,
prince is going to see that and think it's the most beautiful thing he's ever seen. Oh, my baby girl, you're so beautiful.
She uses an entire tube of lipstick on one album.
Oh my God.
Well, you know what? I'm going to save this one. Japanese man arrested after leaving corpses of parents in refrigerator. Yet another old again. You know what? I have been shocked at my rewatch of the podcast how often we cover this. It's absurd.
This exact article, or just
No,
the
not this
unrelated
exact
article
but
image?
But like people leaving their dead relatives in the house and not dealing with them.
I think it's funny they just leave him there. Oh shit, man! I forgot to take the turkey out to thaw. It's like, oh, I left mom in the.
Effing Anime Addict says, hopefully his purchase helps me out. I'm going to log in right now.
Thank you
and
for
see.
supporting the
I
channel.
appreciate it, buddy.
I'm
was that
telling
the
you,
that was the Uzaki-kun, wasn't it? Uzaki-kun, Uzaki-chan, whatever.
Every subscriber, follow that affiliate link and buy
Appreciate it.
2 or 3 copies of the entire Monogatari series. One for your friend, one for somebody.
One
get a shitload of
one to
cows.
watch and one to display.
Yeah.
Just go and steal
Wanna
poop
keep in the
off
bathroom.
of the ground like dog poop and start throwing it in that toilet.
Ugh.
It's not a doggy coin now. It's shit coin.
The future's
Grandma
now.
is a
man.
wooden dummy. The self-sucking corner, yeah, they have a lot of super sucking vacuum. Oh, dude, remember that Chinese sperm extractor machine we covered?
Yeah.
Oh, gross.
And I'm
Self-sucking.
reminded of that one, the whitest kid you know clip with the vacuum cleaners.
Oh,
Self-sucking, answer in the form of a question. Isn't that what Marilyn Manson was supposed to have removed a rib so he could do? That rumor is, for some reason, every single person on the entire planet, even people in Afghanistan or Africa somewhere who don't even speak English, they know this rumor, and it's almost certainly not true.
Did you know Marilyn Manson had his own rib removed so he could perform the self-suck?
Not just one, two ribs.
2 ribs.
Okay, well, anyway. Hey, FDM, don't you have a lot of knowledge in this department? Sucking.
Put the picture up on
You're
screen.
right,
again.
Weaberger. Survival of the fittest. I don't know what that was in reference to, but I like it.
I said that her lips blocking out her breathing from her nasal cavity is just
right. Yeah,
natural
survival phase,
selection.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Natural selection. Okay, so yet another old man has been apprehended by the authorities for abandoning familial corpses. The somewhat deranged individual leaving the bodies of his mother and father in his fridge and not yet unveiling their cause of death. The 59-year-old man, occupation unknown, lived in Fukuoka City. I feel like all of them are in Fukuoka.
They're all
Lived at a
related.
Fukuoka City residence with his 88 and 87-year-old parents and was arrested by police at a Kyoto City hotel parking lot. He is admitted to the allegations of corpse abandonment. Police officers responding to a tip on June
At least
28th.
take care of the corpse. Don't abandon it.
Dress
Maybe he
it
was
up
trying
or
to cryo
something.
freeze them.
Flush him down the shit going through.
Maybe the fridge is where they put them because they want to preserve it more.
Yeah, because the smell. They just buy a second fridge, leave one plugged in to keep the bodies. Yeah. So police officers responded to a tip on June 28th and made their way into the residence to find the corpses stowed away in an industrial refrigerator with a glass door. Oh, no. Oh. You're looking right at mom's cold, dead eyes for eternity through that thing.
She's walking the sunny bee.
So it's sealed up with tape. The corpses were confirmed to be the culprit's parents, and autopsies have not determined their cause of death. Yeah, because there's too much freezer burn all over it. A nameless informant mentioned to police that they saw the son at one of his parents' wait, hold on. A nameless informant mentioned to the police that they saw the son out with one of his parents at a department store on June 20th. And the police were contacted by a relative after they lost contact with those living at the residence for some time. So they saw him with one of his parents on the 20th, and he was arrested because of a tip on the 28th. So both parents died between the 20th and 28th or whatever?
Sounds like foul play to me.
Yeah.
Maybe he just weekend at Bernie's her and she was dead.
Oh, they were contacted by a relative after they lost contact with those living in the residence for some time. Okay. The bodies were said to have no visible damage, and the criminal, how did he even get the freaking industrial? He must have already had the industrial refrigerator. How are you going to get that between June 20th and June 28th?
That's his occupation. That's his unknown occupation. Is he just ships
designer.
those around? Yeah.
Refrigerator stuff.
So they were said to have no visible damage, and the criminal apparently ran away to train. I'm sorry. I like my way better. He ran away by train. He gets to train because Yama means mountain. So I was like, yeah, he's training in the mountains. Hello, Ducky. Oh, hello, Ducky.
So, I'm back.
The bodies were said to have no visible damage, and the criminal apparently ran away by train to Yamaguchi and Shizuoka on June 23rd, resting in hotels in both prefectures. Police are investigating. Yeah, so he must have murdered them. Why else would he stick them in the goddamn fridge? Jeez. Anyway,
Told them to chill out.
all right. So I don't want to cover that. It's great that I lost all the stuff I loaded because of that time I nuked the whole Brave browsers.
Dude,
anyway,
that
it doesn't
sounds like
matter.
the name of an anime.
Oh, you beat me to
Brave
it.
browser.
You beat me to it.
So, Japanese restaurant in former Yukaku red light district struggles to preserve its history. I'm not going to read this. I just thought this one part was funny. During the U.S. occupation following World War II, the U.S. General Headquarters issued an order to abolish legalized prostitution in Japan. And in 1946, brothels in Yukaku areas were forced to rebrand themselves as cafes. There you have it, folks.
Wow.
Secretly, the maid cafes are whorehouses. All right.
Thanks, America.
Thanks for.
I think I'm gonna save this one. Skull Reaper Aji Sioux City for refusing to show his masked face. He is a actual politician in Japan. Dead serious here.
This is an Ultimate Muscle character.
Yeah.
Ultimate Muscle.
Kaniku man.
Dead serious. Za. Wait, why did my AirPod just die? Zagreto.
Dude, use some Dragon Balls.
Sasuke.
In AirPods.
So he's the great Sasuke, apparently. No, but seriously, if I could get the stupid thing to load, come on. Give me a second. Here he's listed. So they won't show his likeness because he won't take off his mask on the Oita City Council website. But the name here.
His mask must have something on it they don't want to support.
Skull Reaper Aji.
Awesome.
His name is Skull Reaper.
Yeah.
This dude's
That's
my
his
hero.
actual name. Yeah. So anyway, I guess we'll cover this real quick. I'm pretty tired, but just gonna knock back 4 more melatonins, even though the recommended dose is 1.
Knock back 4 melatonins and prepare for self-suck.
By the way, this was the No Pants podcast, just so viewers understand.
Wait, no pants? Do I have to be
Well,
wearing underwear?
I technically have pajama thingies. Spirited Away pajama thingies.
I thought this was the Commando podcast. I'm sorry.
Guys, I accidentally stumbled upon this meme I screenshot.
Guys, I accidentally stumbled upon this weirdest porn I've ever seen.
Guys, I also actually stumbled upon the exact same thing that Foodnum is about to show
so
you too. It's
so
crazy.
you also stumbled upon the thing that shows a screenshot of Big Chungus and said this episode was made in 1940. It's possible Hitler saw Big Chungus.
Actually, he didn't like Looney Tunes because they were crude.
Yeah,
would
but he
not
could have
watched
seen Big Chungus and thought that's why they're
he's
crude.
he's
There's
like,
a Big Chungus.
I don't
All
like
right,
that.
I have no
I do
idea
not
what's
like
going
that.
on. I'm just going to start reading. All right. Japanese politician Skull Reaper Aji sues the city for refusing to show his masked face. Oita City Councilman's struggle to wear his mask with pride has grown into a hellacious slobber knocker of litigation.
That's a word I haven't heard in
That is something I've
ever
never
since law school.
That's the legal term.
It was
For
right
this
next to
lawsuit.
gobbledygook.
Whoa!
With COVID-19 having changed the very face of society around the world, there's been a lot of talk over whether to wear a mask or not to. It's a debate that is sadly taken away from one man's 8-year struggle against maskism in the city council of Oita City in Oita Prefecture.
His struggle
This
against
man-
masochism.
This man
Mr.
is none
Powers,
other than,
that is gobbledygook. What the one you said is dangerously close to another not so nice word to the Asian folk.
Wait, okay.
You're treading very thin. You're treading very thin. ice on that
Can
one.
you finish?
No. He's saying
sorry.
that gobbledygook is
I just wanted-
offensive.
I was just trying to help him out. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
All right. Anyway,
He's trying to save me
so-
from being even further cucked than I already am. Look, dude. If me being my blindness is going to be the death of me, my dumbness will at least help me prove my innocence.
all right. So the man is none other than Councilman Skull Reaper Aji, a municipal legislator by day and a professional wrestler by night. By the way, Foodnum, you should listen to this death metal song as his intro. Well, that's music you don't expect. I don't know that I would
Metal and
describe
all
it
it
as
is the
death
sound of fucking an AK-47 going off.
So, as I was saying, in the 2013 Skull Reaper, in 2013, Skull Reaper Aji was elected.
Skull Reaper.
Oh my gosh, it's not Aji, it's AG.
It's orgy.
No, his name is Skull Reaper AG.
You just
That's
want
what
to
it
say
says
Skull
on the
Reaper
thing.
Aji,
I just
is what you want
realized
to
because
say.
it's the. If it was written out in Romanji, it'd be EIJI. It's supposed to be pronounced A, like the letter A. Skull Reaper AG.
Huh.
So Skull Reaper AG was elected on a platform of being a lucha libre styled wrestler with a deep interest in community improvement and child welfare. However, immediately upon winning, he was forbidden to wear his trademark mask in the council chambers as well as committee rooms. Not only that, but his is the only council chamber's face that doesn't appear on city websites and newspapers, presumably because it is masked. Skull Rupert, great.
Rupert.
Damn it.
You'll be all right.
Rupert.
Skull Reaper AG's imageless entry in the Oida City Council website, right? So Councilman Skull Reaper AG has constantly fought for his right to wear his mask in session, claiming that the city is hiding behind an irrelevant rule against hats and canes to mask their own blatant maskism.
Enable canes.
However, this time he is setting his sights on the website discrimination, and on the 30th of June filed a lawsuit against Oida City demanding that they show his masked face and pay 5 million yen, $45,000 in damages. Suing his own city might make it seem like Skull Reaper AG is turning from face to heel, like wrestling terms, but it is actually a last resort move after a series of hearings held since April 26th in the district court, all ended in the city council refusing to meet his demands. Councilman Skull Reaper AG says that the constant visual blackballing is an infringement on his personality rights and freedom of expression, adding that the council is neglecting the public opinion of voters who have supported my mask work. Here's the press
That's an
conference.
interesting thought process.
At first glance, it might be easy to confuse Councilman Skull Reaper AG as just another of the many eccentrics who stumbled into politics recently. However, after a fresh election win earlier this year, he is currently serving his third term on the council and has been an undeniably committed civil servant for nearly a decade now. Quote, I attended the ceremony to finally open the Oida Animal Protection Center. I fought for a facility for animal welfare in the council, and this is incredible. There are still many issues to resolve, but we have taken a big step for no-kill animal shelters and will continue to make efforts.
They've taken a step towards no-kill animal shelters.
The shelters that don't kill the animals.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, while holding no grudge against the man himself, comments online are largely still not buying into the merits of mask legislation. People can't be involved in public affairs if their identity isn't known. If a terrorist gets into city council wearing his mask, he'll be responsible then. Okay. Okay. Oh, that guy! It was a terrorist the whole time! Oh no! Like Osama bin Laden runs for Japanese council. I don't know. What are they for? He's looking good for 52 years old, I think. He looks like he won in the end. Now all council members have to wear masks for COVID.
Jeez.
Isn't the problem with wearing a mask that anyone can impersonate you? It makes the council vulnerable to fraud or terrorism. It's not that the mask is bad, but it's a problem that no one knows his face when he's a representative of the citizens. Weighing the pros and cons of each, it'd probably be best if he wore the mask sometimes, but also let us see his real face. You guys don't understand luchador culture. Guys, all you have to do is Google him, and you can easily see his real face. While security concerns are valid, it should be noted that his name is, not one of those commenters has talked about his name. His name is Skull Reaper AG. So it should be noted that what Skull Reaper AG is asking for is not unprecedented. In fact, here's footage from 2019 of Izumi City Councilman and wrestling great Super Delphin serving on the Committee on Education and Welfare in full mask.
Wow.
Going further back to the early 2000s, here we have Iwata Prefecture Assemblyman, the great Sasuke. Okay, so that was a different guy from before. discussing Article 9 of the Constitution, the Prefectural Information Exchange Center, and UFOs, all with his mask on. In neither case did fraud nor terrorism occur. If anything, you could probably make the case that everyone is going to be watching this guy in the mask extra closely in situations like that, so they might actually be less of a threat than ordinary council members. This holds up statistically too, as records show that we're infinitely more likely to be ripped off and screwed over by so-called normal legislators than masked wrestler ones. So why not just let Councilman Skull Reaper AG be the Councilman Skull Reaper AG that he feels best serves the public interest? Well, there you go. That's an article. We read it.
You know, that's a genius thought process to have, because one, I'm going to make a reference to No Game No Life because it's in it. You know, make people
dude, you said
more...
the phrase I put in the private chat.
I did?
It's in it.
Oh.
Thought process.
Yeah.
THOT process.
I did.
That was
Hey,
like
look,
an
man.
hour ago.
It was, and none of you acknowledged it.
Well,
I
I
just
hate
didn't
to say
say
this, Footnum, but I didn't see it. I'm in the stream. I'm just not on that screen.
With this amazing comment, AC, go to sleep. Your read is bad, which is funny to the rest of us listening to your mistakes. I will bid you adieu. I've had a great time with you guys tonight, and I hope we can continue to do the show. I love how right now it's like, wow, peak viewership at 10:38. Damn.
11.
12.
I mean, I'll be honest. Most of the streams that I've been a part of that had like 300 and 400 people were generally after 9:30.
Yeah, it's just that I had to do, obviously, because I got work in the morning. I had to do the show earlier. But yeah, you guys have a good time without me. I will be dipping out.
Alrighty.
And
One person on Twitch. How about that? 13. What the hell's going on here?
There we
13
go.
people on Twitch.
One person.
Should I just start? Everybody's coming in because a guy's gonna start sleeping on stream. Right?
That might be it.
Up 12.
All right.
You know, voyeurism is popular apparently.
Yes, it is.
All right.
So you're telling me we have 13 viewers and we have 13 people in the call?
How many people are on this call?
5.
I'm exaggerating, but
About to be
basically
4.
saying-
I'm leaving very soon.
So we're not actually like hindered by having all of our viewers in the call.
So we're
Welcome
not.
back. We
like-
missed you.
Wait,
So wait
I
a minute.
realized as I left that I never explained the title of the podcast. I feel like that's kind of important. Hold on.
Well.
I got a joke that I came up with earlier that seemed to be going over well.
While you're here, let's actually just quickly go over what we're doing for the Watch Club next podcast.
Yes, so Hellsing Ultimate will be next podcast. I don't know when next podcast will be for me. If you guys want to cover it next podcast and I'm not here, that's whatever.
I want to cover it with you, but
yeah, I mean, I'd like that too. But
wants his
perhaps
bosom
I will
buddy.
just tweet my thoughts if I have to. So here's my thought on. Damn it, that's not what I meant to do. You've made me so overly cautious about using the word thought. You know.
But
You're
see, look,
welcome.
Footnum is doing the world a service because he brings up all this crazy shit just like I do because either you're thinking about it or you're not. So you'll at least get to purposely misuse the word.
All right. So here's where the title came from. So I said, you may think this says voodoo people murder people, but that isn't very intimidating. I've discovered, based on the capitalization, that the proper way to read this is top to bottom by column. It's pronounced Boopy Murpy Doople Derple. So there you go. There you are. Boopy Murpy Doople Derple. That's why we called the podcast Doople Derple. Also, it kind of sounded like Dusseldorf, so I thought it was okay. Anyway, I'll leave you guys to it.
See ya.
all right.
Bye.
So what? I'm gonna bring up what I've been watching real quick.
All right.
Since I only mentioned, where's it? Come on.
You want
So
to hear what I've been
Digimon.
watching?
Digimon Drugstore in Another World.
Digimon Drugstore in Another World. I've never heard of that season.
No. How a Realist Hero Rebuilt the Kingdom is pretty good. So I'm Standing on Million Lives Season 2. Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid Season 2.
Nice.
My Hero Academia Season 5. That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime Season 2 Part 2.
Yes.
The detective is already dead.
How is that
really
scene
good.
where it's really good? But what about that scene where they were as small as a compartment in the plane?
It's fine. It's fine. It works. It's so
It
good.
works.
It's a double length first episode. It's got everything in it.
Wait, you've already
Awesome.
finished Vivi, apparently? You watched it in sub, I guess?
So again?
You've
Sub,
already
yeah.
finished
Vivi, or whatever it's called.
Sub.
Okay.
I
I'm loving. I was so I've been watching. Of course, I'm starting the new season of Slime. I'm just watching it in sub because I just got through catching up on the dub. Like I just went ahead and marathon that. But I'm starting the season of Slime. But what I'm doing right now that is almost painful and yet it's beautiful is I'm catching up on One Piece. I started on episode 517. I have about 400 to go.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Not that far behind. I mean, come on.
Oh.
So also the
Go ahead,
Dungeon of Black Company, which is pretty good, and To Your Eternity. And then I think there's only 2 other shows that have yet to start. And hold on, Any chart.
Any chart.
Mother of the Goddesses Dormitory, which starts on Wednesday, and then Sunny Boy, which starts on Thursday. So yeah.
Bruh, you know how I said I was going through cataloging my collection? I stumbled upon this. I sent a link.
A link?
Yes, in the private
Amazon.
chat.
Open
and
link.
you can share it.
Yummy virus.
So I bought this for probably I don't know, $20 to $25, and it's only volume 2 of the series. And I was just sourcing an image so I can put it in the cataloging app, and it was on Amazon. And then I looked at the price, and I'm like, wait, what? Well, this series has a bajillion volumes, but
that's a lot of volumes.
Come on, Reese. Where is it?
It won't let me share. It's just it's
not
oh, there it is. Okay, never mind. Got it. There you go.
Now look at that price. It's only volume 2 in the series. You'd think that it would have I don't know, more printings in the first couple of volumes.
No. Well, it came out 8 years ago, so.
Yeah, but why would it be out of print if they're dedicating themselves to printing the entirety of it?
Press.
Which, by the way, I'm pretty sure they're still releasing it to this day. There's still new volumes. Volume episode 8 that you'll see in the recommended, I think is the final volume. Well, not the final volume, but the final saga. So when was that one released? 2019. Okay, so maybe they are done? Unless there's 5 volumes for episode 8.
Volume 3. That came out in June of last year.
See? Why would volume 2 of the entire series be $250? I feel bad for anyone who's going to go back and try and collect all of it. Especially since the regular prices are $40, as you see. Because these are Bible-sized volumes.
Yeah, this is 624 pages.
That's not as big as the Bible.
Three one omnibus.
Actually, the Bible is 624 pages. No,
the Bible is 66 individual books together.
Yeah,
Bible's huge. I've read it cover to cover.
I see one for $79 on eBay. I'm seeing a couple for under 100.
Oh, so it's inflated, basically?
Yeah.
Yep. Final chapter, The Golden Land.
Did any of you guys pick up a copy of Keijo Volume 1?
I don't think that's been released.
The Keijo manga?
Yeah, it hasn't been licensed.
Really? I was told it had been.
What is it?
Keijo, the ass manga.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Keijo. Okay.
Yeah.
No.
Somebody offered me $10 for Annoying Orange on DVD.
Oh god.
They released that on DVD.
Dude, pick up.
Yeah, it had a show on Cartoon Network with a Toby Turner Tobuscus man.
Any of you guys seen the Onion movie?
Yeah. The thing is, the trailer looks so much funnier than the actual movie because when you get into it, it feels so down to earth, like a real like news or documentary, that the jokes don't hit because they have like no awareness to them. It's so raw, and like I think that's the best way to put it. Like it just wasn't as funny as the trailers made it out to be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, me and my roommate went back and we were watching a bunch of old movies like Bubba Hotep and Basketball.
Oh, Bubba Hotep's cool.
Dude, I love that movie. It's not often you get to see Black John F. Kennedy and Elvis
that's
Presley
like
team up.
one of the funniest things about that movie. Yeah, it was actually John F.
Fight a
Kennedy.
mummy. I'm like, my roommate was like, hey Lance, let's check this out. And I was like, what is it? He's like, you ever seen Bubba Hotep? I was like, no. He said, well, Black John F. Kennedy and elderly Elvis Presley team up to fight a mummy. I was like, okay, this is going to be insane. Yes, it was. Also, I have anime pickups I guess I should bring up. I'd like to bring up something again that Funimation keeps doing to me.
I sent my cool pickups to the Discord.
Cool.
If you take a gander there. Fucking sick.
I picked up. I don't know if what's this. I don't know. Random. Are you in? I guess you're talking about Brad's Discord.
His name's not Random.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, who am I talking to? I'm so confused.
Weeaburger.
It's me,
Oh, sorry,
Weeaburger.
Oh, dude, I got the Addams Family collection.
I picked up that time I reincarnated as slime. The manga volume 16.
I got AIDS in another world.
The last anime things I got were Batman, Ninja, and Pokemon, but that was like weeks ago.
I got The Rising of the Shield Hero parts 1 and 2, and Funimation, of course, didn't give me my digital copy, which is okay. I don't need it. I'm not going to care.
It doesn't have a digital copy in it?
It does, but they didn't give me for part 1. I didn't get the digital copy. For part 2, I did.
The insert.
Yeah, the little insert in it. I don't know if there's like a process to go, hey guys, can you just give me a digital copy because I fucking bought this brand new.
Do you want the digital copy though?
I finally started using it because I canceled my Funimation subscription for a little bit.
If you own it, you can just slap it in the player and then watch it.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm doing is instead of worrying about that, I'm taking my anime DVDs, my older DVDs, and I'm ripping them
onto your server into the mainframe.
Oh god! And I'm putting them like as MP4. That way I can watch them because like my Dragon Ball GT that my roommate's borrowing right now is skipping really bad and like.
So basically, you want to archive them in their playable state.
Exactly. And my last pickup, something I thought I owned, which again, the 7 Mortal Sins on Blu-ray, which, believe it or not, I shouldn't say believe it or not, a long time ago, I was sold a copy of the 7 Heavenly Virtues for $5. Had no idea what it was.
Yes, I got that on sale.
And I got it for $5, and I was like, man, this is... what the hell is this? And then I was like, oh, it's a spin-off of 7 Mortal Sins, which I already own. And I looked through, I was like, I don't have this.
Dude, seriously, this manga shortage is so unbelievably, like, short. Because, like, every single volume I'm looking up is, like, $500 on the secondary market. I'm like, that can't be right. And by secondary market, I just mean Amazon. Because you can probably dig on eBay, but I think it's just that like there's so little supply out there because they can't keep up with the printing.
Oh, real quick, I wanted to bring up: is anyone other than me playing Digimon Cyber Sleuth on?
I've already beaten the first one years ago.
The one are you going to play the one on Nintendo Switch?
Screw you, Lance. It's not just on Switch. It literally came
I
out
brought
on
it up. I bring it
PS4
up because
years
they
before
changed.
then.
They changed. They literally took out Platinum Numamon.
So
good luck.
In the first game.
So I've been through the entire thing. Platinum Numamon apparently is not in this game because I've got all champions, unless he shows up somewhere else in the evolutionary line. They took him off of Numamon.
In the first game or the second game?
In Cyber Sleuth, which is I haven't.
Hacker's Memory is the second game.
I haven't really started.
Is it the
Hacker's
first one or
Memory
the
much
second
yet.
game?
It's Cyber Sleuth, not Hacker's Memory. Is the one that we've been working.
Okay, because I played Hacker's Memory on the version you're talking about, the double pack, because it released on PC, and Platinum Numamon's definitely in that one. I've been abusing the ass out of him.
Okay, I brought it up. I brought it up not only to cuck myself, but to hopefully be wrong. Do you remember who he evolves from? Because I hate trying to use the.
You have gold Numamon, which turns into Black King Numamon or whatever, which turns into Platinum Numamon. That's the chain I went with. I think he was originally Hagurumon, maybe.
Okay. Because let me tell you. I'm opening this up because I have it right here. The Numamon. Where's Numamon?
The Numamon I know and love.
There he is. Numamon evolves into Edamon, Monzemon, and Black King Numamon.
Black King Numamon.
So Black King Numamon, but see, Platinum Numamon was a mega in. I should say the American way. Black Numamon was a. Black King Numamon was a ultimate. I call it mega.
He's not called mega in the Japanese, so you're just.
It's ultimate. It's
wrong.
actually ultimate is the final form.
It is the final form, but mega's not the middle form.
Mega is what Mega Kabuterimon and Metal Greymon are.
No. Mega was made up in the U.S.
U.S. Yes.
But you're saying he used to be it's ultimate in the U.S. But I call him Mega or whatever. But anyway, so he was Form 3. If we're gonna call Rookie 1, Champion 2, 3 is Ultimate, and then 4 is Mega / actually Ultimate. So Black King Numamon, he is a Stage 3.
Stage 3 cancer, gotcha.
Yeah, so is he not?
Black King Numamon, yes, is Stage 3. So, but I remember getting Platinum Numamon as an Ultimate because he could evolve again.
Platinum Numamon is a Mega.
Wow.
He is the final form. He is the peak of Digimon.
What the fuck did I do? Because I remember evolving him again and then back down because I reset his level. Because I had 3 of them.
Yeah, exactly. You just keep resetting them and digivolving them until they're maxed out. And because they're Platinum Numamons, they all you can grind really quickly.
Yeah.
And
last thing, did the API go up for the version on PC?
The API, you mean for modding?
No. You know when you evolve and devolve a Digimon, they get ABI.
Oh, ABI.
Whatever the letter is.
Change it?
Yeah, it's
so in Hacker's Memory, it's increased by 100.
Yeah, it's 200 now in Cyber Sleuth.
In the first game?
Yeah, in Cyber Sleuth, which I was told Hacker's Memory takes place in it.
Hacker's Memory is literally pretty much the footprint of the first game, but you have a different home base and everything. But the Kowloon and everything is pretty much all the same. I think there's some new areas you can go.
Okay, I'm looking forward to it. I just wanted to run that by. I feel good now knowing that he's possibly still in the game, but I haven't found him yet, which is bothering me.
Technically, I would not be surprised if they took him out because he's so broken. But like they just nerf him because they nerfed Lilithmon, as you know.
I will tell you this much: they've done a lot of making things easier because you don't like to get. I believe it's Hackmon in the PlayStation 4 version.
I'm gonna stop you guys.
Okay, sorry.
Do you guys want to continue this after? I don't have anything else. Do you guys have anything else you want to talk about, like for the podcast or whatever?
For anime related, which Digimon was, but fair.
I've been watching not Hellsing Ultimate.
I watched Hellsing Ultimate a while back, and then I watched the abridged version, which I loved.
Yeah. So nobody else wants anything else you want to talk about, or?
I watched that. Like I said, I watched that Resident Evil CG series, but there's honestly just nothing to talk about with it. I really hope it gets a continuation. It was 4 episodes of let's introduce 2 new characters that are main characters for 3.5 episodes, and they're gone, and then it's just back to being Leon and Claire again. So it ends with just like it ends where it feels like stuff just got started. So I really hope it gets a continuation, but that was very bleh.
So on the topic of Resident Evil, the live action one we talked about on previously for the live action Resident Evil series.
Yeah, the Netflix show.
Move tab to the window. Starring. There we go. Hello, this guy. With this guy and
oh yeah, he's gonna be Wesker, isn't he?
Yeah.
Oh.
When we talked about this, I didn't recognize who he was until like literally tonight. I realized, wait, he's the one guy in John Wick who's awesome. I mean, he's the guy. He works the desk in the hotel.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, that guy was pretty cool.
I did not realize that was him.
Not really look like Albert Wesker to me.
I don't know what it is.
The resemblance is like 1-to-1.
And I always thought his voice was very unique. His accent. I don't know why.
Is it not from like Africa or somewhere?
Well, okay, probably. But
I feel like an idiot. Why didn't I recognize him before? Damn it.
Does anyone
every movie I've ever seen him in, his eyes look bloodshot as balls. And I think he even had a movie where his character put in eye drops, and I'm like,
wait a minute.
Why?
Yeah, wait a minute. He's in that. Oh, okay, hey.
He plays Aloy?
Is she in this game?
I wouldn't be surprised. He probably is.
If he wears Wesker's outfit though, he's just Morpheus from fucking Matrix though. He's a bald black man with dark sunglasses and a big black trench coat. If he wears the exact same Wesker uniform.
Huh. I didn't even think of that.
So I wonder if they're gonna give him a different.
Wait, Ashley Birch? No.
What? She doesn't play Aloy. Aloy has an Irish accent.
What is that name? That the third. I'm sorry. As what?
Oh, what the fuck?
I'm sorry.
Wait. For those of us who are audio only right now, tell me what's happening.
Wait, hold on. Am I not screen sharing? I'm screen sharing.
You are.
no,
but, like,
I'm audio only.
These are roles for the game Horizon Zero Dawn.
Was this perhaps a British game? So it's like, oh, he's pissed cigarette.
It's Horizon Forbidden West.
And that's
You mean the new one that has the beautiful, realistic women?
What the? Wait, is this like a movie or something?
No, that's the sequel.
Oh, I guess it is.
Hold up, Horizon Zero Dawn, and I'm gonna search.
This is Horizon Forbidden West.
That name just caught me off guard.
The Horizon.
Like, this is an upcoming game. I think. I don't think it's been released yet. So I searched the term. Not many results contain insert word here. Hold on. I think there's a way to like make it search so it exclusively has results with the word you select.
For any of us for any audio only listener, it is piss and word the stinky old British use for cigarettes.
Except it's the extended edition.
With the
extended director's cut.
With the GOT at the end. Yeah. But what I was saying is Ashley Burke, she plays Mayuri and Sasha, or Mayuri and Steins Gate and Sasha in Attack on Titan, if I remember right.
She does that Irish accent.
Huh.
Well, so much for that. I thought that they actually got like a full, like, UK studio or whatever.
Oh, she's Enid on OKKO? What? That's crazy.
Mary.
Well, dude, you're gonna have to like screenshot that and put it on Twitter and be like, "Yo, can someone like tell me who this character is?"
Yeah, what's this character all about?
Well, as you see, he's.
Wait, hold on. Click on it. Click on it. As him. Click. Kyle. Please screenshot this.
Has somebody hacked
think this is
the
basically
Horizon
Wikipedia
IMDb
article that has just been edited by someone. Like, it has to be.
I'm sorry for Kyle James, but that's your description. I mean,
I love the movie title. Kyle James is piss
Oh, my lord. My stomach already hurts. This isn't helping.
With the sequel, Piss Strikes Again.
It's like The Reckoning, except it's
from the producers of Big Mama's House 3. And Rob Schneider's The Animal.
You know,
I kind of wish that FDM could have my privileges. It's just that would have been good, like maybe 10-20 seconds ago. But...
I mean, I definitely would have fun curating clips over you guys for sure.
Honestly, I hate to say this, but I think Footnum would be the best person for that job because he would at least throw insane shit out there. Like, unlike me, who would throw shit out there that might or may not get this channel terminated.
I wish we had a soundboard so
I want to
bad.
take
That'd be
clips
so much
of
fun.
Kermit and stuff from those Devil Artemis videos.
Dude, you should totally get the one where he's twerking on a Pikachu.
Oh my... Dude, we don't want to know about your E621 searches.
Oh my god, Devil Artemis, I love that guy's video so much.
Sweet.
Cell walks in. Kermit, are you twerking on a Pikachu? Hell yeah, I am. Pikachu's like, Pika! I'm like, what the fuck am I watching?
Oh my freaking goodness,
That's
using
so cute.
Godzilla versus Kong.
Like, should we put that in the thumbnail? Like, Kyle, what's his face as, and then like blur out the A or something?
This just right here.
From the studio that bought you, Boss Baby, and Boss Baby 2 back in business, or family business.
Whatever.
From the studio that brought you Piss Straight Guy.
From the studio that brought you Schindler's List and Titanic. I don't even know if those are the same.
Titanic the game.
From the studio that gave life to Ugly.
Yeah, basically.
From the producer of The Notebook.
For all those wondering, it's not NDA, so I can actually say it. Just got through doing some work with Augie, and hopefully my music will be appearing in his video pretty soon. So if anyone wants to hear something that we came up with for his channel, you'll get to do it.
Well, didn't you say it was like a theme?
Yeah, it's like it basically was a jingle, and he gave me his premise, and his premise was so ingenious sounding. All I could think was, how the fuck am I going to do this? Augie, you had an idea that just blew my mind, and I had to think about it on how the heck I was going to fuse these two concepts together. But lo and behold, we did it, and we came up with something.
Search results yield no crop, as to be shown.
I'm gonna get out of here before I get in trouble.
Let's get out of here.
Look, man. Look, the government will eventually, like, they're going to get us all anyway, so we might as well just be ourselves.
And on that note, I think we're done.
We're
I love how I always ruin things for everyone. Bye.
All right, have a good one, guys. Hopefully, we'll see you next week.
Next podcast.
Let it all out.
God, I don't want to be doing that on the stream.
Greenland, you with us or you're?
I'm still here.
All right, we're just making sure.
He's just
and the
dying.
stream
Nope, I died.
came back.
I'm giving you all corona.
Alrighty. Well, have a good night, everybody.
Yeah.
Have a great night, everybody.
All right.
Laters.